Anyone else wants to jump in, let me know. I sent a bunch of invites out earlier. I had the chat set up where it would just start. I thought it would start automatically, but I had to go through and just restart or reboot everything out and just start it all over again. So I don't really know what happened there. So I get some more people on here, and all right, I'm still live here. Waiting for some viewers to jump on the chat here. All right, well, um, I am live, and just want to go on, try to see if we can get some people coming on the chat here. I sent out a whole bunch of invites. Still trying to figure this whole thing out. I had a few little difficulties here getting this thing going, but people want to jump on, just let me know. I am, or send me or shoot me a message. I can figure out how I can get on this chat here. Um, I'm trying to see if I can send a few more invites. I had to close the other one out, then I had to restart it again. So so this is no perfect science here for me. Let's see here. Trying to find some people that will join the chat. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on, Kevin?
Not much. What's going on?
Not too bad. Thanks for joining the chat here. I recently started doing the chats here not too long ago, just a few days ago with Jennifer Young. Then last night I had Dan the firearm guy on. So
Man, it's great. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I actually wanted to jump on and just say happy birthday and say what's up. I can jump back on in a little bit, but
no problem, man.
I got to finish up a couple quick things here, and I'd be way too distracted to have a conversation. So let me, but I'll get back on, man. It's cool to see that people are doing this, and you got, the gun channels thing is an easy way to find a bunch of people that will be willing to jump on with you when you have a chat. That's
It really is.
I would recommend.
I watch a lot of your videos. I've watched a lot of your chats as well. Especially you did a lot of the SHOT Show. You were at SHOT Show, right? I watched a lot of those as well.
Yeah, that
So
was quite a bit.
I've been watching Yankee Marshall Never Enough Ammo chats for the past year and a half, and
Right on, man.
those are the guys that really got me into really doing doing this whole YouTube thing. I started my channel back in August of 2013, and so I'm having a good time doing it.
Right on, man. That's the biggest part of it. I'm making sure that I edited all my stuff. I thought I had it
Yeah.
again. To the point. Yeah, I got you in a couple circles on Google Plus and on
Oh yeah.
YouTube channel. Yeah. Again, I tried this. You're one of these people. I'm telling you, there's people that something going on when it comes to subs because I know I've subbed you before. I just resubbed, but I know I've subbed you before.
Yeah, I've been subbed to your channel for quite some time now. So yeah, I figure you were subbed to me as well. My channel, what I got 330 subscribers right now. I mean, it's it's all a stepping stone. I remember when
It's no, the whole thing with YouTube's changing.
it really is. When I started I was gaining subs like crazy. I was getting like 5, 10 a day, and my channel skyrocketed. Then when they did when Google Plus changed everything over again, it my subs and all the views slowed down, and so I don't know. Some people it's helped out tremendously, but some of us it just kind of, I don't know, got kicked by the wayside, I guess. But nevertheless, I'm still putting out videos. I'm still doing it. Even I still get plenty of views and plenty of comments and all that. And
Right
it's usually the same people that comment and all that, which is cool. So
Are you over there on Gun Channels?
I just joined it today. The
Cool.
gunchannels.com. Gunchannels.com. There, you pay $1, and it's.
Yeah, go over there. That's where you want to post your link or start saying, hey, I'm holding a chat. And if you end up holding something regular, they'll end up posting it on there. But like for now, I'd recommend checking them out. Like I said, I wish I could hang out tonight, but I got to get on a little bit later with those guys. And I think Edge has a chat tonight.
Oh yeah, Edge does his chats, and that's why I was kind of skeptical about doing my chat. But I figured I'd put it on for a little while and see if I can get anyone out there, And
There could be chats going 24/7. We need.
Oh, I know, definitely.
You have something to say that you got to wait or hold off on a topic or anything like that in this world, because first come first serve in the chat world, if you ask me.
Very, very true. Because I've tried jumping on some of the bigger channels chats, and but I wasn't really set up for it at the time. But now that I'm set up for it, I've been trying to get on them. But I know it's kind of hard, until you get really known out there. It's very hard.
Yeah, but we all started doing exactly what you're doing. So put on your own, put out a comments in the chat section saying, hey, I'd love to join your chat. You will get people that will pop you in. You do some good contributions, and obviously you're talking the language. Again, I'm looking at some of your video stuff. I remember watching a couple of these. It's not like you're some dude that isn't have the same common interests as all of us. So.
Oh, exactly. And I watched all your guys' videos. Doing like Matt, Never Enough Ammo. He does all like the tabletop reviews, and you see a lot of my videos. That's kind of what I do. And those are the videos I enjoy watching, and those are the videos I'm putting out. And I put out a few shooting videos here and there.
Yeah.
So.
Man, happy birthday.
Thanks again, man. I appreciate you stopping by, even if it's for a few minutes. It's better than sitting there talking to myself.
I got to get about another half-hour work here done, and a couple quick phone calls maybe before the end of the day, because it's going to start getting to be the end of the day on the West Coast. And
oh, okay.
But I'll definitely shoot me an invite whenever you do something. I'll be glad to jump on when I can, man. Thanks.
All right, thanks, brother. Thanks for stopping by.
Got it, man. Take it easy.
Take it easy, bro.
Whoever else is watching, jump on.
Yeah, definitely. I sent a bunch of invites out. Good guy. I figure I'm try to send out a few more. Try to send out some more invites here. See if I can get some more people on, or even if it's for a few minutes, But Tac Daddy's a very, very good channel out there. Very, very good channel. So anybody have any questions out there, just let me know, and I'll be glad to answer. So yeah, well, do a little gun porn right here. This is my H&R Partner pump. Holds 6 in the tube, one in the chamber here. Good 12-gauge shotgun. This was $235 when I split up with my ex-fiance. This was the gun that I bought. Right afterwards. I didn't get a whole lot of money for the engagement ring, but this is the shotgun that I purchased. Very, very good 12-gauge shotgun. Anyone who's looking for a good budget option, I was out there with some buddies of mine a little over a month ago shooting skeet and all that with it, and it works great, The action's not as smooth as my Remington 870, but it works. It's just a good home defense option, I like it. So it's a heavy shotgun. It probably weighs like 9 pounds or so, but I mean, it's just a good all around shotgun. So, any of you guys who haven't seen my DPMS AR-15, I think I threw this up in the chat last night. The DPMS AR-15, very very good AR. These things come. I've said this before. These things come with just a crappy the foregrips on them. I had ripped those off. I got a gift certificate from my work for Christmas for Cabela's. So I added these on. These were like $30. And then shortly after that, I took the crappy DPMS buttstock off there. And the thing was rattly, crappy. Just, you know, it's just really cheap, probably like $5-10 buttstock. And I got this. This was like $60 right here. Then the pistol grip right here, the flat dark earth pistol grip. This was another $20 some odd right here. But I'll tell you what, I'm digging the flat dark earth. It has a whole new look to it. You know, got the Magpul flat dark earth mags. Plus I got a bunch of the metal GI mags right here. Really good. This gives it a new look. When I was in the military, I had the M16 is just the basic M16. This back then was the A2 style. I believe it's changed now. I believe the military is going with the A3s and the A4s now, which are flat tops and all that, with the optics and all that. So I got a buddy of mine who's got an AR, and he good gun, but it's a Bushmaster. It's got the rifle stock on it. It's got just the big rifle stock, the carrying handle. It's just heavy. It's bulky. It's just not as tactical looking as this right here. My buddy Marty fired this thing, and he loved it. You know. Plus, it comes with the AR-15 bolt. I was hoping it would come with the M16 bolt on it, but it's still got plenty of meat on it, though. I mean, it's not my buddy's AR. My buddy's AR's bolt right here, this metal right here, goes back to right about here on it. So I got a little bit for the AR-15 bolts. This has a little more meat on it. Now the M16 bolts, to some of you guys who don't know, it'll have about this much metal on the bottom. The same amount of metal as on the top is on the bottom right here. It just makes it. From what I understand, I'm no expert by any means. From what I understand, it makes it cycle better. So that's from what I understand. So yeah, so I could get an M16 bolt for this thing, but this thing works fine. The AR bolt is plenty good enough. I probably got over 1,000 rounds through this AR right here, so works out pretty good. So that'll fiddle with that. Any questions out there? Anybody want to jump on the chat? Let me know. I forgot. I don't want everybody to see me struggling with this darn thing on camera here. So, and it comes with the doesn't have the thick barrel to it, but it's just got the thin pencil barrel, but works fine. You know, it heats up a little bit faster than the bull barrels, but I don't have a problem. I love the A2 sights on it. The A2 sights are great. Something about built-in sights which I like. You know, even though this is mounted on here, this is just. I don't like the entry-level DPMS, the Panther, I think it is. It's flat. It comes with a cheap rail on here, a gas block. I hate that look to it. I like the A2 sight here, and I had to add this Magpul sight on here for a backup sight. This was like $60 at Cabela's. I haven't figured out what I'm going to get for an optic yet. It's definitely going to be a red dot. A red dot. I can't afford it. I can't afford an EOTech right now. $400 or $500. I mean, sky's the limit. You know, I think some of those optics could go up to $1,000 for just me being just the weekend warrior. I'm thinking maybe $100, $120. You know, under the $200, definitely under the $200 range when I decide to put an optic on this thing right now. But even with this right here, it works just fine. You know, I mean, I when I go shooting at the range, it's usually within 50 yards for the most time. Sometimes I take it out to 100 yards. Just depends what I feel like shooting. And these sights work fine, you know. And I've kind of got the old school mentality, you know. Learn how to shoot on iron sights first before you rely on a scope, fancy scope. Some of these guys, you know, they go all out with the scopes and all that, and that's fine if you've got lots of experience with, you know, with guns. But some of these guys are learning with rifle scopes and all that. They're going out and buying all these fancy scopes, and they have no idea how to shoot with your iron sights. I mean, when I was in the Army, that's all we had was the iron sights back then. You know, so that's just what I'm used to, and I'm just a firm believer. Learn to shoot with your iron sights first before you start getting into the optics. You know, if you have no idea how to shoot with your irons, and you're in the heat of battle, and your optic goes down, you're screwed probably. You know, your shot's gonna be off. You're not really gonna know what you're doing. Um, just my opinion. So, yep. And as many of you guys are probably tired of seeing, is the Glock 19. This is the newest addition to my gun collection right here. I pretty much traded two guns to get this. I traded the M&P 9 Compact, which was my carry gun for about a year, and carried it daily, loved it. But I replaced it with the my M&P Shield, which is my everyday carry gun right here. The M&P Shield, I traded it for that. I love this gun. This gun is just a perfect carrying gun. Yeah, I hardly know I have it on. So I've got the. I carry it with the Nate Square Tactical holster. You gotta think about this. You gotta twist it out. You gotta twist it. You gotta twist it to get it out. But I hardly know I have it on there. Before I had the just the Galco tuck and go, with just the rough leather holster, which kind of rough on the body, and plus a lot of the gun, you know, half of the gun is sticking out on the holster. You know, I don't like, and it's just the guns. The 19's not that bad. You know, there's not too many sharp edges, but the guns, you know, resting against your body. With the M&P, the 9, I didn't like it because, you know, the serrations were rough on there and just dug right into your body. It has, you know, it has better sights, but, you know, the sights. Hey, Jen. Hello, Jen. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't worry about me. I can't figure out my own microphone.
Yeah, I'm glad you popped in there. I was kind of running. I have my guns. I put a bunch of guns out here for props. Just kind of, if in between people jumping in, I have something to talk about. It's like, okay.
Oh, showing gun porn, were you?
Yeah, I had, you know, I got my H&R partner here. I got my AR right here. Now, speaking of ARs, you got a new AR too, right? You're going into your second AR. Am I correct?
No, I just have the one. I'm
Oh,
not.
you just have
I'm
the
not.
one.
Yeah, I'm not doing another one. If I do another AR, it'll be a pistol.
Yeah, you built yours, right?
Well, I put it together. Yeah.
You put it.
I kind of have to laugh at the whole
Yeah, pretty
building
much.
thing.
You're not really building it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Like-
put it together. So that was fun.
Yeah.
It was.
I know why people put them together because, you know, like I've been showing, you end up taking half the parts that the gun comes with off and, you know, replacing it. Like you know, the butt stock, I replaced that, the pistol grip, the foregrips, you know. I mean, the internals, I'm happy with, you know, the bolts and everything else, and I don't really want to really change anything else other than later on down the road putting a red dot on there.
Okay, so that one you bought off the shelf then, and just replaced some of the stuff with the
Yeah,
FDE?
I pretty much just replaced all the furniture on it. Just the DPMS, the A15 Panther Light, I believe it's called. Good gun though. It's light. I put over 1,000 rounds to it, and I love this thing. It's just,
Awesome.
you know,
I haven't got mine out near as much as I'd like to, but hopefully.
either have I. Either have I. It's hard to replace the ammo.
Well, I've been slowly building that supply up. I mean, I was more focused on 9mm, but now I've got to worry about other calibers. So
Yeah, that's what I was stocking up on 9 for a while. I don't have a ton. I probably have maybe maybe 1,500 rounds of 9. I get over 1,000 rounds for the AR, but yeah, I've kind of limited the amount of calibers I'm gonna stock up on. That's why I got rid of the 40 caliber. Now, what are the calibers you got that you have to stock up on? Like the 22?
just right now, yeah, I have 922 and 223/556. So
Yeah, okay, yeah.
no AK yet.
Oh, yeah. Is that something that's going to be in the near future, or?
Well, you never know. Oh, and I guess I have Mosin ammo. I keep forgetting about the Mosin ammo.
Yeah, I got plenty of that stuff.
But I'm not stocking up on that. I've pretty much bought.
No,
Buy.
I've got enough ammo, Mosin ammo, to last me the rest of my life. And probably someone else's life, I might have to put that spam cam in my will or something. So.
Yeah, I don't. As far as like handguns are concerned, I have no desire to go beyond 9. I don't see a need for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I might get a revolver, and obviously I have to have 38 for that, but
yeah,
it won't be one of those things where I have a lot of ammo for that because
no,
I won't be training, using that to go train or take classes or for whatever like I do with 9. So.
Yeah, I've gone through my fair share. I've already gone through 2 revolvers already. I had that the Ruger SP-101 that I bought back in September, October of last year, and I had that for a couple of months. But then around the holidays, I needed the money, and I really wasn't using it for anything. It was just pretty much collecting dust in the nightstand, and plus cost of ammo. Cost of ammo was a big one, so I had been wanting the shield. I've been wanting to get out of the MP9, so I sold that for the shield pretty much.
Oh, okay.
So, which is a good thing. I'm blessed. I don't know how the gun shops are by you are now. My gun shop will do layaways up to 10 months if need be, 10% down. Like if they gave me $300 for my gun, I can put if I'm hard up for cash, I can put a couple $100 towards the gun, then take $100 cash for myself. I've done that several times.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what if they do layaway at the one here or not. I've only bought one gun there.
Oh, really?
The other ones, the Mosin, of course, I had a FFL get that for me. The XDS I got through another FFL, actually a guy I work with.
Uh-huh.
The 1022 I bought at another gun shop in town that I'll never go back to.
Oh, really?
It's a gun outdoor. I think they could care less about the gun part and only care about like the bows and fishing. So
yeah, boring.
I just didn't get a good vibe.
Yeah.
And then the SR22 I got through the same FFL that I got the XDS through. So
yeah.
now I buy all my ammo or as much ammo as I can get at the local shop because I definitely support them. I mean, they're building a range in town, so I definitely am supporting them because I gave them $400 for that. So
yeah. Yeah,
looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's a couple of gun shops around here that are more towards the sporting side, hunting, fishing side of the house, and there's some that are just, you walk in there and there's AR is plastered, all 4 corners, I mean, it's like, yes, I'm my kind of place.
That's the way the one I go to is. It's also an actual, I think it originally started as a law enforcement fire outfitter. So, the
Oh, okay.
uniforms, the shoes, boots, the flashlights, all the gear aspect.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know a lot of the guys are former cops or actually retired or even still active.
Mm.
But they're really good guys. I mean, I walk in and they definitely always say hello to me, and I said I'm coming in here too much, and they just laugh at me. They go, no, you're not. Keep on coming.
Oh yeah,
Because
that's
they know
pretty
I
much.
spend money every time I walk in. So.
That's pretty much what the guy at my local gun shop. I'm pretty much on a first name basis. Whenever I walk in, he looks at me, "Hey, how you doing?" And he recognizes me. He's like, so he always says, "Oh, so what's it gonna be this time?" I'm like, "I don't know yet." Because sometimes I'll go in just, when I bought the EAA Windicator, I got my tax money back, and I was like, I put myself on a certain budget. I'm gonna buy a gun under $300. I had been looking at it for a 38 for a while, so I'm like, I'm leaving the gun shop with something. I very rarely do an impulse buy with guns, but I was like, I'm gonna do an impulse buy today, and I ended up getting the EA Windicator.
Okay.
I
Well,
no,
I,
I no
I
longer
like how
have.
you say. I like how you say you have a budget, and I seem to never have a budget.
Yeah.
And that's because if I actually made one, I don't think I'd stick to it. And I really should have had a budget with my AR, but I didn't. And I went out and I did lots of research, so I mean I didn't just
Yeah.
go out and just buy stuff. But what I did buy was, a little bit ridiculous. I'll just say it that way. But I love it. It's fun. I can't wait to get out and I can't wait to actually take it out for a class.
Yeah. I
You
would
know, a
like to do
basic
that.
carbine class.
I would like to do that too. Do a nice. I've taken some courses before, and it's been a long time. But since I've been concealed carrying, I haven't really taken any type of course other than just training myself and training with friends of mine. I have some friends of mine that are ex-cops and all that, and I've kind of learned a little bit from them. And obviously YouTube and the internet. But I mean, YouTube's been a good teaching tool for me, and I pretty much educated myself. But I would like to take a good tactical course, with my handgun, with my carry gun, and I would also like to do a good, one with the AR as well in the near future. It's something I would like to take. You know.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get another one in this summer, or over the summer. Um, the training facility where I live, or near where I live, they train law enforcement, Monday through Friday, and then on the weekends, um, they'll put in various either concealed carry, actual official concealed carry training, or some of the stuff that they do themselves. Plus, they have defensive pistol and that type of thing.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of trying to figure out which class I can get in. And then also I actually would like to go over to Indiana to range time to take a class with Corey.
Oh
So,
yeah. That would be pretty cool.
but I'm waiting to get a holster because I need a new holster for my FNS. Part of me's thinking, well, I've got the left-hand holster. I could just go left-handed. I mean, I'm not useless left-handed because that's how I started shooting. So I haven't figured that, but I'm waiting to figure out what weekend I might have available to see about a class because the defensive pistol they have, I don't think I'm ready for. That's a 2-day. So I wanted to actually take their basic handgun just to see what their training style's like, and that way I'm only over there for a day. So, because it's about probably a 6 hour drive to
Is
go
it?
over there. So yeah,
Okay.
which isn't bad. I mean, but going and shooting all day and then coming back home,
Yeah, that makes for a really long day.
it'd be a long day.
Yeah, what they're on the southern end of Indiana? Is that the
Yeah,
Oregon?
yeah. I think it's Bloomington, somewhere near Bloomington,
Yeah, yeah.
Indiana. So it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then Illinois and Indiana are big states, so and you're right
yeah,
outside. You're right
long.
outside it. Yeah, I know exactly. Not very wide, but very long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, if I'm going south, it takes me a good 4 hours to get out of to get into Kentucky. So
oh yeah, it takes forever to get out of Illinois if you're heading south on 60. What's the highway?
55.
55. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
74 is what
107.
cuts across. So.
Yeah, that's the one that cuts across and goes up to Iowa.
Yep. That's and I live right on it, basically. I mean, I can look out my window and hear the traffic. So.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yep. So.
Gotta love it. Now, I don't know if I've asked you, how far is Chicago from you? You're about an hour out of Chicago?
No, actually, from the outer suburbs, I'm about an hour and 20 minutes. To the city, I can get from my door to the lake on a good day in about 2:20. So
okay.
It's definitely over 2 hours.
Okay, so you're that's a ways out of Chicago.
Yeah, it's a good. I don't go into Chicago. I just don't really go all that often anymore. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
And besides, I think there's probably a big sign at the Cook County border that says, no guns allowed.
Yeah,
so.
Surrender your weapons. This is the checkpoint for concealed carriers. Surrender your weapons here. Then you can go into the city. But you would think the Illinois passed the law, so I mean the state must override the county or the city of Chicago, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but, I mean it is legal to carry, obviously in certain places, but so many of the places in Chicago got exempted, all public transit, just a lot of that stuff. But yeah, it was funny. I was actually I'm sending Joel Sweatman an invite, so
yeah, definitely.
Bear with me while I'm trying to do two things at once.
It's okay.
But I was up there with a friend of mine in February. She actually lives in I think Palatine, which is basically right. If she steps out her door and walks about 20 feet, she's in the free part of the state, but she lives in Cook County. So there's a range that she goes to, and we were going out there, and I actually had taken up. That time I went up, I had my FN, my FNS, my AR. Those were the two I took up there. And the night before, because I actually stayed up there that night, and the evening before I had stopped. That's when I got my Mosin ammo. There was a store up there that was. I got the last 2 spam cans.
Oh, is that right?
Of Mosin ammo they had. And so in the back of my little car, I had my FN, my AR with 3 magazines. I didn't have 5 yet, so I had an FNS with 3 17-round magazines, and my AR with 3 30-round magazines. I had 800 rounds of Mosin ammo. Probably 500 of 9mm. I had just a couple boxes of 223 because that was the first time I had was going to shoot the AR.
Yeah. And
we actually had gone. We went to Cabela's, and to get there, I had to ask her. This was after we were done shooting, and we got to Cabela's. I'm like, "Have we gone through Cook County yet at all?" And she looked at me and kind of laughed. I said, "No, I mean, have we?" She goes, "Yeah, we did." I'm like, "Awesome," because I think I just committed about 5 felonies.
Nice.
Because 15-round limit, magazine limit. So that right there, I've got 5 over 15 rounds, or 6 over 15 rounds. I had an AR. I mean, it's just the stupid laws like that make absolutely no sense, And you just have to laugh about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So yeah, I don't really have a desire to go to Chicago anymore. I've been to Chicago and I've done lots of stuff. There's plenty of other places to go. Most of the time when I go, it's in the suburbs anyway.
Yeah, I hear you.
And the outer suburbs, which the outer suburbs are, it's more like the rest of Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit freer. So.
Well, welcome to the chat, Joel.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks.
Not too bad. How you been?
I've been good.
Man, this chat's going downhill now.
It is. Wetman's in here. It'll go downhill.
Oh, cheers.
Cheers, bro.
I got the high-end stuff here. This is the Bud Light here. You got the bush.
I got the cheap in.
Yeah, hey, it works.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, happy birthday, Sean.
Thanks, Jen.
Not as old as I am, but you know, that's enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, pretty much. My last year of being in my 30s, I just seemed like yesterday I was turning 30.
Yeah, I'm definitely the old man on the chat then.
Yeah, I saw
Well,
you commented on one of my videos there, Joel. When I went out to the woods today and blew off a box of ammo.
Yeah, you was like,
I did the gangster style. I just wanted to be fun. I just wanted to just to have a little fun with it, you know. It was just because it's a Glock. I'm like, I'll do something funny here.
hey, there's nothing wrong with that. When you go out and shooting, sometimes it can't all be about training. You got to have fun too.
Yeah, just by myself out in the woods, getting eaten alive by all the mosquitoes. I'm like, oh, let me go through this box of ammo real quick.
That was pretty cool. Can y'all find 22 long rifle anywhere? Because I can't save my life.
I can't, and I'm in Maine. I can't find it for the life of me either. I was at my local gun shop about a week ago, and he was all stocked full of pistol ammo, rifle ammo, and you seen the shelf where all the 22 ammo is, and it's gone.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Cabela's, and it's gone. I've seen it fully stocked a few times, but they got these guys, you know, they wait for them to stock the shelves, and first thing in the morning they just go through and just snatch it all up. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've got about 2,500 rounds maybe total, but I won't go shoot my 22s because I don't want to use it up. I can't get. I can buy it at a local gun shop, and CCI mini mags, 100 pack, or $15.
Oh, is that right?
So, Gander Mountain last weekend offered 1,600 in an ammo can for $119. They had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday sale. Well, I had to work Friday. I couldn't get off.
Yeah.
They had my daughter calling them Saturday because I couldn't go Saturday morning because I had something I had to do. I said, well, call around and if they still got some, I'll go Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Oh, we sold out Friday. I'm like, well, you advertised it. That's crap. So
Yeah.
people that work first shift, they can't get ammo. It seems not 22.
Yeah. I go and I'm a second shifter myself, and yeah, I'm not at first light, but I've been sitting on a brick of the Remington Golden Bullets for the longest time. I haven't shot my 22 in ages. I've just I haven't been looking either. I haven't been looking for it either. I've just been I haven't even bothered to look. So
I had like 3 bricks of that Golden Bullet or Golden Boy, whatever you want to call them.
yeah.
I'll tell you, I've had the bullets come out of the casing and powder in my hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can spin the bullet in the casing. I still shoot it. It shoots, but I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to buy that anymore.
I like the bricks of that Blazer brass stuff. That stuff isn't too bad. I've gone through a few bricks of that stuff, and it's priced pretty reasonable. I mean,
Yeah, I bought some Blazer brass at this same local gun shop. It started out on Monday or Tuesday. It was $5 a box for 50.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
Friday rolled around. It was $4 a box. But he was coming down on his price a little bit, but.
If I had a fancy 22, I would probably buy, stock up on the CCI Mini Mags. I've gone through a couple of bricks of that, but I just got the Mossberg Plinkster. It's $120 22. I just run the cheap stuff through it when I decide to take it out. So, but
Yeah.
I would like to get into a 22 caliber pistol so I can train with that versus going through all my 9mm for training. But forget, I can't find it.
Well, I have the Smith & Wesson M&P 22 pistol,
Mm.
and I've got the Smith & Wesson M&P 40 cal, and they're both the same size, full-size guns. So
Yeah.
And then I have my two Ruger 10/22s.
Yeah. I've looked into the M&P, the 22 caliber. I've looked into those before. Those are priced pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and it fires everything through it, so it's not finicky with the ammo. So if you're looking for a 22 pistol, that's a good pistol to get. It
Yep.
eats everything. The only problem I have right now is when I bought it, I think it came with one 12-round magazine.
Oh, really?
I had a hard time finding magazines, and I finally found like two 10-rounders.
Mm-hmm.
So I ordered them. And when I got them, I took the base plate off and I took the plug out, so they'll hold 12 rounds. And they
Yeah.
fire. But both of those magazines, I don't know if it's because I took the plug out, the slide won't lock back.
Oh, really? Huh.
I don't know if that had something to do with it or not, but
Could be. Who knows? When I got my M&P, I got it February, the M&P 9 compact, February of 20 yeah, February 23rd, 2013, and I couldn't find magazines for the life of me. Months had gone by, and I just had the two magazines the gun came with, and they're on the shelves now, but
they're expensive.
oh, they are expensive. That's why I ended up trading. I ended up trading it in. That's why I got this now. I can find magazines and holsters for it, no problem. So.
Well, that's what I thought too, but I've got 5 15-round magazines for my M&P 40 now, which that was pricey. That was like $160 to get 4 magazines.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy.
The M&P is a good gun, though. I like the full size. I was contemplating when I sold the M&P compact because I wanted a full size gun. I was contemplating getting the M&P 9, the full size, but the one they had at the gun shop was pricey. It was I think it was the range model one. It came with five extra magazines. It came with a cheap plastic holster that I would probably never use, and it was tricked out a little bit. But he wanted almost $700 for it, and they had. I'm like, well, let me look at the Glocks. I've been really wanting to get into a Glock for a while, and I bought this thing. I bought this. I know, Jen. I bought this used. This is a used gun, $425, and they had a brand new one there for $625. So for $200 less, I got the used one. And it's damn near brand new.
I paid $4.99 for my Smith & Wesson 40 cal full size.
Oh, nice. Now, what state are you in, Joel?
North Carolina.
Nice. I like North Carolina. My grandparents used to live in Elizabeth City.
Oh yeah.
Is that you on the western side or the eastern side, or
kind of in the central up to? I'm in between. If you're familiar with it, Greensboro and Winston-Salem.
Oh yeah. Yep, I know that.
I'm in between there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to drive truck over the road, so I've been through North Carolina a bunch of times. It's a nice state. It's a big state.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're gonna go on from 40 all the way from the western end to the other end. I think it's like almost 500 miles.
Yeah, it's long, long. And I'm like right on top of 40. I'm not far from 40. I can get 40 in about 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the weather down there? It must be hot and muggy down there today.
It's humid as crap. Your pants stick to your legs within 2 minutes outside. We're having thunderstorms every afternoon.
It's actually it was in the 60s here today. It was hot. Well, I say hot for us. It was up to 80 degrees the other day, and today it's like 65, 66. But the heat.
Go ahead.
The heat's coming though, because I'm watching all the heat out down south. I'm like, it's gonna come up. It's gonna come up north here pretty soon.
Well, it's like at 6 in the morning. It's a little bit cool outside, and the humidity's dropped. But once that sun rises in the east, it don't take but around 9 o'clock in the morning. It's muggy.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I miss all the food down south. I really do. I miss the when I used to drive truck. I used to love stopping all the mom and pop truck stops and eating all that good greasy food that's not good for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get you some good sausage gravy.
Oh, I love that stuff. Grits, corn dogs, all that stuff. Up here in Maine, nobody. You start talking all that food and all that. They're like, "What's that? What's a corn dog? What's a grit?" You know? It's like, really?
Hey, we do have good food in the South.
Yeah, you guys do. Waffle House. I even ate at a Waffle House.
Waffle House. See, we're so used to the Waffle Houses down here. We call them waffle.
They used to be fairly inexpensive, but I think the prices have gone. Just like anything else, the prices have gone up quite a bit on the menus.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but gas prices are around $3.65, I think, down here.
That's about what it is here. It fluctuates, day to day here. So.
All right, Sean, I heard you when you were talking earlier before I got in when you were showing your AR, so I had to, of course, get mine. You were talking optic, and yes, this has not been widely spread on the internet yet because I haven't done anything with it, but this is a Vortex Strikefire red dot.
Oh, okay.
Going to be the cheapest good red dot you'll find, is what people have said. So I got this one on sale, I think, for $100. So
that's not bad. The Vortex Strikefire.
Yeah, and they actually have, I think, the new one now. I think it's red or green, or red and green. You can do both. This one's just the red. So
nice.
Good.
That's not bad.
I have a True Glow on mine.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Yeah, it's like $79.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, nice.
It works pretty good, but it's only a red dot. But it does have like the different setting where you turn it up from like 1 to 10 and the dot gets bigger or smaller.
Yeah, that's what this has.
Yeah.
This has that too.
No, you don't have
good.
You don't have a front sight on that, Jen, or you use your?
I do. I've got the Magpul. I got the Magpul sights. So I have not. Yeah, I have not sighted this thing in yet because I haven't really been anywhere that I could do it. So I'm gonna hopefully, when the new range opens, if I haven't done it before then, that's where I'm gonna do it because I'll be able to spend as much time there as I want.
Right.
What haven't you sighted in?
Why or?
What haven't? I thought you shot it already. Was that what?
Well, I have. I've shot it, but I haven't sighted it, so I have no idea where it's hitting.
You can get like a $40 bore sighter, and it comes with adapters and putting into the barrel. You can like sight your sights in.
I just got to get somewhere to actually go do it.
Well, you can do that in your condo or your home or wherever.
Oh, because you got the laser.
It just puts a red dot on the wall, and you can like adjust your sights.
That's what I was just saying. Okay. See, I'm learning stuff.
Now I wonder if I put an optic on here, am I gonna have to get an optic where it's gonna be up above my front sight? If I put a red dot, am I gonna my front sight, this iron sight, gonna be in the way?
You can co-witness it.
Co-witness, yeah. That's what
co-witness. Oh, really?
Because you can, I mean, I'll just flip these open, and I can still see the sights, the iron sights through the optic. So even if it's not on, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's nice. I like the way you get that set up.
Yeah. See, I don't go with that ridiculous, gas block front sight thing.
No. Yours looking pretty good though.
I went with the flat top. Yeah. Well.
Now, what's your lower?
Now, lowers are Black Rain Ordnance,
Yep.
both the lower and upper. Barrel's Daniel Defense. The rail is Daniel Defense. The stocks
Nice.
are Ergo Grip, which is basically, I think it's in essence a redesigned Magpul.
Mhm.
I just liked how this looked. The problem with this though is if I want to replace it, the whole thing comes off, stock and buffer tube. So
Nice.
because it's all one piece.
Oh, is that right?
So
That's
I can't.
yeah, that's kind of a downer right there.
Well, but the thing is, I love the stock, so I have no need to replace it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I sell this, which I'm never going to do, let somebody else figure out what to do with it. But
Right. I need to get the AR-15 tool, like where I can undo the castle nut and all that. They sell a tool. I think it's like, I don't know what, $20 or whatever, $30. I forget what it is, but it's like the all-around tool for the AR supposedly.
yeah, the armorer's tool.
Yeah, the armorer's tool. Yep.
Yeah.
Is that?
Well, I'll tell you what. I was like incredibly smart. You know, the barrel, the company for the barrels was recommended to me. You know, Daniel Defense. So I was like, okay. I had no idea. I mean, I was just researching. I'm like, you know, I was looking at Bravo Company and, you know, all the standard ones that everybody has. And I was looking at the Daniel Defense one, and you know, I emailed them and asked questions, got replies back super quick. So that was a positive.
Yeah.
And then when I got it, the way you put their barrel on is so much easier than because I had watched NSZ85. I'd used I'd watched his build video and the barrel that he had, and you had to line up the gas tube you know, through the whatever they call the delta ring, I guess is what it's called.
Yep.
And I was like, how the heck, you know, you got to get it torqued to get it lined up right. I'm like, how am I going to do that? You don't have that with this. You put the barrel on, you basically screw just a standard nut on the thing, torque it down, you're done. It's so small that the gas tube just goes right over it. So there's no having to find the right hole to get that thing through. So it was by far the easiest thing to do. The only thing I did wrong with this, at least so far, is when I put the gas block on. Apparently, I didn't get the pin in far enough. So after about 50 rounds, it wouldn't eject. Well, it would eject, but it wouldn't load the next round.
Right.
So yeah, that was fun. And when I got home, because I was frustrated, of course. So when I got home and hit up on Facebook, I said, yeah, you know, went out and shot the AR and shot the Mosin and got some good and bad news. And Zombies R Us asked, well, what's the bad news? I go, after about 10 shots today, it wouldn't feed. It said, check your gas block or your gas tube. I'm like, okay. So I took off the rail, and the gas tube came off with it, or the gas block came off with it. I'm like,
oh, wonderful.
Oh. And thankfully, the pin was still sitting up in the tube or in the rail, so it fell right on the floor, and I'm like, thank you. If it hadn't fallen at the range, I had no idea. So
would have fell in the dirt, you would have lost it forever.
So I got this. I put this thing in the vise and beat the living tar out of it to get that pin back in there.
Nice.
And the next time I went out to the range, I threw 150 rounds in it. I think I did like 3 mag dumps in a row. That barrel was literally smoking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's like this barrel right here. You do like 3. You dump like 3 magazines. The barrel turns like white.
Yeah. So when I got home, you know, and got everything all clean, you know, checked out, I took the rail off, and
Put this thing in the vise.
that gas block was in there as tight as it could still be. So Joel, quit messing around.
I know I was messing around. I don't know why it like popped audio on. I don't know why it like popped audio on.
Step away from the computer if you don't know what you're doing.
Now, Joel, do you conceal carry at all, or?
No, I'm not. I don't do concealed carry right now. I'm thinking about it, but we can open carry in North Carolina, so
Yeah.
I'm sitting there thinking I have a hard time. We have to buy pistol permits to buy pistols.
Really?
Sheriff, yeah. It's not expensive. It's just a hassle.
Mm.
But if you have a concealed carry, you don't have to do the pistol permits. You can buy pistols with concealed carry. But I just don't want to. I don't know if I want to let them know that I'm out buying guns. I don't know.
Yeah. Now,
I'm trying to weigh that right now.
yeah. It's not for everybody. It's a tough decision, you know. I'm in Maine, so we can open carry up here, but I prefer concealed carry versus open carry. I see guys open carrying sometimes, and that's cool. I mean, but I just don't feel comfortable doing it. I don't need everybody knowing I have a gun on me. You know?
Oh yeah, and I respect that. I'm like,
you know, I don't want to be harassed by the police either. I don't want to, you know, being stopped by the cops. Can I see your ID and all this other stuff? You know. I've been around the cops plenty of times with my gun on me, but my shirt's over it, and I feel fine. You know, the first couple times when I first started concealed carrying, I work nights, so I'd pull into a gas station to get gas, and I'd see a couple of state troopers in there, and I'd be a little nervous at first, but now I don't care. You know, nobody knows I have it on me. You know, nobody's looking at you that closely to know you have a gun on you.
I could imagine the first few times like concealed carry, even doing it legally and having the permit and all that.
Oh yeah.
Time you run into cops in a convenience store or something, you're like, crap. I hope I'm not printing.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure.
I would freak out, and I would be like sweating profusely. I'd be like, and they'd be like looking at me, and they would like, we got to take this dude down, And then, I had like some stupid hat on me, don't tread on me, and I'd be like tackled.
It's funny because now I don't give it a second thought. You know, I used to go through my wardrobe and pick out a shirt, like a long shirt like this, you know, that would cover my gun. But nowadays I don't care. I'll put on just a short, whatever, you know, a tighter shirt or whatever that I have, and it doesn't matter as long as it's carrying my gun. As long as it's covering my gun. I'm fine with it, you know. But yeah, it's we all go through it. Jen went through it too, I'm sure. You know.
Actually, the funny part is, I was talking to a friend of mine the other night about this. I got my permit on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, got it in the mail, and I'm like, well, hell with it. I'm putting it on. I'm going to Target.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And I just walked out, you know, went to Target, walked around, you know, got a couple things, came home, and I'm like, well, that was uneventful. And since then, amazingly, it's almost, to me, it's almost scary how quickly I've taken to this. It's like I don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And Joel, you were saying, you know, one time you see a cop in a, you know, convenience store or whatever. I'd probably been carrying maybe 2 weeks, and you know, I was going to get ammo at the local shop, and I'm standing there in line, and there was a guy in front of me, and off to the side there was one of the town, you know, cops there. Just now he was talking with somebody, and I'm just standing there going, this is kind of interesting. You know, because I didn't have the fear of, oh my God, what if he sees it? It was more of, well, I'm doing the same damn thing he's doing. You know, I mean, yeah, he's got the, you know, the whole uniform and the whole, you know, outside where you can see it and everything, but I'm like, this is pretty messed up in a way when you think about it. I'm like, you know, and really, I just I've never questioned it. I've rarely put something on and I'm like, oh shit, I better change.
Yeah.
I tend to wear, I don't have it with me right now, but I tend to wear like long covers anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like real light sweaters or like vest type thing, sleeveless type things. So they're always going to cover anyway, regardless of what I'm wearing. So, and this XDS, it just conceals very, very well. So. But I also have lots of fat that it kind of blends into, so I think for right now it's probably hiding so well because I have all the fat. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, I'd stand up and show you, but that would be completely horrifying to me. So.
Guys, I'm gonna step out for. I'm gonna
You're
step out.
just fine like you are, so don't worry about
it. What?
You're good in your own skin.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'll be 1 minute. I got to use the restroom real quick.
All right, does Bud Light?
His own chat. Sets up his own chat and then leaves. Gotta love that. Man. Yeah. Did he mute himself? No, he didn't mute himself. Oh, okay, there he went. Hey, I'm actually going to be, well, not in your neck of the woods. I'm going to be a little further west of you, so.
Yeah, you're going to be about 4 hours away or so.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Asheville, so.
What are you doing down that way?
Just visiting.
I've seen it before, but. You're
just visiting.
You're not meeting any other YouTubers?
I'm hoping to. I'm hoping to meet Ziva.
Yeah, she's out that way.
Yeah.
TR Prepper's not too far away.
Yep. Possibly TR Prepper too. So.
Yeah, I'm back.
And I'm a redneck. Cockerham's out that way.
Oh, really?
He's out.
I know.
He's west of me.
I know. Passing through Kentucky, I probably will be driving past like 20 YouTubers.
Oh,
I know D. Wilhoyd. I know Superfly's up by Cincinnati, so I wouldn't. Cotton's there, Hancock Brewer's there, just tons of guys in Kentucky. So, but I won't be meeting any of them. I am going to try to, I am going to, Colleen from Keeping Peace. So, looking forward to that.
You got quite a few YouTubers in the state of Illinois, too.
Yeah, we do.
Zombies R Us, aren't they in Illinois somewhere?
Yep. Yeah, they're down around St. Louis. There's 3 or 4 up in the Chicago or just around Chicago. I know Mule, if you know him from Green Dragon. He's in Illinois.
El Tende.
Yeah, he's one of the ones up in the Chicago area. And then I found a couple newer ones recently that Piper Outdoors is from Illinois.
Isn't Metal Trooper?
Metal Trooper, he's down, but not too far from Zombies R Us. Urban to something Homestead. He literally lives 45 minutes from me, because I know the town that he lives in. I just don't know exactly where he lives. Dozer lives in Illinois. Yeah, there's probably 10 that I know of. So, and then just Dano, he's somewhere between Chicago and Rockford, I think.
Yeah, just Dano, he's got a good channel. He's actually on a lot of the big live chats with a lot of the bigger channels.
Yeah, he does. He alternates the Sunday night one.
Now, I mean to ask you, how do you get into that chat, Windows Warriors? I was checking that out last night. You gotta subscribe to. I mean, you gotta pay to get into that, or is it?
No, it's just a group, and all you have to do, if you just go to the Google Plus group community and just request it, it's like request an invite or something like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, no, go ahead.
I was saying Michelle Watts put on a chat late night last night for a little while. And
I saw that.
I was on the chat for a while. I wasn't on the chat, but I was watching it, and commenting and all that on it.
Yeah, I saw she had one. So, and I know she has hers tonight, and then tomorrow night. So.
What time is hers tonight?
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
10. Is it 10 your guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, I'm in Central, so it's 9 o'clock my time. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, Eastern time, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Where is she? She's in Virginia, or?
Yes.
I know she posted something on Facebook saying she was going into North Carolina today or something. So I was guessing she lived either in South Carolina or Virginia, one of the two.
Yeah, she lives in Virginia and got to take her kiddos to North Carolina. So,
Okay.
Visitation stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's got to be a 4-hour drive. I've done that. I've done a drive like that before. It gets old real quick.
Oh, I know it.
I drove to Waukegan, Illinois 5 times.
Oh, really? I've driven from Springfield, Illinois, one time all the way to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, in one straight shot. I wasn't in an 18-wheeler, but I was in a car. The trucking company I worked for back 15 years ago, I quit the company and I rented a car and I went out to North Carolina to visit my grandparents before I went back up to the Northeast. I forgot how many hours it was, but it was long.
I drove straight through. I drove straight through from Marion, North Carolina to home. Straight through 12 and a half hours. That was no fun.
No, that's not fun at all.
And I've driven straight through down to Bristol, Tennessee. That was no fun. I mean, it was fun for the reason I was going down there, but
yeah.
Like I said, I'm going down. Last year I sort of drove straight through to Asheville. I did have to stop because at 4 o'clock in the morning in somewhere in Kentucky, I was at that point where I can't go any further because it was foggy, it was dark, I was exhausted, and so I got about a 30-minute nap. By then, it was kind of the sun was starting to come out, so the fog was starting to burn off. So this time, I'm actually staying the night in Lexington. I'm just not even going to try to go all the way. So it's just no point. I'm getting too old for that.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm in the same boat. I don't like driving 2 hours anymore. I go down to my parents in Rhode Island, and that's almost 4 hours for me, and that's long enough. I've spent too many years of driving truck over the road and traveling, even in my personal vehicle, driving cross country, driving down to Florida or California. You know, it gets old really, really quickly. So one thing I wanted to ask you, what do you have for a flashlight? I have the. I'll show you mine. This is the guard dog right here, the Diablo guard dog flashlight / stun gun. It's got the.
Oh, good Lord. Dang! Oh, I'm sitting here wondering why am I not seeing your flashlight? Because I'm watching the YouTube.
Yeah, no, this is the. I've actually.
Your camera's all fuzzy. It's not focused very well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It could be me too. I don't know. Because it shows up fine. Yeah, because it shows up fine on the YouTube. It's just here it's not showing up. So.
I'm seeing it on my end too. I don't know what. Maybe the.
Oh yeah, there it goes. It is fuzzy on YouTube now. So. I actually don't have a flashlight. I mean, I have a flashlight, but it's just a little cheap one I got at the store. I haven't got a tactical one yet. I'm looking at getting an Olight.
Yeah.
That's actually a brand that I'm kind of. I've become a big fan of theirs. Where's my little... Oh, there it is. I know this might shock you, but I have a purple flashlight.
Oh, there you
Camera's
go.
over here. I moved my camera, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's usually over here, and it's over here. But I got my little tiny flashlight. I put this one on my keychain, so I can use it if I need to see something in my car or whatever. I mean, it's definitely not going to blind anybody.
What you got there, Joel?
It's a MicroStream. It's a little $20.
That's cool.
Runs off a AAA battery, and it's pretty bright.
That's a nice one. Yeah, this one right here is rechargeable. I plug it in overnight, and just rechargeable. It works fine. I mean, it's a little bit on the bulky side. I like to get something small like what you have, Joel, just for more everyday carry. I use this for work. I have to have a flashlight at work, but I mean, it's big and bulky, and like in a pair of blue jeans, those type of pockets, you can't really get it in there. But you know, you almost have to have deeper pockets, like the Dickies work pants work pretty good.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, here's the cool thing about this one. It has a reverse clip on it.
Yeah.
So it's got the clip where I clip it down. I don't know if you.
Yep, I see it right there. Yep.
That's a reverse clip. On the top side here, I can take it.
Nice.
I can cut it on. I can put it on my. And then you
Oh,
have
cool.
a headlamp too with the flashlight.
That works.
Awesome.
And it's only like $20.
That's good if you got to like work on something too. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have to have a flashlight in your hand. I've got in my car. I have like one of the big bulky, the mag light ones. You know. So.
Well, I've got this one here that my son-in-law gave me.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I remember the old, old military issue.
That's the military style light.
Oh yeah, I had one of those when I was in the Army. Yeah, fairly inexpensive, and they work. You can beat the hell out of them, and they still work.
And this one came off the USS Fort McHenry out of Virginia.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice.
My dog thought it was
Yeah,
nice.
I got my dog down by my foot right now. She keeps looking at me. I walked her before the cat, so it's just.
He's gonna start acting crazy.
Yeah, I got a Siberian Husky. She's a big baby.
This is my dog.
That's your dog. Yeah, you know what? That's the best kind of dog. It doesn't shed it. You don't have to, you don't have to pick up. It doesn't poop.
Yep.
Doesn't tear up your couch while you're at work.
No feeding, no taking out for a walk.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the perfect kind of dog.
I've got the dog and I got the cat. When
Oh,
the ex
jeez.
left, when the ex left, I'm like, I take it, I'm keeping the cat. She's like, yeah, if you could. I'm like, okay, whatever. The cat's outside anyways. It's an outdoors cat, so I feed him, I put the food outside, and he's gone. Especially now that it's summer, I hardly ever see him, so it works. I got a couple old ladies next door to me, and they've kind of adopted the cat. So I told them, I think I'm gonna bring him to the animal shelter. Like, oh no, don't do that. I'm like, okay. So if it wasn't for the old ladies, that cat would be gone right now. And it might be an accidental discharge with my gun, Whoops.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I
Ooh.
don't want any animal rights activists trolling my channel.
You don't want PETA shutting down your chat when you're just like starting to get your chats going and stuff.
Oh, I know.
Hey, JR just said happy birthday, Sean.
Thanks, JR.
And he said, yeah, a chat that I can actually comment on during live. So
Where I see where you've commented. Where do I find the comments on? Do I have to almost take this page down to see the comments, or?
you actually have to have another screen open.
Oh,
That has
okay.
YouTube. That actually has the YouTube video open. There's other ways of doing it, but it doesn't update all that quickly. So
Yeah.
I usually just have the YouTube itself open, so there hasn't been that many comments. You got 5 or 6 people watching, so Again, it's going to take time to build up any kind of an audience. I know there's not any. I haven't heard of any chats going on. I don't see any in my feed, so.
I had
the gun folks I'm following.
Last night. I had Dan the firearm guy on last night. Actually, before you jumped on, Kevin from the Tac Daddy showed up for about 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So, it's I was glad to have him on, even if it was 5 minutes. And the firearm guy, I don't know if you watched that chat, but him and I were talking for about a good 45 minutes before he had to jump off. So.
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of it and kind of forwarded through it just to see what you guys were talking about. So.
Yeah, past the part where I had no audio for the first 5 minutes for some reason. I don't know why, but now I know how to fiddle with it. But just like anything else, it's going to take time.
You saw how well I was doing getting my audio up and working, but
I'm surprised I'm here right now. I'm surprised I got all this right now. So
See, the problem with this mic is, see that lovely little red button right there?
Yeah.
When I plug it in, it stays off.
Hmm.
So I have to actually hit it to turn the mic on. So a lot of times I forget that, and then I'm sitting here talking, and it's like, you can't hear what I'm saying, can you?
No.
So,
My webcam comes in with the built-in microphone, but I had picked the headset up just to get a little more fancier with it. But I don't know how well it works, but I just got the headset just to because I see a lot of the guys who have the headsets.
My webcam mic is horrible.
Yeah,
I actually
that's what I figured.
I've never used my webcam's mic because it is just horrible. So,
It's about 40.
I'm using mine. How's it sound?
You sound good,
Sounds
Joe.
good.
I can hear you fine. I'm sure
I think
mine
it
would
might
have
be
been
because
fine.
I think it's because I have mine further back, so it really doesn't get my voice isn't really directed at it. It's
Right.
I think yours looks like it's a lot closer to you, Joel. Is it on your laptop itself, or is it a separate?
I'm actually on a desktop, but it's an iMac.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's why it works. My laptop, when I used to do this on the laptop, I've not been on a lot of chats, but I ended up having to buy me a headset. But I still use the microphone on the laptop, but I had to go in every time I went on a Hangout. I had to go in and physically change the mic setting every time.
Yeah.
I'm having to do this too with mine. I'm having to change the settings on this. That's why I didn't have audio yesterday, so I had to go through and kind of click on a few things. And I probably should write it down what I'm clicking on, but I get it going every time. But I don't know. I'm just gonna take a little bit of getting used to, I guess.
Well, you're coming through good.
Yeah. For your first couple of chats, Sean, you've done 10 times better than I know I did. Because I didn't have, a lot of us were just starting chats when I started. So not many of us really knew what to do. We didn't know that if you have a headset, it's going to get rid of the echoing.
Right.
If we just had no idea. We're like, why are we getting all this feedback? And it's like, oh yeah, we're all on laptops, and there's about that much space between the microphone and the speakers. So, whenever someone wants to join a chat, I always tell them you must have at least earbuds because we need to make sure that the speakers are not being used on your computer. So.
Well, you see all the guys who are on chats all the time. All the big channels. They all have these on. And I took note of that. And it's like, well, they got headsets on. And you see the guys who don't have headsets on, and they're the ones they start roboting almost. They almost sound like they're roboting over the. So that's why I just spent the money. Well, the headset was $29. The little webcam, it's just a small little webcam with the built-in mic. That was like $39 through Amazon. Shipped to my door, $68. That's all it cost me.
Awesome.
I mean, I would have done this a long time ago. I was like $68. I was just flipping through Amazon. I was like, I got to get something. I got to get on these live chats. I got to start a chat or do something. Just to make it more interesting. Than
sure.
I mean, making videos with my cell phone is getting old, but I definitely like to get a better camera, something where I can upload them on the computer faster because it takes forever to upload from my phone.
Yeah, mine won't even upload from my phone.
Yeah.
I have to actually connect my phone to USB and drag them off of the card.
This is my camera. This is the where all the magic comes up from. This is what makes my channel right here.
You're doing just fine.
Well, this is the headset
I used to use, and it works very well. But my problem is, of course, because I have glasses, having this thing on, pushes my ears down against my glasses. And when you're on chats for 2, 3, 4 hours sometimes, I just couldn't do this anymore. And so I started looking up external mics, and I heard about this one I have, and I heard a lot of good things about it. And so I spent money for it, but it's definitely worth it.
These are actually pretty comfortable. And I see some guys.
as far as cameras are concerned, I started out with basically, I went to Best Buy and got I won't say the lowest end, but because I did go with a Canon. No, I went with Sony.
Yeah.
It was a Sony Handycam. But I went with the lowest Sony Handycam, and that camera does a great job. The only negative I had with it at the time was there was no way to connect an external microphone.
Yeah.
Which wasn't an issue when I first got it, but it became an issue as I wanted to have better audio. So I went and got a Canon, whatever their version of the consumer hand cameras is. And then I found out that while it does have an external microphone, jack, the external microphone that I have is a piece of crap. So it's horrible sound anyway. So until I find a new mic, I actually just use a little handheld voice recorder that I will basically bring into my videos and hopefully get synced up right with the video. That's a lot of fun sometimes, but it works. But if you just want a basic camera, basically the next step above your cell phone, you can get those fairly cheap. Here, I'll just go on Best Buy and just see what we can find.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Amazon.
You find them on Amazon or eBay, of course, too. So.
Yeah, I liked Amazon. It shipped it quickly into my doorstep, and I don't think they even charged me much for shipping. So, what the hell? But
That's awesome.
this is my webcam right here that I'm using right here. It's the Logitech. Just a little small. I mean, that's about the size it is too. It's tiny. So I mean, it works.
Yeah, it's crazy. How small the cameras are nowadays.
Oh, I know, it's nuts.
And what they can do. I mean, I look at my GoPro, which is just the tiniest thing ever. I mean, the only reason it's as big as it is because it has to have room for the battery. You have to have battery in it. And, I mean, it is by no means going to do good in, dark, or it's not going to have the sharpest of pictures, but the whole point of those cameras is for action. So, and it does that very, very well.
One thing I'm finding out with this mic, it's very sensitive. Like when I flash the light on it, that was when I went blurry for some reason. As soon as when I put the book up close to it, then all of a sudden, everything got dark in here. So I'm finding out, how
I turned my autofocus off, so I can do this, and then when I let go, it's already focused because it doesn't do the autofocus anymore. Because I'd sit in a chat and that thing would be going. I'm like, really? I'm not moving, and yet it's trying to focus. And sorry about the lovely stream of light I've got
here.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm trying to get a better. I'm trying to get a better angle for my camera because I actually have two monitors now. So I'm gonna kind of move everything over here eventually. So everybody can quit looking at my closet.
Yeah, I was kind of doing a little camera work, with the angle of what people are going to see. I wanted, I got the American flag here. I wanted my gun cabinet. I wanted gun stuff to be in the background. It's
I had a request today from somebody, and she's like, "You need to do something different with your chat." I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" And she's like, "You need to put your green screen back there, and put an image on." I'm like, "Yeah, I can't do that because I'm not in the same room as my green screen is."
Yeah.
So, and I don't even know how to do that in Google. I don't know if you can do it in the Hangouts. There is, if I can get it brought up here, there is a kind of what they call these Google effects, and there's like about 4 or 5 just cheesy backgrounds. I'll bring one of them up.
I just saw that you have. Yep. You got.
Yeah.
There's so much you can do with all this stuff. It's just sky's the limit.
And you don't see them if they're actually doing anything or not. So.
Yeah, I don't even see the little app on the left with your lower third.
Oh, you don't have the Google toolbox or the Hangout toolbox?
Yeah, I get it right there.
Oh, well, you found them.
Yep.
But yeah, I've never used these because
Yeah.
it's
Okay. What do I click? Okay. Whoops.
Well, stuck on there now.
What do I?
at the very bottom of that screen that you opened. There's something there's a link that says remove all effects,
Okay. Yep. Right here. Yep.
and that should You may have to add. Well, you're on a. I don't know how it is in Safari, but
No,
I
I
assume
see
it's the same.
Actually, I'm
Okay.
on Chrome. Even though I'm on an iMac, I'm running Chrome.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
run
that's not a very good app.
I
You're
run
not a very
Safari.
good Apple user. You're just supposed to use Safari.
Why?
Real Apple users don't use any non-Apple products. Don't you know that?
Hey, I use what works. If
You're
Google
not.
Chrome,
You must not be a true Apple fanboy then.
well, I have an iPad, an iPhone, and an iMac. So, but I'm not I'm not an Apple fanboy.
iPad.
That's
See, but it's funny. I have Windows-based PC, I have an iPad, and I have an Android phone. So I'm crossing all of the genres.
Well, I sent you the message through my iPad that hey. When you
Yeah.
sent the Hangout link, which I might could have got on it with the iPad, but it's only a 16 gig, and it probably wouldn't have worked very well.
Yeah, I've never successfully gotten into a chat with my iPad. So
Yeah. It's kind of hard with the. I am forever trying to figure out how to get this thing off my face here.
well, the
Remove
angle
all
of it is going to be
Okay, I mean-
ridiculous.
Remove all effects. Okay. Okay. Thank God. I mean, okay, it was okay for about a minute. I was,
What box was you in to do that?
Google Effects. It's a little
yeah,
yellow
Google
folder.
effects on there. Yeah,
Oh, okay. And you just pick something and it automatically puts it over you?
yeah.
There's different effects you can pick.
Well, I'm not going to do that. So.
No,
Yeah,
you'll end up like me. Like,
Yeah,
I
don't
thought
mess around with stuff.
I would end up
I thought I was gonna have to shut the chat down for a minute there.
Not that bad.
So what kind of ammo do you carry, Joel, in your 40 caliber? For
well, right now I just basically have ball ammo.
Yeah.
So, you know, your standard full metal jacket, 180 grain, 165 grain. I don't have any, like, home defense ammo. Yeah.
You keep
I think
that for home defense or no? Or
Do what?
now do you keep that for home defense, or is that your nightstand gun, or you unload it and just lock it up?
It's kind of locked up. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really have one out all the time for home defense.
Right.
I do have a shotgun with some bird shot
That works.
I could use.
Yeah. At least you got something out, you know.
Yeah, and I do leave the 40 out every now and then, but it still has the ball ammo. I don't have any hollow points or anything like that. I need to pick up a box of that and load one of my magazines up so I can keep it out.
Yeah. I like the Hornady. This is I got the Hornady critical duty stuff. I like this stuff a lot, especially with the 9mm. It comes with 25 rounds, versus a lot of the other defensive ammo. It only comes with 20 rounds, but I like the extra 5 rounds that it comes with. I mean, with 40 and 45, you're only going to get 20, but I'm a huge fan of Hornady. Jen, what are you carrying? What kind of ammo are you carrying in your 9?
In my XDS, I'm carrying the Federal, whatever the blue box is. I can't think of it off the top of my head. No hollow points, 115 grain hollow points.
Yeah.
In my FNS, which I actually have upstairs next to my bed, I have I have critical duty, or critical defense, I mean, but I haven't shot it yet. So I really need to get a box of that shot through to make sure that it will feed properly. I know the Federal feeds through my XDS with no problem because I have fired a box of it. So, but yeah, I do need to check out. I've got like 3 boxes of the critical defense, so I need to. I need to get one of those shot to make sure it'll feed.
Yeah. Yeah, probably a good idea.
And I just stick with 115 grain, you know, because I don't see a need to go any higher.
No, actually, I've got the plus P's in mine. I mean, it's probably for the shield. It's probably a bit much, you know. I mean, it is a bit much shooting it, but I don't know. My thought is if I'm going to carry, you know, if I'm only going to have 8 rounds, I'm going to get the biggest rounds and put the biggest rounds on the gun. Not that it's going to matter in a real life situation. 115 grain will serve you just fine too. I probably should be carrying the 115 grains in there because the 115 grains Hornady critical defenses are more designed for the subcompacts, versus I believe this right here is more for the full size guns, you know. But, you know.
Well, I plan on running, so I won't be hopefully ever having to use any of it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, realistically, yeah.
I'll just take my bow off the wall above my bed and like shoot them with an arrow.
Yeah, that works too. I got one of those at home too.
Okay, hey Sean.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to move your camera. Let's see, your left to the right about a foot.
Okay.
Because there's a Glock box behind you.
Can you see it better now?
Yeah, well, I can see it perfect now.
I was doing a little prop work here, you know, before I started the chat here. I was like, okay, I got the Glock box back there. I got that.
I had to give one of the guys in the gun shop some crap today because the guy that's checking me out, I'm like, you got a Glock shirt on, you know, a little Glock authorized deal, and he starts laughing. I'm like, you don't know how I feel about Glocks, do you? He just starts laughing. So. Oh, I love it. It's so much fun.
Now, do you save your brass when you go to the range? I have a whole tub full of that stuff. I have several coffee cans just full of it. I was collecting it for a while because I didn't know if I was going to get into reloading, but I pretty much stopped collecting it now.
Yeah, I started at the internal range that I go to.
Yeah.
It's not always easy to get it because if there's other people there, I always feel kind of guilty if I'm like not shooting and maybe there's someone waiting. So if there's other people there, I tend not to worry about it. Out at the outdoor range I go, the gun club, you have to pick your brass up anyway. So I might as well. I'm picking it up. I might as well keep it. So I've probably got easily 500-600 rounds of 9, and then maybe 100. I've only shot about 100, 300 of 223, so I've probably got maybe 100, 120 of that. Honestly, I don't know if I'm ever going to reload. There is a good possibility that may be bagged up and taken down to TR Prepper.
Oh, really?
I might just give it to him. He reloads, so I may just give it to him. And you know, it's just because I honestly have way too many things in my head.
Yeah.
Other little projects I want to do, and reloading just does not seem to be one of them.
Yeah, I don't have the time for it either.
You know, I don't have. I mean, I just don't have the setup. I don't really want to shell out that kind of money for the equipment, and I'm not that. I know some people that they're relaxed by that. You know, it is relaxing to do that, but it's more. I would rather sit here and try to mess around with doing different video editing stuff. You know,
right?
Try to do, you know, have better videos, or to try to come up with different ideas for videos or that kind of stuff instead of sitting there for 2 or 3 hours reloading one box of ammo.
Yeah.
It's just, you know. So I'll keep saving it up. I have no problem saving the ammo. I've got, you know, some little plastic bins. I just throw it in the plastic bins. And if I know people that reload, you know, I'll give it to them because, you know, someone that reloads when they get free brass, it's pretty much like giving. I think it's pretty much like giving them gold, because.
Oh, pretty much, yeah. I mean, and plus people, either give it to them or people can buy it off you, or so. It's good to hold on to it, I mean.
I'm one of those people. I just give stuff to them. I mean, I'm not going to charge anybody for it, because in my opinion, it's worthless. I mean, to me, it's worthless. Yeah. So if someone else can use it, more power to them. So yeah, I said I'll probably take it down to TR, and he can work his magic with it. So. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the guys that reload, they reload bigger calibers, 44 Magnum, 10 millimeter. I mean, 9 millimeter. I would say 9 millimeter is cheap enough, but I mean it's not expensive like 10 millimeter 45 or some of the other bigger rifle calibers out there. So
well, and then of course you have those off calibers too, or not off, but just not the most common ones. Like for some of the revolvers or.
Oh yeah.
Or for rifles and that, and I understand that, and then I also understand, people tune their loads for, target shooting or competition shooting, and that makes complete sense too, and that's not something I think I could even grasp.
Yeah, I would have to shoot a lot more.
Pretty much what I can grasp. Pretty much what I can grasp is, a round goes in the chamber, I pull the trigger.
Does boom.
It slams into the primer, and bullet expelled out the barrel. That is pretty much the extent of the science I understand about a firearm. So, tuning a load and doing this, and if it doesn't have enough, gunpowder, then it won't fire properly. If you have too much, you blow up. I'm like.
Oh yeah, blow up in your face.
I figure the people at Winchester or Federal or Hornady, they know a lot more about ammo than I do.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let them.
That's pretty much where I am.
Yeah.
I don't need to blow my gun up. I don't need my gun to blow up in my face. So it's just for a little bit extra money, or I'm probably not really saving too much money if I went out and bought all the equipment, the powders, the primers, and plus my time, I work a lot, so I don't want to do that on my day off, especially summer now. I don't want to be, reloading ammo.
I mean, I guess if you were firing, 500, 600, 700 rounds a week, yeah, I could see.
Oh yeah.
It would be a viable option, but. At the rate I'm going now, I'm lucky to get out every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. So when I do, it's 150 rounds at the most.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just keep buying the ammo, stocking it up, and that way when I'm ready to go to a class or something, I've got a lot. So.
A couple boxes here and there. That way you got ammo at home. If you want to go shooting, you already got ammo. You don't have to stop by Walmart or your local gun shop to pick up ammo.
Well, what'll be nice too is, I mean, when I go to the indoor range, I always buy ammo there anyway.
Yeah.
Because one, it's supporting them, and the range I go to, the local range that has the current one, it's actually about 20 miles outside of town. They're good about not charging outrageous prices. The last time I was there, they had some deal going on. It was if you got 3 boxes of just Winchester. Or Federal 9, white box.
Yeah.
They were $10. I'm like, yeah, I'll take 3, even if I don't shoot them all. I'll take 3. But I went to a range last week, about an hour away. It's a new range. I wanted to give it a try, and I was not a big fan of it. Very nice facility. Staff was a little bit. Borderline condescending. I mean, I realize they don't know who I am, so I get it. But it just seemed like I wasn't getting a good vibe from them, and I had to actually qualify to use their range.
Is that right?
Yeah, basically what you had to do, whatever guns you were bringing, and I brought a handgun and a rifle. For the handgun, you had to shoot 5 shots into whatever the target was. It had to be on the target, 5 shots at 5 yards, and in the rifle, it had to be 5 and 15. And their purpose for that is so that you don't shoot their the target stands or the ceiling or the floor and blah blah blah, which
Hmm.
I get. Well, when I was standing there waiting to go in, one of the guys that works there again doesn't know who I am. He shows me this bracket that clearly has been shot.
Mhm.
So, and that they had banned 2 people from the range because they were shooting the roof, the ceiling.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm like, what? What the heck are these? I mean, what are these people doing? So, and you can't do rapid fire or even double tapping, which
That's,
is indoor ranges is not unusual, unfortunately.
yeah.
I didn't take my cameras because I didn't know how they were going to be about recording, so I didn't even bother. I was the only one there. But I ended up leaving after like 40 minutes because it was hot in there. I mean, they had the air for the ventilation going, but it was just hot. I mean, this was pretty much all I fired because I didn't even really get a chance to fire a handgun. But I did buy a box of crappy reloaded ammo for $24.
At least they let you fire the AR indoors.
Yeah,
Well, the rifle and pistol club that I'm a member to, there's all kinds of nice outside ranges, and I prefer shooting outside. But they do have a little indoor range where you can go there. You know, there's a key, there's a key card access to get in there, and you can go in there any hour of the day. You can go in there at 3 o'clock in the morning and go.
Oh,
So,
wow, okay.
You don't have to buy ammo there. There's nobody there, so which is nice.
Okay.
Like, like you were saying, there's holes in the roofs and all that. They have the spotlights right over above. They have to replace them all the time because people hit the lights. It's like, where the hell are they aiming?
I know, it's like, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, we're clear. And I'm thinking, it's like, okay, by default, I do this,
Right.
and I'll point it at you so you guys can, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I just don't understand what people, I don't know. And apparently these were guys, so it wasn't like it was, a guy brought his girlfriend who's never shot a gun before, and he gave her a, Smith & Wesson 500 to shoot, she, where he thought he was J.R. Dougal or something. So, but no, I'm a member of an outdoor gun club, which is, it's very basic. It's just the outdoor range. The only problem is it's like I got to drive, 30, 35 minutes to get there.
Oh, exactly.
But it is nice, I can definitely, do the outside stuff. But I do, the indoor range that they're building in town is going to be less than 10 minutes away.
Oh, wow.
So, and I've actually, again, it's the gun store that I go to. So I've already got pretty much all the rules down of what they can do. I can pretty much record at will, so which is awesome. There's no time limit, which I found completely unusual. I've paid my membership, which means I don't pay range fees, and I can be there all day if I want to be. It's freaking awesome.
Oh yeah,
So,
exactly.
I could see myself spending a good 4 or 5 hours there now. With doing the AR, doing some stuff with my with my handguns and that, and not having to worry about hurrying. I can set cameras up. I can maybe get some of that kind of cool. Well, I won't be able to do too much slow motion, but kind of get some cool camera angles instead of hurrying to get all the cameras on and hoping that it works. And
right.
Hopefully I'll be able to have some fun stuff like that. But and I can shoot everything I own there, so including the Mosin. So
trying to fiddle with this. I'm trying to see see if I can open up another page here to get the chat on, the YouTube chat on, so I can. I just looked at my cell phone. I see all the people that have been commenting, but on the YouTube app on my phone.
Okay. Resist the Tyranny is out there watching, and yes, he said, yeah, Jen loves Glocks. So
Jen loves Glocks, yeah.
Yeah, please, we're gonna strike that comment from the chat room. So he also said critical duty is 135 grain, which I believe is correct. I don't have critical duty. I have critical defense. So okay, I was making sure I was getting the right names. Matt knows more than I do, so I won't question his knowledge. I
He's
will
more
question his comment about me loving Glocks, though. That one I definitely
Right.
will.
He's more than welcome to jump on if he wants.
I'll send him the link out, and I'll put the link out on Facebook then.
Resist tyranny. Yeah, you're more of an expert at all this than I am, Jenna.
I posted it on your Facebook, Matt, if you want to hop in.
Nice.
A lot of times that's the way I'm doing them now. I'm just doing them through, if they're on my Facebook list, I'll just send them through Facebook because at least that way we know they get the link.
Oh, absolutely.
And yes, I am black and white. Sorry.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, messing around with it, I can change it back.
What do you hit? You're hitting the toolbar, the control room bar on the
No,
side?
this is actually on the side. It's one of those things that you kind of move your cursor around on the right side, and eventually you'll find it.
Okay.
I think by default it says original, and then if you click on that, it'll pop up with a bunch of different options. So I'll put warm back on.
Okay.
I also sent one to General Banter.
Oh yeah.
That he was out, but he said if we were still on when he got back in, and I didn't know how long we were going to be on, so I just said, well, if we're still here.
Whatever, I'll keep going. That doesn't matter.
I've been on a chat for 8 hours before, so.
Yeah, until people start dropping off. I'll keep going, until it's just me talking. And then after that, I'm gonna shut it down. I can only, put my gun up here. I'm like, oh, okay, yep. I can repeat myself again. Yeah, this is my new gun purchase. And blah 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 blah. I know you've done a few on your own, but I mean, I was kind of shooting from the hip, so.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do is you don't just everybody leaves and then you kind of hang out for a while. You make it appear like, okay, this is planned. Okay, we're all going to go now. And basically what you do is you just stop the live broadcast, and then whoever's still left in the chat room, you guys can you talk off air or whatever. So yeah, never leave yourself as the last one in the chat. That looks, then you just look sad.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want that, so so that's why it was nice because like earlier when I started, I was on my own for about a couple minutes. Then Tack Daddy jumped on. I was like, thank God, then after he jumped on, I was kind of going on my own. Then you jumped on. So we've been doing good for a while now. So.
Yeah, I there was one I set up, and I was hoping that people would show up.
This is my biggest chat yet. I got 3 people. I got 3 people on my panel here. This is good.
Yeah, like I said, I've done one. I did one that was intentionally just me talking. I just was kind of just blurting stuff out. I did not invite anybody. Then I did one where I started and I threw out a bunch of invites, just a few people that I could think of, and then I got where there were 8 or 9 people watching. I'm like, if somebody wants to join me, they can, and no one would. I'm like. Oh my God,
wonderful.
What's to talk about? So that one was a little rough, but yeah, it is what it is. So.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Hey Joel, did you watch last night? I didn't remember if I saw you in the chat room or not.
I did watch.
Okay,
it was interesting.
Thanks.
I think I made a couple comments.
Okay. I couldn't. Yeah, you did. That's right.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Yeah, I kind of just let them go on their own for a while because I kind of didn't have control of my own chat room last night.
Yeah, they kind of went a little wild. It was all good, though.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. She was a pretty cool guest.
Oh, apparently Matt's on it. Are you on another chat, Matt, or something? I don't think maybe his comment came in earlier or something. I don't know. We got these weird comments. So.
Well, I went over and looked at the YouTube portion, and I was afraid to refresh it because I think when I refresh it, what happens is the audio cuts on.
Yep, it does. So you got to be quick.
Yeah. I didn't want to get in trouble again, so.
Oh. Oops. Apparently I sent the wrong link.
I don't know how some people. I don't even know that now. I'm on the inbox. Some people, I think, do the split screen.
All right.
Yeah, apparently if you don't send someone the link to actually join the chat, that it's not possible for them to join the chat. So.
Oh, really? Do I have to send them?
No, I screwed up.
Oh, okay.
Apparently I'm new to this whole chat thing, so maybe I need to ask you for some help. You know what you're doing better than I do.
Yeah, apparently. I can see if I can.
Now I sent him the link this time, so.
Oh, okay.
And the chat room goes silent. I can't keep talking.
No, Joel. How many chats have you been on so far?
Oh, maybe just 10 or 12.
Oh wow. Okay.
I've never started one because I would be terrible at it.
I wasn't really gonna start one myself, but I was like, well, what the heck, might as well, and just kind of go from there,
Well, when I first got on them, I didn't understand like hovering the mouse and you could mute, do this and do that, and I was on a laptop and who was it? Golly. Some guy, I can't remember his name though. I got on one of his chats and he kind of walked me through it.
Oh, really?
That worked out good. And then I got on another one that Stone Guy was like hosting or whatever, and there was something I couldn't do. I was trying to get my mic right. I was like having feedback, and he got pissed off. He's like, "Well, we're just wasting time on this guy."
Oh, really? Yeah, I can picture him saying that.
Yeah.
So I just hung up. I just like, screw it, I'll hang up.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys, they know what they're doing. Well, they've been doing it for so long. Yeah, they tend to not want to, if you're going to come in, they want you to be ready to be in there. So, and I understand that.
That's what they always advertise. A lot of those guys will say, make sure you got a headset that works, a mic that works, etc.
Yeah.
So,
which
is understandable.
That's what I tell anybody new in my chat. I tell them you have to have a headset, or at a bare minimum, you need earbuds or headphones, so that you can, keep the sound and the feedback off. I would prefer a headset. I don't require a camera because I'm trying to get more women on that don't show their face. So right. I'm doing my best to try to tell people you do not need a camera. You just need to have some way to speak.
Right. Exactly.
All right, I remember now. The guy that helped me out on a chat, it was just me and him for a while. Some others jumped in. Was Rob, Bad Company 1911.
I don't know him.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Bad Company. His channel name's Bad Company 1911.
Mm.
And I think Georgia Fox is someone he's affiliated with.
Okay. I haven't seen him around for a while.
Yeah. And Jen's helped me out too. Jen's taught me a lot, so I'll give her credit. Yes.
If Jen helped with anything, all it did was just mess things up even more.
Oh, you did. You need to take.
There is one other chat going on right now, but it's been going on for a while, so.
Oh, really? Whose chat?
Not perfect one. He always has his. I've watched it a couple times, but yeah, That's the only one going on, so there's not a bunch of them that are out there, which is good. Which for Friday night's interesting. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually a chat. I mean, there could be chats going 24 hours a day. I mean, really.
Oh yeah.
So I mean.
Well, the one last night.
Yeah.
A Just an American. He went the full 8 hours.
Yeah. Did you watch I think it was G-Webs. He did the 6 years for he went off for 6 or 8 hours or something.
Yeah, I hopped on for I was on there maybe a half hour or so, just to congratulate him and just kind of
Nice.
to kind of get my name known over there a little bit because I joined their little gun channels thing, and it was funny when I had Erica on. After the show was over and after we were talking, Tack Daddy has his chat right after, so I went over and I got in there about 8:30, so halfway through, and I think it was Stone Guy who was like, "Did you hear Jennifer Young had Erica on?" Or no, it was his after chat. So Tack Daddy had his, and then Stone Guy does the after chat.
Okay.
And he goes, Did you hear that? And I was in there, but they don't monitor the YouTube comments very often, so I could comment all day and they wouldn't notice. So I'm sitting there commenting, and then all of a sudden I'm like, that's right, they don't pay attention to these. and so they're all asking, like, who's Jennifer Young? And I remember it was Edge, or one of them said, is that the one with the purple girl or whatever? And then G-Webs is like, well, Jennifer Young is the newest member of Gun Channel, or the Gun Channel. So and I was kind of like, yes, he recognized me. So, but that was kind of funny because those guys were talking about that, and then all of a sudden it was, I think Stone Guy didn't say anything for about a few seconds, and one of the guys was like, yeah, Stone Guy's went over and watched the chat now. They were all kind of, they were all, being guys. So, but it was kind of funny. So. I'm gonna talk to G-Webs about maybe listing my chat on that site. So that'd be kind of cool. And he said I forgot to send him a link last night when we were live. So
I just signed up for that the gunchannels.com. You pay $1 or whatever. I signed up for that.
Yeah, like 12. I gave him $12 a year. I'm like, that's nothing, And at first I wasn't sure about it because I'm like, oh, they're gonna end up going off of YouTube completely.
Yeah.
But that's not their plan. They just want to have the control themselves, and then they still stream out to YouTube. So that's cool. I still don't quite understand it. I've gotten invites to chats before, but it's like I don't jump in them because they usually have them. Theirs are usually after 9 o'clock. And
yeah.
I'm old and have to go to work early in the morning, so.
I know some of these guys, they'll be talking at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Hey, Matt.
Welcome, Matt. How you doing?
All right, guys. How you guys doing?
Not too bad. Yeah, I've watched a few of your chats.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That looks like the exact same picture of you on the one that Sean was showing the other day.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
chat's this?
Just playing with their guns.
Oh yeah.
Well, I had to reload it because I'm finished playing now.
Why was it unloaded?
Because I was showing them something.
Pointed at the camera so we could see her aim.
We were talking about idiots at the range that apparently shoot at ceilings.
Oh, I know.
So I was unloading it because I have to do the YouTube safety check. So.
Oh yeah, you gotta show everybody. When you do it. Okay, this is.
Hey, I don't want any more haters. Okay, I got enough of them.
I very rarely, when I do my videos, I very rarely, physically show people. I just say, okay, the gun safety check, it's good, And if I even mention it,
Well, I'm not like Matt. I'm not out to piss off an entire country.
My safety check consists of making sure my finger isn't on the trigger.
Yeah, pretty much, I think
I agree with that. It's like, all right, you're online. If you're pointing it at your webcam,
yeah.
who the hell are you going to shoot anyway? You're going to like destroy your computer or something. People get all butthurt about that. It's like,
Oh, I know.
I would actually shoot my neighbor's car if I shot at the camera. So because the driveways are right through this wall here, so yeah, I would. Yeah, that
Yeah.
wouldn't be good.
I would draw and point at the camera right now, but it's a Glock, and I don't want Jen to like freak out and say,
Oh yeah.
what that?
Hey, here we go. I'll put it up against the camera here, Jen. I'm just gonna do this the whole chat here. That way, just drive Jen nuts.
Here you go.
Oh, it's a good thing I lied. It's a good thing it's all in good humor.
Oh,
glad I
every
got
time every time I see somebody with a new video, it's like, I got a new gun today. And it's my first Glock. I'm like, yep, there's one more channel down out of my subscriber list. So
Jen, they have Gen 3 new police trade-ins for $379 online right now for Glock 19s.
that's fantastic. That means there's
Nice.
lots of people that can go out and buy cheap Glocks then.
Thought maybe you'd be interested.
You
Those
know,
police trade-ins are good deals.
I just don't have the money right now, or I would.
Well, they say once you get one Glock, you're gonna want more Glocks, right? I'm already starting to think. Well, this is my first Glock, so I'm already starting to think what my next Glock's gonna be. Maybe a 40 caliber, the Glock 22. They have the police trade-ins at my local gun shop for under $400. I might do that eventually.
I want the family of 9s. I want the 17. I carry the 19, and I'd like the 26.
Yeah. Now I have the Gen 3. I've heard good and bad things about the Gen 4s. Have you heard that anything? I've always heard get a Gen 3 versus the Gen 4 just because they had some of the Gen 4s had some issues.
I carry Gen 2.
Gen 2.
Because I believe that they're even better than the Gen 3s. Now, the Gen 3s are probably the most popular, and they work just fine. The Gen 4s, the early models of Gen 4s had some issues, but those issues have been worked out. But that's not to say there's not going to have more issues, because Glock just sold to Beretta. Gaston Glock is selling Glock to the owner of Beretta, and so we're going to have pre-Beretta and post-Beretta Glocks now. Oh, you're not leaving, Jen.
Yeah, I was just reading your comment on the side there.
No,
I tell you what.
I won't leave as long as there's not a comment about a pie being made.
It's not a gun chat unless there's Glocks in there. You know that, right? I feel like a real YouTube gun channel now that I have a Glock now. I have a Glock and I have an AR. Yeah, those are the the end all be all, isn't it?
Well, no. You need to have your AK, according to some people.
Oh yeah, AK. Yeah, I gotta get the AK next.
Got to get a couple of AKs.
Oh yeah, and a 1911.
And a couple of drums and
a mask.
All right, that killed the chat.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about Glocks, I suppose. There's AKs, there's ARs, there's Mosins.
Yeah, I've got one of those. Mine's a 1942. All I hate about the Mosins is just all the cosmoline that comes off it. So I've had it for over a year now, and I've cleaned it out, but it's still the cosmoline's still coming out.
I don't know what
out of the stock.
Yeah, right out of the stock there.
Yeah, I I had looked online for different ways to do it. I know a lot of people did you put it in a garbage bag and set it outside. That's not really easy to do in Illinois in January. So
Yeah.
I got an old cookie sheet. Took all the stock pieces, turned the oven on whatever the lowest setting I could get, popped it in the oven for about 10 minutes at a shot. And of course, because the stock's so darn big, the oven won't close anyway, so it's propped open. And then every 10 minutes, I take it out, wipe it down, flip it over, pop it back in. I did that for about 4 hours. And
Nice.
from what I can tell, it looks like all of it came out. So
Yeah. I've got a lot of mine out of the stock, but there's still. It's been a while since I fired it, but last time I fired it, it was still coming out. But I'll probably never get it all out of there. But
I've had 3 Mosins, and I cleaned them all 3 the same way. And by the way, mine's the one I currently have is a 1942 also.
oh, cool.
But I do all 3 of them the same way. I get as hot of water as I can get into my tub. About yay much. Just enough to submerge, the parts. Completely disassemble it, trigger and all. Soak it all in the tub until the water gets, down to lukewarm.
Yeah.
It's the hot water and Simple Green, and I soak it in that. Get it out. I then spray it with Simple Green. Take a tire brush, just a bristly brush. Scrub everything down. Clean out the bore and everything. Take a round brush, put it in the chamber on a drill, and really scrub out the chamber and dry it off, and then douche it in rim oil.
Nice. Yeah, I did. When I got mine, I think I cleaned out with hot water. I tried that. I think I tried just regular household cleaners, the orange spray stuff, cleaner stuff. I soaked the socks down with that, but I should have tried. If I get another one, I'll definitely try that Simple Green.
This works good too. Electric cleaner.
Oh yeah, I get a can of that myself.
Yep, that works good. That's what I clean my guns with. I picked this because it's polymer safe. It's safe for plastics, and so it won't damage the frame of the Glock. It won't damage the frame of the Sky. Any of the polymer pistols, and it also isn't so harsh that it damages finish.
Oh, okay.
Like bluing or the any of the different coatings.
Nice. That works. Yeah, I got a can of that. I'll have to try that. I've got the I use this regular, for like cleaning the when I go to the range, I carry I just spray the barrel down just with the PB blaster, or I've done with WD-40 just to get all the crap out of it. But when I take it home, I really give it a really good clean, but just to get all the garbage out of it first, it makes it a lot easier. So, I know they have all kinds of special cleaners at the gun shop, but I mean, just regular WD-40 or regular just PB blaster has been working fine for me. So.
Yeah.
Use whatever works for you,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not damaging the guns or nothing, so it's not damaging the finish. I mean, I know when I was in the Army, they would go, if you had used WD-40 on the M16, they would go nuts on you. Pretty much clean it with just oil and wet and rags. That was it. No hops number 9 or any of that stuff.
Oh, thank God you said it right.
What's that? Hops number 9?
Every time I hear someone say hoppies, I just cringe.
Hoppies, yeah.
I don't get it, but whatever.
Yeah, I've always looked for the I or the hyphen. Why are they saying hoppies?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much the phonetic sounding of it. I mean, with the E at the end.
Yeah, exactly. This stuff works pretty good, though. I mean, the oil isn't as good, though. The oil that they have is just not. It's not as good, but it's cheap enough.
I have Rem oil, and that's the only actual gun product I own.
Oh, really?
everything else I use is automotive based.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll show you what I use for mine here. This is what I use right here. The this power loop stuff.
Yeah.
I use this stuff from. This is what I blast the barrel down with my AR. I have a just like a Cool Whip container. I'll pull all the parts. I'll disassemble the bolt and all that, and soak it in that, and it's been working fine. Doesn't seem to be damaging nothing.
Yeah. If I can find it, I use axle grease basically on my AKs, and I can't find my. There it is. Doesn't have the label on it anymore, but this stuff is called Super Lube. It's an oil.
Okay.
You buy it at a auto parts store, and this is what I like oil the slides of the pistols with. And this stuff is like snot. I mean, it's a real high temperature. You know, it's got a high flash point, so there's like no problems with you know, overheating, and it lasts forever.
When you disassemble the gun, you'll still see that there's oil still on the slide and all that.
Yeah, it doesn't evaporate or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what the Hops number 9 does. Whenever I put oil on the frame, it evaporates after a while. I usually disassemble my carry gun every other week. If I'm not going to shoot it, I disassemble and I clean it up and I put fresh oil on it. But I'll have to try that better oil there. Maybe it'll.
Yeah, I got somewhere around here in one of these ammo cans behind me is my cleaning kits, but I got a big fat syringe that's full of grease that I use to oil the bolt carrier and all that for the AKs and nice. The bolt for the Mosin and all that.
Now the AKs, they don't have to be lubed up like the AR, right? You can pretty much run those dry.
Oh yeah.
If you had to, I mean, if you had to.
Yeah, they run just under just about any condition. I've had them packed full of mud and run.
Yeah.
You know, run them dry. Matter of fact, the GP75 sitting behind me probably has 3,000 or 4,000 rounds through it since last time I cleaned it, and it still runs like a top.
Oh wow. Now, do you reload? We were just talking about reloading earlier before you popped in. No.
No. I used to years ago. I did, but I've since sold all my reloading equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking earlier. You know, it's too time consuming, and I would have to shoot a lot more than what I already am to make it worth my while. I've got all the brass. I've been saving all my brass and all that, but you know, because at one point I was thinking about reloading, but then I just said, nah, I'm not gonna. It's not something I want to be doing on my day off. It is reloading the ammo. So.
Yep, it's just one of them things, man. I don't have the space for it. I don't have the time for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, whereabouts are you in the country?
I'm in Ohio, Northwest Ohio.
Okay, nice. Ohio's another gun-friendly state.
It's pretty free. It's it's one of the freer states.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It's not Illinois, it's not California, and it's not New Jersey. So.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I mean, when you compare those, I mean, there's.
Oh, I know. It's apples and oranges. I mean, big difference.
Yeah, Ohio doesn't have the stench of oppression. Yes, that's correct.
It doesn't. I mean, Illinois has a certain stink about it. You know, when you drive through it, there's like oppression in the air. It kind of sticks to you like humidity and sweat.
Actually, that's ADM.
I thought it was that Obama stench, Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the closer you get to Chicago, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's where it all originates. So.
Now in Ohio, you don't need to do you don't have to wait. You don't have to do the waiting period to get a gun. Here in Maine, you know, as long as you pass the background check, you know, you pay the money and all that. You know, fill out the 4473. The gun's yours. You know, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, they can make you wait up to I think 15 days or something, but I only know one person that's ever happened to.
Yeah.
But yeah, every gun I've ever bought from a dealership or from an FFL is I walk out with it.
Yeah.
After the background for those anti-gunners out there, I had to go through a background check, believe it or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Background
Did you really?
checks do happen in the United States.
Yeah, but
oh, I know.
they can't. It couldn't have happened because you walked out with a gun. See, I only walk out with a promise that I can come back and pick it up later.
Yeah.
The day I got my pistol permits last year, I went and bought it was the M&P 22 full-size pistol, 22 long rifle. I just got my pistol permits from the sheriff's department, went straight to the gun shop and bought it, and still had to go through another background check.
Really? I didn't think North Carolina was that bad.
Yeah, you have to have pistol permits. They put it on like some docket to try to repeal it, where you didn't have to have that, and then they decided to drop it last year because they just did do the concealed carry where you can go into a restaurant that had a bar.
Oh, okay.
You can still carry your concealed pistol in. So they passed that last year, but they dropped this. So hopefully this year we can get this thing dropped.
Yeah, we're allowed to carry in bars here, conceal or open. We can actually carry in schools openly if the school doesn't have the sign on the door.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
you cannot conceal carry though. Cannot ever conceal carry in a school. Unless you're law enforcement. But yeah, you're actually allowed to open carry in schools in Ohio as long as that sign isn't up.
Right.
That's
Well,
nice.
I think in North Carolina, I think open carry has less regulations against it than concealed carry, which makes no sense to me. Because you don't have to take a class to open carry. Like if you buy your pistol and you legally own it, you can open carry it as long as there's no signs. Like you say, like where you can't carry a gun, which that would be against concealed carry too, but it just seems like the laws are a little more relaxed on the open carry than concealed carry, which I don't understand.
Well, it's kind of backwards thinking in a way. In another way, it's not. If you think about it, if you're open carrying, they know you have it.
Right.
And that's why the regulations aren't as strict on open carry, because it's no secret who has a gun at that point. It's not somebody sneaking around with a concealed weapon. If you're open carrying, if you walk into a restaurant, if you're walking down the street or whatever, and you're open carrying, the cops know you have a gun, the citizens know you have a gun, the store owners know you have a gun, and all that. So there's no mystery there, and that's why there's less regulation on it. Concealed carry being something that is hiding it essentially. Not essentially. This is specifically hiding it. That's why they put the regulations on it.
I guess I didn't look at it like that, but
Yeah. I personally prefer concealed carry versus open carry. Maine is an open carry state, which is nice. So but I just prefer having it concealed. I don't need everybody knowing I have a gun on me.
I open carry. As a matter of fact, when Jen sent me the link for here, and I messaged her back and said, "You sent me the link to watch the video, not to join the hangout." And I ran down to the carryout real quick because I needed to get smokes.
Right.
And I was open carrying the whole time. And in the summer, I open carry quite often because I don't have an inside waistband holster.
Okay.
And I don't particularly care for inside the waistband, to be honest with you. Although I
Yeah.
did order one, and it should be here in a couple weeks, because I'm going to try it out this summer. But I'll tell you what, I'll bet you 90% of the people I run into don't even notice I'm carrying a gun when I'm open carrying, first of all. And second of all, I would say 8 or 9% of that last 10% are inquisitive. They ask, you know, I didn't know that was legal. Well, yeah, it's legal in Ohio, and I get to educate them on the open carry rules in Ohio and about guns in general.
Right.
So it actually works out very nicely because, like I said, the vast majority of the people don't even realize I'm carrying.
No,
I'm not
nobody-
carrying a bazooka or nothing. You know, I'm just carrying my pistol.
Yeah, exactly. Well, people aren't looking at you that closely, you know. When I first started concealed carrying, I was doing what everybody else does, is looking in the mirror, you know, can they see it, you know, can they see it from this angle? If I bend over this way in the grocery store, are they going to see the grip of my gun? But, you know, after the first couple weeks, that went away, and I've been concealed carrying for over a year now. I don't even care, you know. I mean, I've had a couple of times get out of my car where the gun was, you know, my shirt was over the gun, you know, and not a big deal. People aren't watching me that closely.
No, and Maine's a pretty free state.
Yeah, it is. Thank God. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it stays that way. So New Hampshire is even freer. New Hampshire even has better gun laws than
But-
Maine.
Isn't Vermont constitutional carry, aren't they?
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's only two states, Vermont and Arizona, I think, right? Are the only two states?
I believe so. Yeah.
And my belief is it should be, if you're a lawful gun owner, it should be constitutional carry. There shouldn't be no, it ought to be across the board, constitutional carry.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean,
I agree.
So,
I actually
that's
made
just crazy talk.
I actually made a video about that somebody was cheering that they had some new regulation in their state. I think it was here in Ohio, actually, that something changed. No, I think I made a video when North Carolina changed to where you could where you could carry in a bar, and I said that's great, and I think that's awesome, but we need to stop cheering regulation
yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely.
and start fighting for constitutional carry everywhere.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got to get some of these gun states to start, you know, coming over to, you know, more for like Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, which some of those states will probably never, but, you know, baby steps. I mean, look at Illinois. Illinois's got concealed carry now. I mean, it didn't take Jen very long to get her permit. So I mean, it's just
Illinois only has it because the Supreme Court told them to.
yeah, I mean,
That's the reason we have it.
I definitely feel like we're winning the fight little by little, but it's going to take time, you know. At least, I mean, more people are gun owners now. More people are carrying guns now legally, you know. So I mean, we're not I don't really feel that we're, you know, the gun owners are a minority. Really, I really don't. You know, I mean, there's so many people that have guns, and you know. Unfortunately, a lot of these people who are gun owners aren't members of the NRA, which they really need to, you know, step up to the plate and be, you know, join the NRA or any of these other organizations out there, Gun Owners of America. And so,
I like Gun Owners of America. Not a
Yeah.
big fan of the NRA, but
yeah.
to each their own. I look at NRA kind of like that dad that never came home for Christmas but kept saying he was going to.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
he makes all these promises and talks a big game until Christmas time comes. You wake up and he's not home.
Right. I'm a member of both. I'm a member of, right after Sandy Hook, I went ahead and I joined the NRA. I joined the Gun Owners of America right after that. So.
The only reason I joined the NRA is because I got a little ad on my screen one day that said, join the NRA and get this free range bag that says NRA across it. I thought, well, that's cool. I'll pay the $50. I think it's 50 or 55, but I'll pay the $50 for the first year and get that free range bag.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
They never sent it to me.
No.
Oh, bastards.
I get a flood of mail from them. I get emails from them all the time. They flood my email box up, my mailbox full of, you know, all kinds of stuff. You know, they're trying to, you know, sell me that life insurance now. I don't know if you get that in the mail, the NRA life insurance and all that. So
No, I might when I see it. I also get flooded with NRA mail, and
yeah.
it all. I don't even open it. It all goes in it all goes in the trash.
I do the same thing. Unfortunately, I do the same thing. Unless they're sending me more stickers or stuff like that, it's like I already paid my membership fee. You know, and all they really need is numbers, anyways. You know, but just you know, you gotta send us, you know, more money. We got this going on here. We got this going on. You know, send us money. Send us money. It's like,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I get flooded too. NRA, the Second Amendment Foundation, Gun Owners of America, my Facebook, my emails. It's constant something.
Oh, I know it. I'll look at my email box and I'll have like, if I don't check my emails for a day, it'll be like flooded. I'll have like 20 some odd emails, and it's all from all these organizations, you know.
I've got like 4 emails on my iPhone. You know, I got my Yahoo, my Gmail for YouTube, my Gmail for work,
Yeah.
and I think iCloud, and it's just like I'm constantly just like Marcus Red, Marcus Red.
Yeah, man. I got like 4 different email addresses, and my phone is going nuts constantly with notification. Then you throw G Plus and YouTube on top of that. Notification.
God.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
I know it.
And then Facebook on top of that. It's a surprise on my I'm
Oh,
surprised
yeah.
my battery on my phone doesn't explode.
Especially with Facebook, if you comment on someone else's comments or whatever, it's like, you know, if other people start commenting or liking it, you start getting them too. You know, such and such commented on such and such, you know, thing. You know, it's like crap. You know, enough already. So. So anybody got any new gun purchases down the line, or any?
I'm not. I'm broke. I'm saving
You're
up
broke.
for a move. I'm saving up for a move.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where you're going?
Looks like I'm probably moving to Arizona.
Yeah, I was gonna
Nice.
say, are you going where there's less humidity?
I'm going where there's less humidity.
Arizona's a beautiful state.
Yep.
You could care less about Arizona.
Now, do you know G-Webs at all, or do you get on chats with G-Webs there, Matt?
No.
No, yeah.
No. Majority of those guys don't like me very much.
That's a different community.
They really are. I mean, I like their channels, but they're definitely in their own, you know, kind of a clique there, you know. But nevertheless,
I'm not saying nothing bad about them, you know. I'm not like talking shit about them or nothing. Just
yeah.
You know. I mean, I'm buddies with Tack Daddy, and I've talked to Stone Guy quite a few times, but yeah, the majority of those guys don't really like me much.
Yeah. Yeah, Tack Daddy jumped in. He was the first person to jump on my chat when I started up at 7 o'clock. He was on for a little while. He seems like a pretty good guy. That's one thing I'm noticing. You know, a lot of these people, now that I've been talking to everyone on the chats here, they're exactly the way they are when you're watching them on the channels. They're exactly the way they are, you know, and when you start talking to them on the live chat. You know, like Dan the firearm guy. You know, him and I started talking last night, and he acts just like he does on his videos when you're talking to him. You know, he's exactly what I thought he would be when I started talking to him. So, you know.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about these chats. You know, I mean, I just got back from Arizona. I went to vacation there.
Yeah.
Saw 2 people there that I had met online on these sort of things. A month before that, I was down in Missouri at a shoot. And
Nice.
there was 15 guys there, and we all met through G Plus and talked in chats like this and all that. And from sitting here like we are to sitting around the campfire, nothing changed. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool about it, though.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
You don't see these people that are acting fake. I mean, yeah, there's some out there, sure, but I think those that interact with other people regularly, if that stuff's going to come out. I mean, I've been online for 20 plus years, and that stuff comes out
Oh, absolutely.
pretty quick. If people are faking. So.
I mean, pretty much when I started my channel, I was like, I'm not going to act like someone else. I'm not. I'm going to be myself, and if people like me, they don't. They do, they don't, and so it seems to be working.
I'm still waiting for people to like me.
Oh, we all like
come on,
you,
Jen.
Jen.
Yeah. I stalk you on Facebook every night.
Yeah, I know you
Yeah.
do.
I know. I saw you post that on Facebook. I'm going to bed now. All my stalkers can stalk me while I'm sleeping.
And I told her, I said, well, I'll stalk you.
Between you and Joe Profit, you two are like big Facebook stalkers, man.
Yeah, I see Joe Profit on there. Now, does he have a channel, or
He does, yeah.
what channel is he? I see him posting stuff. I just can't put the name with the channel though.
Joe Profit.
Oh, it's Joe Profit. Okay, all right. That's his name.
Yeah, just his
Okay.
name, just like mine, just his name.
Oh, okay.
So.
So he's
He doesn't
like,
post a lot of videos.
we just,
Yeah.
When I
He just
first
more interacts with people, so.
Yeah.
when I first started my YouTube channel, I would have come up with a cool name if I'd known I was going to actually talk to people. But I used my own name. And I
And that's the
tried
thing
to
that's. Go ahead.
What? No, go ahead. What did you say?
I was just saying that's the thing with YouTube. Once you pick your channel name, you got to stick with it, or else you got to shut your channel down and start up again. And that was what I ran into when I first started the channel. I wasn't doing it on I was doing everything all on my phone, and I think it was Sean Finn 90 or whatever. That was my YouTube account at the time, and I was still very new to it. I didn't know what I was doing, so I think I had like 30 subscribers, and I had a bunch of videos up, and I had to shut that channel down. I had to start up with this one, but so far it's been working pretty good. I'm happy with the name, so I'm gonna have to be happy with it, because I'm not about ready to change the name and have to shut the channel down and start over again.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'm glad your name, Mr. S Finn 9mm. I'm glad you made the S uppercase.
I've heard that, yeah, Mrs. Esfin. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine say, "Are you sure about that?" I'm like, well, they see it's capital letter.
Yeah, it almost looks like Mrs. Finn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to look at it twice. I'm like, let me look at that again. Okay, I see what he's doing.
I had wanted it just to be Esfin 9mm, but then I ended up just clicking on that, and I just went with that. But it's kind of tough picking a channel name, so I went with that. So.
Mine was easy. I had the website before I had the channel, so
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's just that just kind of fell into place.
And Jen, you just picked your full name too.
Well, no, not by default.
No, you just.
Because the channel URL is Jennifer in Illinois.
Oh, okay.
And that's what it was until, because I had that for 2 or 3 years. I don't even remember when it got started.
Yeah.
Because it was, I watched a video and wanted to post a comment or something, and I, clicked a bunch of buttons, and voila, I had a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then when the whole Google Plus integration took place, it just sort of changed the name to Jennifer Young, and I'm like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I've thought about creating a new channel and moving over to it completely, but yeah, I don't want to have to start over. I mean,
Oh, I know.
it's just a pain in the butt. So
Hopefully,
I'm
we'll
just
keep
gonna
our
stick with
fingers crossed that they don't do any more changes anymore with the whole YouTube thing. I know the last one was pretty huge, and hopefully they just kind of leave it alone. Hopefully, Google's happy with the way everything is, and they don't want to start fiddling with this. It's just.
Google's
Well,
motto. Google's
Well,
motto.
here's some-
If it ain't broke, fix it.
Oh, I know.
Here's something you guys gotta. I mean, everybody's got to understand this. It's a free service. They have no they can do whatever they want on their system and make changes and not notify us because we're not paying anything for it.
I hear you used to be able to make money at doing YouTube, but now they pretty much done away with that.
No, you still can.
Oh, you still can, yeah.
Yep, that's. I mean, I do it.
Yeah. Is it the ads and before your videos? Is that what makes the money?
Yeah, you just sign up to Google AdSense and you allow them to show an ad at the beginning of your video, and then so many views will get you X amount of cents. And mind you, I say cents.
Yeah.
And then if somebody actually clicks on the ad, then that's a different amount.
Oh, okay. So it's a very small check, but it's something, basically. I'd imagine some of like the big channels, they probably don't anymore, but they probably made some pretty good money, like TikTok 45 and all those guys like that.
FPS Russia, those guys get thousands of views, and they got millions of subscribers. Those guys make bank on YouTube.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah, I don't know how many subs you have, Matt. I know most of us under 1,000, we probably wouldn't get, hardly anything. Maybe enough to buy a pizza. Maybe, I don't know.
Matt's a huge channel.
Shut up.
I was wondering how long it was going to take.
Matt's made enough on YouTube. He's moving to Arizona.
Yeah.
YouTube is not what's moving me to Arizona.
we know what's moving you to Arizona.
Yes, we do.
Does it have to do with the woman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just got over two relationships back to back. I'm kind of done with the women for a little while.
Well, Arizona is one of the states that's been on my top of my list that I would move to anyway.
Yeah.
And now I have another reason to go.
Oh yeah. You got the weather's definitely right. You don't have to shovel snow anymore.
Yeah. I don't have to deal with 86% humidity like we had this morning.
Yeah.
It's bad here in North Carolina right now too.
Yeah, we got it too.
Terrible.
Love that humidity. Ugh.
I mean, Arizona's gets hot, but I mean, it's a dry heat, and it is a big difference. It really is. I lived out in California for a couple of years, and you'd be sitting outside and be 95 degrees, and you don't even realize it. Being from back east, 95 degrees, you'd be dying. Rigging your shirt out, full of sweat, but it felt hot. But you looked at the thermometer, I was like, wow, it's 95 degrees.
Yeah, I'd tell this, I've been, because there's still people asking me how my trip was, and I tell them, it was 107 degrees one day. I had a pair of camouflage BDUs, a t-shirt, and an overshirt on, like a short sleeve Dickies type work shirt, and boots, hiking through the Saguaro Desert.
Yeah.
Bottle of water, I was fine. Not one problem. I come back to Ohio on Saturday. On Sunday, I'm sitting on my folks' back porch. It's 85 degrees here, and I'm roasting. And I had shorts. I had shorts and a t-shirt on.
I remember the first day, like a week ago, the first time it hit 80 degrees here, everyone was like, "Oh my God!" Ugh. It's like it wasn't very long ago. We were in the single digits, so I mean, I'm not trying to complain about it,
I'm not. I will not complain this summer
after this winter.
Fucking winter.
Yeah, you guys had just as bad of a winter as we did up here. I mean, Ohio the same way. We all did. Everywhere got hammered this winter. You probably got some snow down in North Carolina, didn't you, Joel?
Oh yeah, we did.
I think the only place that didn't get hit was the West.
Oh yeah. I didn't think it was ever going to go away. I'm just.
Yeah, it got down to, for 2 days here during one of those big cold snaps, it got down to, with the wind chill, negative 47 degrees.
Oh yeah, that's brutal.
That's inhuman. I mean, I don't know. I was down in Arizona and I was asking somebody what the cold weather was like there. Oh, it gets down to 40 here here around Tucson, and I was like,
Above.
it was 100 degrees colder where I'm from just a couple months ago.
That's funny.
It's like something you can't even some people can't even fathom, and you know.
Oh, I know.
I mean, when you could get frostbite just looking out your window, that's cold.
Yeah. Yeah. After this one, I work outside a lot too, so it's just ugh. This is the first winter where I was literally bundled up. I wore long johns every single day this winter. Very rarely if I had long johns on, but I needed it this winter. So.
Looked like we had I don't know if you guys know this person, but it looked like we had an anti-gunner out in the crowd there for a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I checked the chat out on my phone, and I could see somebody gave a thumbs down, which, you know, I don't let the thumbs down bother me at all.
Means you're doing good.
Yeah, exactly.
Another gun chat. You guys are totally unsafe. Look at that! Wow, a machine gun.
Really?
Okay, well, yeah, he definitely has no clue what he's talking about.
Machine gun. Wow, there's no machine guns here.
Well, I hope he's still watching. So here.
Hey, yeah, keep watching. Keep making negative comments. It'll help, you know.
Here, I'll point at the camera for him so you can see what's going on.
There you go.
And by the way, doofus, it's not even loaded. So.
Yeah, not loaded.
Mine is.
Yeah.
I'll be the token guy to piss off the anti-gunner. Mine's loaded and chambered.
Yeah. Pulling the trigger.
Oh, he's Texas Outlaws out there. Hey, how's it going? I see he.
Some people just need to get off their high horse.
Yeah. You got quite a few trolls there, Matt, on your channel.
Ugh.
Anti-gunners going nuts.
Well, that one was somewhat literal
I'm
troll.
subscribed to you. I'm gonna have to start checking out your channel more now. I think I know I'm subbed to you.
It's the vast majority of it's politics.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of your chats in the past.
Yeah.
Check out his video where he attacks Canadian cops. That one you'll get a good kick out of that because he pissed off an entire country with that one video.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of sadness.
That many people there.
You heard about the 3 cops that got killed in Canada by that Justin Bork.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really feeling sad for him because I was too busy feeling sad for the people that cops beat and kill every day. And that apparently pissed off an entire country.
Wow. That's something else.
But yeah, but in the summertime I do a lot of shooting videos, do a lot of gun videos and shooting videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to start doing some more shooting videos here in the future. It's kind of hard holding the camera and holding the gun. You know, I got to get something on a tripod or something better. Or if I go shooting with my friends, you know, they'll film it while we do some shooting. I'll film them shooting, vice versa. But
you get you a GoPro attached to your guns. Get you a mount.
Exactly. Or get something from, you know, put a camera on my head or something. I don't know.
Hey, Matt, is Silver gonna get the rest of the footage from Missouri?
Yeah, there you go, Joel. That's
GoPro.
Nice.
GoPro. And you
What are those
get
numbers?
this one here was like, this is just the White Hero 3. It's like $200.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, it does good. And I bought a Samsung camcorder. And I'll use it too, and it does good. I don't play with the settings too much. I just kind of run them.
I don't either.
I use this.
Nice. I like that one.
Yeah, and like when I gotta get
right.
behind me like an over-the-shoulder type, I just set up my tripods. I got a couple tripods, and I just set it up and set it back here.
Yeah.
I gotta do multiple camera angles with my next shooting video I gotta do because I gotta test out this plate carrier.
Okay.
for Scorpius Tactical sent me that, and I got to test that out for them and make a video. So I'm probably going to use this for the shots on me, and then use this for the shots downrange at the target or in front of or behind the target.
Nice.
And then I just got an iPhone also that I'm going to shoot. I'm little spoiler alert. It's how to make a good shooting video with your iPhone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Set it down 25 yards and shoot it.
Yeah.
I love my iPhone. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Look, here's the
Yeah.
cool.
This is my
cool-
camera.
Here's the
Yeah, I'm
cool-
gonna have to check out those cameras, either the GoPro or what Matt has. Now that I got the webcam and the headset, I gotta start getting a little more high tech here with this YouTube thing.
Well, here's the cool thing about the GoPro. On this one right now, the case it's in, I've got the solid back,
Yeah.
so it still picks up audio. And I've got
Okay.
a video up on my channel where I give it to my daughter and had it running, took it to the pool at the condo, and you can go underwater. It's submerged
Nice.
underwater and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like it's waterproof there. It looks like it's
This case is. Now, it
water
comes
resistant.
back. You can change this back out to where it has like 2 openings in it to where you pick up better audio.
Oh, okay.
It will still pick up audio through this. It might be a little bit muffled,
Yep.
but if you wasn't having it like where it's going to be underwater, you put the other back on it and you pick up sounds just like any other camera.
Nice.
Order. So for the money, I mean, they're pretty cool for the money. The things you can do, the mounts you can get. I mean, you can put mounts on them on your vehicle, have them outside your vehicle where you're just like running and filming everything. I mean, they're just neat. It's just another tool to play with.
Yep.
But
Urban Armed did a, I think that's his channel. I always get his channel confused with another one, but I think that's his. He's got where he's got one outside attached to his Audi, and so he's driving, and you get that kind of low angle of seeing the front wheel, which was kind of cool. Of course, I had to make fun of him. It's like, you can't be dragging cameraman behind your car going down the highway. But yeah, you can get mounts. I've got one that I could put on my AR. I've got one it's a suction cup that I have mounted in my car on the window on the inside. I use it on the inside. I've got the head mount. I've got the chest mount. You can get tripod mounts. Basically, if you want to put that camera on anything, there's a mount for it. So.
Well, the AR one doesn't surprise me because I mean, when the gun doesn't work, at least you can bolt pretty stuff to it.
my AR works all the time.
Can we Sean, can you kick Matt out of the chat, please? I'm offended by what he has just said.
I missed that a few minutes there. I had to go.
Oh, imagine that!
I had to go check on my dog.
Yeah, imagine that.
Here's what I'll say about the GoPro though. It has a wide-angle lens on it, so it picks up everything. I mean, it's like wide. It will pick up a wide angle.
Yeah.
Everything around you, which is cool.
Mm.
For the money, you can't beat them for the money, really. I mean, there's other good cameras out there. I have a Samsung camcorder I use too. It does a good job. It was like $140 though, so it's only like $60 cheaper than the GoPro.
Mm.
But it does different things.
It's like anything else. You get what you pay for,
Yeah.
the thing with the GoPro, and I will say this is the only negative about it. Well, I could say there's two negatives. One, it's like crack, and you're just going to keep spending money on it. Because you are going to get all these different mounts. But the only real negative I have with it is a battery hog. So if you do buy one, buy batteries. Buy a lot of them. Buy the extra battery back, which actually makes the camera thicker, but they actually give you the thicker case for it, which is actually very cool. Both the open and the waterproof one. So, but I've got 4 batteries plus that extra battery backpack, they call it.
I got a
especially
question.
if you turn the Wi-Fi on, because if you turn the Wi-Fi on, you can actually use your phone or an iPad to run it. If you turn the Wi-Fi on, you will drain the battery about 3 times faster than without.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah.
so what you got to do is basically get it set up real quick so you got the right angle, and then turn that Wi-Fi off.
I got a question about the GoPro. Now, John T-Hawk, who was down in Missouri with us, he had his GoPro there, and he would load things up into his computer at night, and we'd look at some of the video and all that. And everything he shot seemed to be fisheyed around on the edge. Does that happen with
wide
all
angle.
GoPros?
That's the way the wide angle is. If you just set it with the defaults, that's what Joel was talking about. You get that wide angle, you're getting almost I would say like easily a good 180 plus, almost.
No,
It's
Field
like-
of view.
no. I mean, when I say fisheyed, I mean it looked like the picture was rounded, like
It is.
like the edge of it was curled,
Yep.
distortedly curled.
It is. That's the way the widescreen is. If you do narrow, then you're getting more of a standard view, but you're also only kind of getting what's in front of you.
Yeah, you can go in and change that setting.
Yeah, it defaults to that wide, which can be a little bit unnerving and a little bit weird on the edges, because it does have that curled up look.
And the other thing is on the GoPro, if you don't buy that $80 back like Jen's talking about, you really don't know what it's looking at. So you have to play with it when you have I've got like a headband when I go do my 3-gun shooting where it's on my head.
Yeah.
But I've figured out the angle it needs to be at, so it's like the guns and whatever and shooting, because you don't know what it's aiming at. So that's another little negative about it. You have to play with it to learn it some.
Yeah.
It's not a point and shoot because you don't know what it's looking at. But once you get that figured out, it's not really that bad.
Yeah, it's meant for, those things were originally designed for those action sports, extreme sports kind of things, because that way they could get, these guys could put it on their bikes or they could have it on their head while they're skateboarding or whatever, and they could just get these crazy videos. It's not necessarily how good the video is, it's the fact they can actually get video. So, but it does good quality for what it is. I mean, it is a very small camera. It's just crazy, what it actually can do.
I'm looking through some of Resist Tyranny's videos right here. He's got some pretty good videos up here.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check this one out. The government arresting patriots for anti-Obama social media posts.
Well, they're going to come after you now because you mentioned that. So
Yeah, probably all of them.
Oh yeah. By the way, since you're doing chats, you do realize you're on the list now.
Oh, am I on the anti-gunners list now? They're gonna come for me.
Well, you're on the NSA list, definitely.
NSA list, yeah. I'm showing, yeah.
And you've got Matt in the chat.
I'm showing my machine gun.
Yeah, you got your machine gun there.
Yeah.
And you're smoking, so
Yeah.
Yep. And you got a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the definition: alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah. ATF's knocking on my door.
It should be a store, right?
it should be a convenience store. I want a 6-pack, block, and a pack of small dogs.
One of the things I just happened to think of this when you picked up your AR, talking about machine gun.
Yeah.
All right.
You go to the 1940, you go to the 1942 Mosin a gun,
Yeah.
and I look at the anti-gunners who are so against these dangerous ARs, and I think, a president has never been assassinated with a semi-automatic weapon.
Oh my
true.
God.
No, they haven't. Nope.
That's true.
Now your channel's really on alert.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have
they've
with
been
a-
shot with
a bolt action
and revolvers.
and revolvers, but never an AR or a semi-automatic pistol. And
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, they're so
But they're not
dangerous.
scary.
They're so dangerous. They're the choice weapon of assassins.
Yep.
I mean,
That's true.
really, there's only been a handful of shootings with ARs. I mean, really, I mean,
Less than 3% of all gun murders happen with any rifle,
yeah,
much less an AR or an AK. So we're talking bolt actions, 22s, 308s, Mosins, ARs, AK. I mean, the gamut. And so if less than 3% happen with any rifle, you can just imagine the percentage with ARs.
yeah.
It's such a negligible number. It's not even worth mentioning.
Well, I did a few weeks ago. One of my news stories was on the moronic Chicago politicians, Emanuel, of course, trying to put through, banning assault rifles in Chicago because they commit crime. And so I went and found a report that was made by created by the Chicago Police Department for 2011. And I won't have exact numbers, but I'll say there were approximately 440 some murders in 2011 in the city of Chicago. 330 plus of them were committed with a handgun of some sort. 13, I think, 17 were committed with a knife. 13 of them were committed by fist. One murder was committed with, as Matt was saying, a rifle, which
Yeah.
could easily have been a 22, and they're worrying about a statistical insignificance, but it's all about appearance,
Oh yeah, exactly.
And we also have to remember that until last year, until December basically, handguns were banned in Chicago. So how did all those people get murdered with those handguns? Because there weren't any guns in Chicago, I thought.
You mean to tell me gun laws don't stop criminals? Is that what you're saying?
I never said that. I've never said that.
No, don't you know when you make a law, all criminals abide by it?
I have to-
My understanding was criminals, that's what they are, is they don't follow laws.
I have to
Oh.
laugh at these signs.
But if we keep adding them, eventually they'll follow them, right? If we just keep stacking them on top of each other.
So, I know once you see one Mosin, you see them all, but this is mine right here.
Nice. You can't see enough Mosins. You really can't.
Oh, I know. I love this rifle. I mean, this is my favorite rifle. $115 I paid for this thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
One thing I had.
They're not near the mule that people claim they are.
No, just you gotta love the bolt on. I mean, it's just such a significant. It's amazing how the soldiers back then, the Russian soldiers. This is their battle rifle. I mean, talk about tough. I mean, to lug this sucker around all day long. I mean, and the fire and if I rip through a box of 20 shells in this and at one session of the range, my shoulder's killing me. But they went through tons of rounds. They had to survive. I mean, talk about being tough. So.
It beat me up for the 3 rounds I put through it.
Oh, I know. I like to get the carbine one, the M44, I think it is.
M44. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the M44 and M38. Those are both carbines.
Yeah, those are hard to find.
Yeah, I've got my one Mosin. I don't need to have a gun crazy collection.
Yeah,
7 or 11 of them, or how many he has.
he's got a ton of them. I know. I've thought about picking up another one, just because of the price, but I don't know. I mean, it'll just sit in the gun cabinet. It's just that it's so hard to clean. All I have is the Milsurp ammo, and I'm cleaning it for days after I shoot it.
Really?
Well, I mean,
Oh, here
every
we go.
time I run the patch to it, it just still keeps coming out. It just
All you got to do, all you got to do with that Milsurp ammo, that corrosive ammo, works every time. Take a cup of water, just a cup.
Yeah.
Of hot tap water. Take your bolt out and just pour it right down the chamber until the cup's empty. It's clean.
Oh, really? That's all you got to do?
That's all you got to do, and then dry it out.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to get it where I keep running the patch down it where just like after I clean the AR, I want the patch to come out completely, clean, and it still comes out a little bit dirty. But that's all you really need to do is just run water down it, and it's good to go.
You clean the bolt face and firing pin because the primer's corrosive, and then just dump water down. I don't use a cup. I mean, I have, like when I was down in Missouri shooting, I used a cup, but normally I just put the muzzle in my sink, and take the sprayer and just put the sprayer in the chamber, and just spray it out for 30 seconds, 50 seconds, a minute, and then take my rod and dry it out, and that's it. I've never had a corrosion problem. I never had a corrosion problem. Never had an issue. I mean, you can scrub and scrub and scrub and get every little piece of carbon and black soot out of it, but you really don't need to.
Yeah. So you do that, and it's good to go.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because I've taken this stuff right here and I blasted the barrel down completely. I probably used a half a can one time, and it's maybe I'm going overboard, but it's still the patches are still coming out dirty. It's an older rifle. I mean, they're not gonna come out crystal clean, like my AR is. So.
You need to clean an AR. I mean, and all joking aside, ARs need to be cleaned. I mean, that's how they're built. That is honestly one of the downsides to it is you really got to clean and maintain an AR for it to function properly all the time. And I know ARs work, and I joke about them and all that, but in all seriousness, I mean, they're not like an AK or any other commie weapon for that fact. That's just how they're built. You got to keep them clean. Matter of fact, of the 5 or 6 ARs that were at the shoot in Missouri, only one of them functioned right the entire week.
Really?
The rest of them had failures at least once a day.
Huh.
But that guy, the one guy who's I mean, that thing's got to be a $2,200 AR. He's got the best parts possible in it. He's meticulous about cleaning it and everything.
Yeah. I mean, the AKs, that they can take a beating. I mean, you can. That's one thing that I like about the Russian guns. Period. They build them. They might not be the prettiest things in the world, but they're built like tanks, and like this Mosin gun, I could take it and swing it and crack it up against the side of a tree, and it's gonna work. If I did that with my AR, I break the thing.
I'll tell you what.
The Russian guns are basically they're made simple. It's basically a pitchfork.
Oh, yeah.
And man, it's got all the goop out of it.
Goop out of it, yeah.
That's in my opinion, that's clean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yes, comrade.
Yeah.
That's, in my opinion, that's clean. I mean, the bolt or the piston is, but it don't matter.
Oh, yeah. I feel bad. I put a box and a half of ammo to this today, and I still haven't cleaned it yet. I'll clean it tomorrow, but I usually clean my gun right as soon as I get home, but I had a few other things to do. So they say Glocks you can run them pretty dirty too.
I run mine dirty all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, my bolt came out of place.
See, it's too dirty. You can't put it back together.
Damn it.
Matt, what do you think's better, a Glock or a Springfield XDS?
Glock.
Glock, yeah.
I want to say it now that he put it back together after he wiped off the grease. Just kidding.
Well, and I've talked to Jen about this, and I'm not a Glock fanboy. Am I, Jen?
No, you're not.
I have very good reasons behind why I choose Glock, and none of them being because I'm a good shot with it.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest ones is their probably the most common pistol now.
Oh, yeah.
They're interchangeable with magazines. They're lightweight, high round capacity, which I know there's other ones out there like that also. But they're interchangeable. You can change out in certain calibers and certain models. You can change out barrels. You can change out magazines. You can change out all that stuff. Parts are very readily available, and not that expensive. It's a mid-priced gun. It's not outrageous like some of the really expensive FNs or like the Kimbers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as cheap as, say, High Points or Skies, or Cobras and some of the really, really inexpensive guns. And then on top of that, they work. They work all the time. You can push any piece of crap through that gun and it'll fire it. The worst ammo out there, the crappiest, dirtiest, cruddiest ammo that they sell on the market, you can put in that magazine and it'll fire it every time. And like, I got a buddy who's got a Taurus that's modeled after the Glock. I can't remember the exact number, the model of it, but it won't run steel ammo.
Mm.
I got another buddy who's got, what is it? I'm trying to think of what it is. A 40 of some sort. I can't even remember right now. I think it was a Smith & Wesson 40.
No.
But it doesn't like standard target ammo. It likes hot ammo.
Yeah.
So it's expensive for him to run. And I just, the Glock will run 115 grain Winchester white box, Federal, 115 grain all day. I can put plus P's in it. I can put steel ammo through it. I can, it's just, and then on top of that, what is everybody making a gun to compete with?
Glock.
Sure.
Glock.
That's why,
when it's the standard, why not own it?
Yeah, and, availability too. I mean, that's why, when my first handgun was the Smith & Wesson ST9 VE. I bought that just before Sandy Hook, like a month before Sandy Hook. That was my first handgun. Just getting into handguns. I had shot rifles for years, but didn't have a whole lot of experience with handguns, and just wanted something just to get into the world of handguns. So I got that, and then shortly after that, I put in for my carry permit. And then months before I got my carry permit, I was actually looking into the Glock 26 or maybe a Glock 19 or something. At the time, ARs, Glocks, they were gone, but they had M&Ps, so I went with the M&P 9, the compact, which is an awesome gun. I love the M&Ps, I carry the M&P Shield. They are great guns, but the M&P 9 compact is a lot heavier than the Glock 19. And one thing that turned me off with the M&P at the time, I could not find magazines. Holsters were hard to find. Every time I went to Cabela's, they always had Glock magazines. They always had Glock holsters. It's just, why not own a Glock, right, Jen?
Well, and I'm not disagreeing with what any of you guys say. Of course not. It is a standard, obviously. Glock came out with something. It was an engineering marvel. It worked.
Yeah.
It got out in law enforcement's hands. It got out in the commercial's hands. Of course, it is. It's the standard. Now, for someone like me, a lefty, it didn't work. Because it was not comfortable for me to use. I could not manipulate the controls very well, and so it wasn't an option for me. It just didn't feel right in my hand either.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's take that out. Okay, say I was right-handed, and I did like how it felt, and it did work. Okay, where's the conceal carry option? The
Right.
double stack 26 doesn't work for me to conceal carry. So I would have had to go outside of a Glock to get a conceal carry gun anyway, because
Yeah.
there is no single stack 9mm yet.
Well, that's why I carry the shield. I mean,
Yeah, so the fact it is the standard. It has tons of positives. There's no doubt about it. But for me, it has those negatives, and
yeah.
the biggest obviously is the no single stack 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that's probably coming this year. I'm sure they're going to
Yeah,
turn
they got the
380
Glock
into a 9.
22. I'd imagine. I figured they would already put out a single stack 9 already. I mean, because they want the 380, the Glock 42, which I have no interest in owning. I'm not knocking it, but I have no interest in owning. I'd rather, if I'm gonna have a gun that size, I've already got it. I got the shield.
Well, I can't find 380 ammo anyway. It's
Exactly.
reasonably priced.
And
So
380 is
why
more.
would I?
more
I mean, if,
380 is more expensive, anyways. So why?
a friend of mine. Yeah, a friend of mine, her first gun was a Bersa 3/8 Thunder 380, which she loves. She absolutely loves it. But the ammo to go practice is outrageously expensive, and when she
I
can
know.
find it.
Yeah, when you can find it.
And the defense ammo is even more outrageously expensive. So she
Yeah.
bought a shield. Because
Yeah.
it's like she can find 9mm all over the place. So you got to look at the different factors.
Yeah.
I said we all know this. It's I love ripping on Glock, but I'm not stupid. I totally understand. Without
That's all.
Glock, we wouldn't have a lot of the guns that we have right
Yeah.
now.
It's all preference. I mean, in a lot of ways, the M&P is a lot more pretty. It's a lot more prettier gun. It's got a lot more. It's got better sights on it, But the Glock is very smooth. One thing I like is very smooth and very snag proof.
Mhm.
I mean, the M&P is kind of pretty snag proof too, but it's like the serrations right here are a lot more sharper on the M&P. These are they're a lot just seem a little more easier. One thing I don't like about the Glock versus the M&P, I'm not a big fan of the Glock grip, but I have got the Talon grips on my M&P. I mean, my M&P shield, so I'm probably going to look into putting those Talon grips on this just to make it a little bit better to grip onto. Oh, nice.
I did all the stippling to mine.
Oh, cool. That come out good.
Oh wow.
That come out really good.
Because the Gen 2 and Gen 1 have even smoother grip than the 3 and 4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can see here on the side that you can see how smooth that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you had to do that, or else because I mean, this right here isn't too bad. I mean, it's not too bad, but so yeah.
I do
That's
like
what
the
I
thumb.
about the XDS. I love the aggressive grip on the XDS. I mean,
The XDS does have a good grip on there.
You tear up your hand if you're not careful, but you
Oh,
won't
yeah.
drop it. And the shield was just, I mean, I shot a shield and I had no problem with it. I shot probably one of the better groups I've ever shot with the gun, but it still had that. It was just a little smooth for me. So
Yeah, that's why I put the Talon grips on mine, just so I don't drop it, so I can get a good grip on it when I'm pulling out of the holster. It's just because the grips on there are just really smooth.
Yeah.
So, that Taurus 740 that I had that I traded, that was even worse, and that had even smaller grips than the shield. And like I was telling you the other day, Jen, I think it was such a brutal gun to shoot with 40 caliber. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna jump out of my hand a few times, even though I was gripping the thing. It was like, wow, I wouldn't want to have to contend with that on a defensive situation.
well, yeah, you want to be able to follow up if necessary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
you guys
got
can.
Taurus.
You
I got a Taurus PT99, which is basically the copy of the Beretta 92 FS. And I used to carry that. Now that's a big, full-size, wide gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to carry that, and I used to carry a High Point, believe it or not, a
Yeah,
C9. And you want to talk about carrying big guns? Whoa!
Yeah, that's a big chunk of steel on your hip there.
Yeah.
just like guys who I get a guy at my work who carries a 1911 inside the waistband full time. It's like I see the grip. It's like, holy, is that comfortable? Oh, I don't mind. I'm like, okay. I carry the shield all day long. I hardly know I have it on. Especially with the Nate Square tactic holster. It's not touching my body. It carries fine.
I was a couple of weeks ago, went to a different gun shop over about 45 minutes away. I'd been wanting to just go see what it was about. And I was the only one there, and the guy behind the counter, we're just talking. I said, I'm interested in some metal 9mm. What all do you have here? So for the next hour, we just talked about, Berettas and all that stuff. And, for someone that obviously only has polymer handguns, fucking Berettas and the SIG metals, they're pretty damn heavy when you think about it. It's like, and he had a, is it the Browning High Power?
Yeah.
What that is? Okay. He had one of those, and that was pretty cool. But yeah, that thing is just a beast, It's like,
nice gun.
Yeah. I like the old school look to it, because it's definitely not fancy, no rails, none of that stuff on it. But yeah, it was interesting to feel those and just how big and bulky in comparison to even my FN.
Yeah.
But especially the XD, yes, of course. But yeah, it was kind of fun.
The Beretta 92 is a very clunky gun. I have a buddy of mine who has it. It's a nice gun. It's a very nice gun. I mean, that was the big popular gun during the 80s. Lethal Weapon and all that. But
Lethal Weapon.
yeah, I mean, everybody. I remember back then. Everybody wanted. I was just a kid back then, but everybody wanted, the Beretta. But that was before Glocks got popular and all that. But the military still using them. I would think that the military would have ditched that gun by now and gone with something else like Glock or something else. Cause
they're good guns. My Taurus clone. Matter of fact, I believe the Taurus is a better gun than the Beretta when it comes to their Beretta clones, their PT92s and 99s. I'll tell you what, them are good shooting guns, and they are the smoothest action that I've ever felt on a pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, the military will never go with Glocks. They'll never be able to.
Safety, yeah, they gotta have
there's no safety. Yeah, gotta have safety. Yeah, I held the Beretta, and that thing. I mean, the 226, the SIG 226, even the High Power, and there was a couple other ones. I just can't think off the top of my head what they were. They actually felt fine. I mean, I felt like I could actually hold them and fire, shoot. That Beretta just seemed so much bigger, and it was probably just perception. I mean, it was probably a millimeter bigger or something. But it seemed so much bigger.
Yeah.
And I don't have small hands, but I also don't have huge hands, so it's kind of like I felt like I couldn't really get a good grip on it.
Yeah. Oh, they're definitely nice guns. I mean, it's they're really nice, but they're not concealed carry guns by any means.
No. My FN isn't a concealed carry gun.
Yeah.
17 round double stack. There's no way.
And that's one of the most important things when you're picking your concealed carry gun, and you guys are gonna agree with me. But I mean, are you that's the question I always ask myself whenever I was picking my next gun out. Am I willing to carry this thing all day long?
It's funny. I actually, when I was talking about getting the XDS, and I don't remember when this was. Probably would have been, I'd say November. Probably December or January, because I think I was about to submit for my permit.
Yeah.
And somebody swore that there was no way I'd be able to carry. I'm just gonna ignore him.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
And he'll go. Maybe he'll go away if I ignore him. All I saw is apron, and I don't need to hear any
Yeah, I
more
just saw
anymore.
that.
What the hell was I? Oh, it's just like, well, are you sure you're gonna be able to carry that all day? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, you'd be surprised. I'm like, basically trying to tell me that there's no way I'd be able to carry an XDS. And I'm like, really? So, no, you're not getting a fucking pie, Matt.
Yeah. Crazy.
See the kind of shit I have to put up with, Sean.
I see more and more.
She brings it on herself. You don't. She does.
How?
Just trust me.
Is Andrea working?
She is.
Damn it. Damn it. All right. Shit. I'll have to hit her up tomorrow sometime. Have a chat about you.
Well, there was in what chat was that in, Jen? I can't even remember.
The apron?
No, the whole pie baking.
That was last Saturday. It was in Banters.
Banters. That was in general Banters chat, and
we're sitting trying to talk about important topics and be serious, and Matt and I are in the chat room just back and forth, or in the comments back and forth. Could not keep a straight face. Banner's going off on his Canadian rants like he does, or his not rants.
Yeah.
He talks.
He's got a good channel.
It's fun to listen to him, and Matt's making me laugh. So
Now he's Canadian police? Is that what he's a Canadian?
He was.
He was,
he
yeah.
used to be a Canadian cop, yeah.
Yeah.
But Matt still talks to him, so.
Still talk. That's good.
Yeah, he's retired. Well, it's kind of weird. He's like retired, but he's not retired. So I think he's retired from actually being an active.
Well, he's
police
EMS now.
Yeah, he does EMS. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For the 20 people that are on the island or whatever.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 2,000 or something like that. So. But at least he could go out, pretty much out his backyard and get crabs, which is, damn.
I can do that at the bar down the road.
Okay,
yeah, true. Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah, when I said that, I knew something was gonna.
Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to put an R rating on this chat here, or?
Wow. Well, there's probably nobody watching anyway, except our.
Yeah, I know. Six viewers. It's.
Oh, okay.
We've been holding about 6-7 viewers the whole time, so.
Well,
It was
been going
10
for
or
3.
11.
It's something.
It was up to 10 or 11 earlier.
Oh yeah, I know.
We've been going for 3.5 hours almost. So.
Well, we need a couple trolls on the channel, to start, getting some negative anti-gun comments to help boost the.
Here,
We've got a troll. His name's Resist a Tyranny.
I'll switch to my troll account and.
Oh yeah.
and troll the chat room.
Now, Jenna, have you been for your AR? You buy the PMags at all? Or are you just doing the metal GI mags?
That's all I have right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a handful of the PMags too. I like them a lot. I also have a bunch of the GI mags as well.
Yeah, I need to go. My neighbor keeps telling me to go to the pawn shop because he goes, "There's always a bunch of them at the pawn shop." So.
Yeah. Hey, guess what?
I have some ARP mags.
Yeah. You can get them for some of the old used GI mags for like $5-10 a piece. I mean,
Do you have an AR, Matt?
What's that?
Do you have an AR?
No, I don't have an AR, but I got ARP mags.
That's what I was gonna say. I didn't think you had an AR, but I was keeping my mouth shut just in case.
Oh, it's part of my preps. I also have some 5.56 ammo.
Yeah.
It's part of my preps. It's a very popular rifle, and if I have to pick one up off of well,
Dead body.
Yeah.
And shit hits the fan, then I have ammo and magazines for it.
Yeah, but that dead body, the AR might have malfunctioned.
Well,
Now,
that's what I said when I bought my first AK. Not when I bought my first AK, because when I bought my first AK, there wasn't the big battle between AR and AK. That not like it is today. But when I bought my most recent AK, not even my most recent, when I bought my AMD, somebody said, "Why'd you buy an AK instead of an AR?" I said, "Because while you're screwing around with that forward assist button, I'll have an AR." Tink.
I knew he would have something clever to say. That's why.
Oh, of course he does. And yet I still talk to him. And yet he still invites me to his chats. I'm trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I think as far as ammo and gun preps go, if there's a popular gun on the market, one that you know is going to stay popular, like AR, AK, Glock, 1911, I think you ought to buy a spare parts kit for it, a couple magazines, and some ammo for it. It's part of your preps.
That makes good sense.
Mm. Yeah, I've got to start getting into the prepping a little bit more. Obviously, the guns and the ammo, I got that department taken care of. But you know, I could always use more ammo. But I have a lot of food in the house, but I would like to get more like dry food. It's just me. It's just me. But I mean, some dry food, maybe some MREs or whatever, some more cases of water. I mean, I've got a river about 100 feet from my house, from my place, but still, bottled water, good water on hand to just to get through the first couple days of the whether it's a hurricane, tropical storm, an ice storm, what have you. So
yeah, I got some of the Wise food storage, 25 year storable foods. I got 3 buckets of that. I got a 5-gallon bucket of rice and a couple cases of MREs.
yeah,
Some of the survival cookies, like the Coast Guard survival cookies.
okay,
And then I have cats, and so I buy the plastic tubs of cat litter.
yep,
And when I'm done with them, I wash them out and I fill them with water.
okay,
And store those. I have probably, those are like 5 gallons a piece. I bet you I've got 50 gallons of water in one closet. And
oh, wow.
that's just for cleaning. Because what I do is I add a little extra bleach to those for body cleansing and for surface cleansing. And then other bottles that I get, whether it's milk jugs, tea jugs, 2-liter bottles, or even the cat litter, the cat litter jugs. I don't know if you've seen those, but they look like giant milk jugs basically, but they're really hard plastic.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
Those I clean out and use those for drinking water.
Yeah, I see that.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What's wrong with smoking?
I quit. I was a good boy for about a month and a half. I quit drinking, smoking.
He cleaned his entire house after his ex left because of all the smoke, and now he's smoking.
Well, I'm just smoking in a separate room right here. No, it's only because I'm on this chat. I'm not gonna be.
Oh, okay.
I do smoke. I have been smoking outside. This is the first time I've actually lit up in the house in 2 months. Yeah, my ex was a chain smoker, and the walls in this house were just. Once I pulled pictures off, I mean, you can see the outlines on the walls. But I've got a window open right next to me, and so.
Janer Phelps on the chat room said I was going back and forth on Glock 17 and Smith & Wesson M&P 9. I picked the M&P and I have like 500 rounds with no failures. The next pistol will definitely be a Glock. I just want to have both. No problems with that.
Can't hurt. M&P is a nice pistol. It really is. You know, I mean, it's good. I wish Glock would put better grips on, better factory grips on the gun, but you know, I'm not complaining too much.
Well, I think the thing is my take. The thing with Glock is, well, I mean, we know, he was an engineer. They just worry about functionality. The ergonomics, I don't think they have an ergonomics department. I think all they have is their engineers and their manufacturing, and then they throw it out, to the salespeople, and that's it. So there's no real design on how ergonomic it is. So.
Well, one thing about the Glock that asked me a question, how strong are is the polymer or plastic, I guess, front and rear sights on there. With the M&Ps, you got steel sights on it. These are just plastic, so I don't know how strong they are. I mean, hopefully, I'd imagine they'll last. I don't know.
Son of a bitch.
They're picking on you again.
Dan is getting you nailed, Jen.
I don't breathe, Jen. Breathe. She's laughing too hard.
I think he caused her to have an asthma attack or something.
I got nothing.
So, Matt, what do you recommend for an AK to get into? I like to get into an AK eventually.
Any of them? I mean, actually,
I'm
that's not true. That's not true. Some of the newer American-built Century AKs are not all that great. But I'll tell you what, people like to pick on them. But a standard Wasser 10, there's nothing wrong with it. Just a standard 1063 Romanian Wasser. Those are good. Any of the Arsenal ones are good, but you're going to pay top dollar for those.
Yeah, my price range will be under $500.
Right now they have, I think they have just Wassers for sale right now for $4.99 still. Let me look. Let me look.
Who's that through selling the Wassers?
One more time, sorry.
What you're looking at, the Wassers, you say that were on sale. Who's that through?
Well, I'm looking to make sure I'm not talking out my ass. Hold on.
'Cause I'll be honest, an AK is pretty cool. I wouldn't mind getting one myself.
Yeah.
Okay, the Zastava AK pistols are $3.99 right now. The Saiga AK rifles are $4.99, but the Romanian Wasser 10 is $5.19.
Okay, that's not too bad.
On J&G sales.
Yeah.
And I'll look at Classic real quick.
Yeah, they had some of the AK pistols at the gun shop last time I was there. It was pretty cool looking.
Yeah, I'd like to get one and put that forearm the pistol brace. You can use like an SBR then.
One thing I like about the AK, it just has that that intimidating look to it. I mean, the ARs are intimidating looking too, but just like the AK just kind of has that. I could just imagine a burglar coming through the house and you got an AK-47 in your hands, I'd imagine they turn tail and run.
Okay, right here. I'll link it to you on the internal chat here.
Okay.
Actually, and for anybody that's watching, I'll link it on the external also. But Romanian Wasser 10 AK-47 rifle with wood stock and forearm, 45-degree compensator, and bayonet lug for $4.99 on Classic Firearms.
Nice.
So there's that, and I'll go out to the chat room and link it there also. That's a good price. You're probably not going to see them. You're not going to see them probably any lower than that.
I think Classic Firearms is located in North Carolina.
Is it?
I think so. I think it's Indian Trails, North Carolina, if I ain't mistaken.
I should know. I've bought 3 guns off of them. I probably bought 10 magazines and 3 guns and a case of ammo off of them, and I have no idea where they're located. That's why I buy all my Mosins from. Is Classic.
Yeah.
$99.
That ain't bad.
As they were.
Yeah, I don't even know what Mosins are up to now. I'd imagine $150, $200 maybe. Depends where you go.
I'll look real quick since I'm on Classic. Since we're here, 7.62 by 54R. 139 for that 9130. That's 109 for the Molot. For the one I got that was 99, they're now 109.
Oh, okay.
So that's still nothing wrong with that.
No, it's still good. So for what you're getting, high caliber rifle for it's still the best deal in town.
And it's got the cleaning kit, and it's got the bayonet.
Yeah, I have yet to get my bayonet on there. I know it fits, but it's just I've had to pound it on with every time I've put it on, I've had to pound it off with the hammer.
Mine have always fit.
Yeah.
J&G is where I bought my GP75 from.
Oh, okay.
It was $4.99 at the time. But J&G is getting pretty ridiculous on their shipping, so.
Yeah. I've never bought a gun from over online before. I've always just gone to my local gun shop and done business with them.
And yes, anti-gunners, when it got to my FFL, I still had to do a background check.
They gave up on us a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, they a lot of the anti-gunners, they think, anybody can just walk into a gun shop and buy a gun. You got to go through the background check and all that, and they think, oh, you can just go in and pick up a gun. No, not everyone can just pick up a gun.
Nope.
But you'll never get it through their heads,
Well, of course not, because it's easy. It's something easy that they can target.
Yeah.
Guns kill people. Look at all these people. Look at the children. It's like, really? How many kids have died in car accidents in the last year?
Yeah.
By faulty car seats.
I actually have that number. Let me go to my website.
Figured you did.
I wrote an article. I think it's called "Guns and Children: The Real Statistics."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Guns and.
I figured you probably had that information.
I do. Yeah, it's called Guns and Children, the Real Statistics. Let me go through the article real quick here. Let's see. The vast majority of injuries do not involve little children but older teenagers, including 18 and older, which normally are labeled adults.
Yep.
Injury rate for black males 15 to 19 is 13 times higher. For white males, 84% of injuries were for 15 to 19-year-olds and 62% as a result of criminal assaults. These injuries do not occur from young children accidentally mishandling a gun in their home, but rather as victims of brutal crimes, often gang-related. That's not. It's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. If you're worried about your children and guns, maybe you should consider the real killers when it comes to accidents and young children. Accidental suffocation, 1,070 deaths. Accidental drowning, 609. Fires, 272. And accidental poisoning, 54.
So keeping the bleach under the sink.
Yep, and that doesn't even, it says here, that doesn't even include the amount of accidents or oversights in hospitals that end up costing a child their life. If your child is offered a car ride, it would make more sense to check the parent's driving record than whether or not they own guns. After all, 923 children under the age of 10 died in car accidents last year. Your child is safer in a room with a gun than they are sleeping, swimming, walking through the kitchen, or even going on a car ride with you. Here we go. According to the CDC, in the year 2010, which is the latest numbers available at the time that I wrote this article, for all children 10 years old and under, there were only 36 accidental gun deaths. That is 36 out of 41 million children in that age group.
That's not even a statistical anomaly. That's non-existent.
Yeah.
But you know what? The media never talks about like the gang shootings in Chicago, New York, L.A., the big cities. You never hear about that. That goes on daily. You know, they only talk about these little shootings here and there. You know, from you never hear them saying, oh, you live in Illinois. I'm sure you see it on the news all the time about the violence in Chicago. So I mean, but you never hear the media harping on that. You know.
And let's just go to the Chicago Tribune and find out how many people died last night due to, I mean, that you're right. The only place it's told is Chicago.
Yeah.
Because it's not, it's just happening in gang territory.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. If it's not white children that are going into school or something, it's no big deal. That's the way it's viewed.
And it's all in gun-free zones, Chicago, it's supposed to be a gun-free zone, Yeah, right, only, which never made any sense to me, The law-abiding citizens can't have guns, but it's okay for the criminals to have guns. Come on.
Well, I mean,
better yet, we last year in Syria, we not only gave millions of dollars, but we also gave full auto weapons to the Syrian rebels, Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
But so we gave weapons to a terrorist organization, but trying to take them away from us.
No, I know.
Yep.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Well, at least so June hasn't been near as bad as last year. So far, there's only been 19 murders as opposed to 45 last June.
Oh, okay.
So they've lowered a little bit. So we might be starting to
Well, June's not over yet.
Yeah.
No, I know. There's only there's still 10 days left. There could be it's not the weekend yet. So
are we starting to see a trend for the year, Jen, where now that concealed carry is allowed in Illinois, that gun crime has dropped?
I'm only looking at murders right now, and unfortunately, bearing in mind the first permits go out until March anyway, and we had the winter was a freaking nightmare. So January, of course, was a lot lower, but as it started to warm up, of course, all the crime started. I think in April they were trying to catch up to those that they didn't kill in January. So and if I remember right, through May, they were actually level with last year. So no. Now, like I said, June right now it's less than half of what last year's was. Let me go look at the shootings just to see what.
How did Obama miss all that gun crime when he was there?
Because he lived in the right neighborhood. That's how he got.
I think we need more gun crime.
Yeah, exactly.
I really do. I think if we're going to have to go through the crap that we're going through, we might as well. I mean, if they're going to keep saying it, we might as well have it. I mean, if we're gonna, what's that old saying? If you're gonna get in trouble for something, you might as well make it good.
Might as well, yeah.
Oh, exactly. You know.
You know, I mean, so I mean, you know, why not pick off a couple old ladies walking down the street and that sort of thing? Because I mean, if we're as bad as they say we are, we could get away with all kinds of stuff and
Oh,
still
yeah.
be
I know.
not as bad as what they say we are.
Okay, I'm looking at April and
true.
May.
True.
Yeah, I'm
though.
looking at April and May, and there was a hell of a lot more shootings in April and May this year than there was last year. So,
Yeah.
you know, they were definitely playing catch up. Now June so far is lower. So
Now-
let's go look at the overall for the past, say, 2001 to present. It's amazing how that chart is actually declining, or it's trending downward. So let's look at 2001 here. Well, let's see. Violent crimes. Violent crimes in July of 2001 were almost 4,500.
Mm.
Last July, looks like about 2,500.
So almost half.
Yeah, that's an interesting statistic. Let's see. I don't know what the heck a quality of life crime is. But last year it was about 6,000, and it was between 9 and 10,000 in 2001. So yeah, all the crime numbers, of course, are down. But we already know that as people that actually read actual facts and figures as provided to us by actually our government agencies, such as the FBI and the CDC, right, Matt?
Oh yeah, it's amazing how and the Department of Justice.
At DOJ, yeah.
Yeah, DOJ, FBI, and CDC all come up with the same thing. Gun crime is going, violent crime is going,
Yeah.
as gun ownership goes up. And an interesting fact is that as in the last 30 years, with gun crime going down, violent crime going down, and gun ownership skyrocketing,
Mhm.
police forces have also been going down.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have the funding they used to have, so there's not as many cops out there. So it's not the cops that are keeping us safe.
It's people like us keeping us safe.
They're
know,
not, you know.
Who's the guy with the mustache on Fox? I think it's Fox News. Got that Magnum PI kind of look.
Okay.
Mhm.
I can't remember his name right off the top of my head.
I don't have
I think
TV,
know
so I
what you're
can't
talking
tell you.
about.
He did a thing, I think it was early this year, last year or something, talking about, you know, whether or not concealed carry or, you know, private ownership of firearms did any good. So he went to a few prisons and interviewed some convicts and said, would you have done your crime? Would you have attacked this person or done this if you knew they had a gun? And they were like, oh, no. not at all. So, I mean, right there tells that's right from the horse's mouth. The criminal does not want to mess with somebody they think they might have a gun.
No, they're not.
Well, did you guys see that picture of? You know, I hate calling other women, you know, derogatory terms, but that bitch Shannon Watts, as they apparently were marching over the Brooklyn Bridge, flanked by all kinds of security, who was armed. So it's okay to protect you, worthless pieces of scum, who don't care about your own lives because you're weak women who think that it's someone else's job to protect you. It's okay for you to get protected by somebody else, but what about the rest of us? We don't have armed security with us all the time. Well, actually, I do.
True.
It's called me.
Exactly. Well, you know, we're responsible for our own safety. I mean, a lot of these anti-gunners, you know, they think, oh, you know, I don't need a gun. I'll just call 911. You know, it's like by the time they get there, you know, they're putting you in a body bag. You know, I mean, we're responsible for our own safety. I mean, you know, the government and the police aren't going to come running to save you every single time. You know, the police cannot be everywhere, unfortunately.
Well, of course not.
I mean, I'm
Unless you have your own private security guard with you all the time, like the government
yeah,
does.
exactly. I
You
mean,
know? Yeah.
police officers, my gun's a lot lighter to carry than a cop, so.
And a lot. Well, I guess it's a lot cheaper too. I mean, ammo.
Yeah,
is
exactly. But
I don't know. Just every time I see her, it just infuriates me that she and her little minions have absolutely no problem making themselves just look weaker and weaker and weaker.
yeah.
It just infuriates me, because well, let's just go ahead and step back, 100 years, and I'll let the men protect me. It's like, no, sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's not a stab towards men, by the way. Because I'm waiting for the comment about, an apron. So there he goes. He's typing.
Yeah, I see him. I see Matt typing over there.
Actually, I'm answering David Steele out in the chat room. He says, "Okay, Resist, talk me into buying this instead of this." Basically, a Glock 19 Gen 3 over a J-frame, a Smith & Wesson Airweight 37 revolver.
Okay.
Which we could probably do on here, I guess. But let's see here. The price difference is negligible. Weight difference is also negligible. Dead air.
Yeah.
Did you send an invite out to Banter by any chance, Sean?
I
Do you
can.
want me to?
The general banter.
Yeah, or I can.
Well,
no, but I've seen him. I saw he just was commenting on some videos, and I saw in my G Plus feed. I thought maybe he might.
I just sent him an invite right there. I mean, if you want to send him another one, but I just sent him one.
That's cool. I thought maybe he might hop in. I mean, apparently we're still talking.
Yeah, I'm still. I had sent a few other ones out to some other people, but just kind of, throwing the line out there, see if people want to bite. I've invited Gun Crazy 81 and Ruger Dude 3, but I know those guys are working like crazy all the time. They don't. Now, have those guys gotten on a few of your chats? Was it Gun Crazy? Did he get on a few of yours?
I've had Gun Crazy in a chat before, just in a random one that I set up.
Yeah.
But his brother, I don't even think he's on YouTube anymore.
Ruger Dude 3, yeah.
Yeah.
His name is Jeff, right?
No, Gun Crazy is Jeff.
Oh, okay. Gun Crazy Jeff and Billy. Yeah, I even he hasn't put out a video since like this past like February or January. He hasn't put out a video in a long time. He hasn't.
I'm surprised
I don't know what
his account even is still around. Well, yeah, I think it's because he's very busy and just doesn't have the time. So.
I mean, we all hit spots where I've had a couple points where it's been 3 weeks to a month where I haven't made a video. It's been a while, but I mean, you do run out of videos to do. It's like, I gotta go out and buy another gun so I can do another video. But I got the live chats now, so.
Yeah, his last video was 4 months ago, and.
Yeah, I think it was on the SD9VE or something, or I forget what it was, but it was a while ago.
Yeah. Yep, it was one of them, and then he's got some Glock stuff in here, but yeah, he hasn't really been on that much since.
No. I've talked to him on Facebook, but other than that,
I just saw the comment, so I'm just going to ignore it.
Yeah, I see that up there.
Again, and maybe he'll go away.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm just gonna close the chat, the internal chat window. So
David Steele out there said it's a gun chat. You can talk, instead of typing it to him. He asked, can you justify the added size and weight for your basic everyday carry between the J-frame and the 19? I think with the extra that you're getting, then yes, I think you can justify the extra size and weight. I don't think the weight difference is fairly negligible when you think about the, let's see, 3 times as much ammo as you can carry.
Yeah, true.
5 rounds versus 15 plus 1. It's holsters, grips, that sort of stuff. I mean, sights, all that stuff. I mean, you're talking about, like we said earlier with the Glock. I mean, you can find anything for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Spare parts, again, you can find anything for it. I don't see, the revolver as a secondary or ankle gun, sure, but as a primary defensive weapon, I wouldn't.
Some
And
guys
the price between the two, was like $30 different or something like that, or $40 different, and so I just can't see where you go wrong getting the 19 over the revolver.
Yeah.
According to the FBI, you have a 64% chance of running into more than one attacker that you have to defend yourself against with a gun. I don't like those odds with five rounds and a gun that's hard to reload.
Yeah.
So, some guys swear by the revolver. I mean, I like them for what they are. But I think a semi-automatic is so much easier to reload. I can carry a spare mag ready to go, drop a magazine, and with a revolver, you're either messing with speed strips or speed loaders to reload it. Yes, the revolver is more reliable. It's always going to go bang every time. With the semi-automatics, you can run into jams and malfunctions, which very rarely happens, but it does happen. But highly unlikely it will happen in the defense situation. But I don't know. To each his own, I guess.
The guns I buy, and Misfit knows this, David Steele down there in chat room, Misfit knows this. I've talked to him about this many. I talked to that man for hours and hours and hours. So much so that he was in a car with me for a grand total of like 20 hours to and from Missouri. But, I really do a shit hits a fan scenario in my head when buying guns. Worst case scenario. That's why when I buy a gun, I throw it in the mud to see if it'll still function. And that's one of the places where I think the reliability of revolvers is a myth, because how many orifices are in a revolver versus a semi-auto pistol?
Exactly.
You throw a revolver in the mud, you got all the openings in the front of the cylinder that can get packed full of mud and stone, not to mention the barrel between the cylinder and frame, and then the hammer, if you got the hammer back, obviously. I mean, so I think in that scenario, which is, like I said, in my brain, I'm not saying that's everybody. I mean, in your basic defensive everyday carry, that's not going to happen. But in my brain, that's where revolvers have a downfall.
Well, the revolver, everything's so exposed. It's just, versus the semi-automatic where your rounds everything's just more enclosed versus the revolver. It's just, like you said, easier to get mud and dirt down the cylinders and all that, and you get a kick with mud, you're not gonna, the gun's not gonna work.
Oh, he's providing links. Oh yeah, the size difference is there again. The size difference is negligible too. I mean,
you may have the width from the cylinder, but because the revolver might be a little bit wider, actually.
Yeah, and it looks like length is maybe a half-inch different or something like that, just based on the picture.
One thing about the revolver is you can get power, if you get like a 357 and all that, but that is one thing that the revolver has over the semi-automatic. But are you really going to need that extra power, for a concealed carry,
Yeah, was this for concealed carry that he's wanting this? Because obviously you'll have.
His question was, talk me into buying this instead of this.
Oh, okay.
Can you justify the additional size and weight for your basic everyday carry?
Okay, so I mean the revolver, it'll be a little bit wider because of the cylinder, but you're not going to have the back of a slide, so it's going to probably conceal easier.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but then you've got like you said, the loading the capacity. So now, if that was a Smith & Wesson or an FN or a Ruger or a Springfield or something down below, there'd be no question. But since it's a Glock,
Right.
Or if you're Jerry Miculek, you can like run a revolver as fast as a lot of people do.
okay, well he's not. He doesn't have my phone number, so he can't be calling me on his phone. Okay.
I thought about switching to a carrying a revolver too, and I just couldn't get over the round capacity. 5 rounds and just how slow it is to reload. I mean, yeah, my M&P, the shield only holds 8, but I can carry a spare mag and I can drop the mag in really quick if I ever needed that extra magazine and have it reloaded, ready to go, versus the revolver.
Yeah. Yep. And that's the other side of the argument or debate, I guess, too, when you're talking about some of these single stack semi-autos that are carrying 6 rounds of 9mm. Well, at that point, I kind of reverse my thinking a little bit. Why not go with 6 rounds of 357? I mean, if you only got 6 rounds anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well make them all count,
I mean, I carry the 9s. It's mine. I carry the extended magazines. The reason I carry the extended is because I get a better grip with it. So.
Yeah. I've not met anybody, and I've shot with a lot of people, done some training of my own with different people, and I've not met anybody that's 100% shot all the time.
No.
And that those kind of odds, I'm just not willing to take with 5 or 6 rounds. That's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, because your first shot's not always going to go where you want it to go, and then you got to walk them in. With the semi-automatic, you can get away with a little bit more versus the revolver.
Yeah, he's right out there. He says, Resist knows I'm a revolver nerd, so I'm biased. I also know Resist well enough to know he's biased as well.
Oh, God.
And I've probably said exactly what I just said to you guys about revolvers to him 100 times. He was setting me up there with that question. And he said something about preferring a CZ, but you don't see those as police turn-ins. Those that 19 that he linked as a police turn-in. That same one that I told you about, Jen.
Okay.
Or I told you guys about. Yeah, and you just don't see CZs as a police turn-in. CZ's a nice gun. Matter of fact, Makarov's a nice gun too. Shot a couple Macs. That 9x18 round is a good shooting round. But you can't. Again, you can't find holsters for it. You can't. I mean, it just.
That's what Ryan's got. Downsides. They bought a Makarov. But yeah, I saw they actually have ammo at my shop. But yeah, $32 a box. Oof, damn, that hurts.
And Janer Phillips says, and a home invasion will probably not be just one person, and that's where that FBI statistic comes in.
For home invasion, I got 17 plus 1, so.
For home invasion, I got.
I don't have. Well, I got an AR.
12 gauge.
Yeah,
I don't have a shotgun. I don't have a shotgun.
I have my H&R partner right next to the bed. Plus, I have my carry gun. Plus, I have the Glock 19.
Yeah, for a real nasty home invasion, you got like drums.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, oh, I must have turned my audio down.
Okay.
Don't tell me it happened again.
No,
No,
you're
I
good.
got. No, this is my home defense shotgun right here. This is what I keep this next to the bed, plus my carry gun, plus I got the Glock 19 next to the bed too. So
I keep that Taurus that I was telling you about. I keep that next to the bed. It's
Yeah.
next to the bed with 2 magazines, sitting next to it and a flashlight.
nice. Yeah, having a flashlight next to the bed is very important. I would like to eventually get a light for my Glock 19. Just mount a light to it. Just make that my official home defense pistol. That way I'm not scrambling for a flashlight. It's already on the gun.
At least it's a flashlight, not a laser.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your opinion on lasers?
Me, I've never used one before. I've heard that they're good training tools, though. You can see where your shot groups are going, but I've never had any experience with them. I mean, I think they look cool, like you see in the movies, with the. But I mean, I don't have any experience with them though.
What about you, Joel?
Lasers, what I've seen of them, it's like they're all over the place. And you're like looking at that light, and if you got a laser and it's moving, you're focusing on that. I just soon have a light and look through the sights and.
Yeah. What about you, Jen?
The way I look at it, it's something to go wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
If you're depending on a light or a laser, and I understand a light is necessary. I mean, you have to have a light. Personally, I think you need to I think you should have it off the gun, because again, if you're depending on it to be on the gun, there's batteries. Batteries die. Anything on the gun itself, I don't trust. Now, if it has to have a battery, just my take on it. And I don't have anything. I don't have a weapon light or a laser, so.
Yeah.
I think flashlights are good because then you can see your target then, because chances are your house is dark. But lasers, I think lasers create lazy shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Is how I look at lasers. They create lazy shooters. If you're not a good enough shot to shoot within the walls of your home without a laser, you probably shouldn't be shooting a gun. If you need a laser to aim with, there's no quick acquisition. It's not any quicker. If you practice with your pistol, front sight, finding that front sight versus making sure that little freaking dot is where you want it to be. Like Joel said, it's all over the damn place. You don't realize how much you're moving until you put a laser on there, because that thing is all over the damn place.
Yeah.
Well, and multiply that. Multiply it, because not only are you doing that just under normal circumstances, but you just heard someone barge into your house.
Yeah.
You're gonna be a little
nervous and.
That light will be all over.
The laser, like when that's happening with the laser, you're focusing on that laser so much, you lose your sight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like bouncing all around, and hell, you're not even going to get a shot off. You're going to get shot.
Yeah.
You're trying to tame it.
It's like a lot of these guys who rely on scopes and their optics on their ARs, and that's all they use. Instead of learning how to shoot that AR with the iron sights. It's just so important.
But an AR, if you have like a red dot type sight and you co-witness your flip ups, the red dot, like when you cheek up on an AR with a red dot and you're cheeked up the same all the time and you practice with it, that dot's where it's going to be. It's not bouncing around like a laser.
Right.
All right.
Because nobody really knows how. If you want to know how much your muzzle's moving when you're trying to line up something, put a laser on it. You'll be like, damn. 'Cause you're watching that dot just dance all over the place.
Oh yeah, I think it's definitely a good training tool. I mean, I would like to put one on one of mine just so I can see how bad I really am.
I don't think I want to know how much.
Yeah, I know. It's like, wow, okay, no wonder.
Like, great, I just better put the gun down now.
It makes you lose your front sight, though. It really does, because you focus on that dot.
Yeah.
On a red dot, like looking through a red dot scope, even though you're focused on it, it's not dancing like a laser. You know?
Yeah, true. Matt, you sent out a link to somebody, or?
Yeah, Misfit, if you're still listening, check out
Yeah.
the TeamSpeak.
Yeah, the more the merrier. But there's a lot of the newest shooters out there that they rely on all these these optics and these lasers and all that. And it's just you have to learn to shoot with the regular sights. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree.
Man, I'll agree. I thought lasers were cool, like when I saw them on pistols and people using them. But then when I was like watching their videos and they were like the recoil and stuff, and you're just seeing that lasers just doing this.
yeah,
Like, was the laser ever really on target? Because how quick does it catch up to your sight? Then you're gonna like watch it, and it's like, and I was watching it on their videos, and I wasn't even like seeing where the shots were hitting. I was just like, watch the laser. It's like a laser show. Go to a laser show. You just watch that beam, and you're like, it's like tennis.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like guys, it's just like anything. Like I said, that has a battery. It's just
Oh yeah.
it's gonna go bad. That battery. You're gonna lose the battery when you least expect it. Where's this noise coming from?
Yeah, I hear all this noise coming.
I don't hear it.
Let me mute and make sure that.
Whoa.
Is it me?
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we all muted and it didn't work, and you're.
Oh, I'll bet you it's my ceiling fan.
No.
I'm like, it is dead quiet in my house. I live alone. How is it me?
It's the NSA out there, and they're running like these
Yeah.
little things.
Yeah.
They're tapping it. Yep. It's just weird though. It just all of a sudden pops up.
Yeah.
We've never had this before.
Is it gone now?
Yeah,
Still hearing a little bit.
Okay, I think it's done.
it's done now.
All right. Yeah, we're done.
I'm just trying to think, okay, how do I clean it up from my end here?
I'm glad it's done, and I'm roasting.
No,
It's happening.
it's actually. I think it's actually your mic.
What?
It's almost like it's like a short or something.
Now, how about now?
No, it's worse.
Because when you talk, it comes back. It's getting noise from somewhere, but okay, he left. That's weird. Yeah, it almost sounds like maybe he's got a short in that
You
mic.
jumped
or
out.
something. I
Nah, it's
don't
too
know.
bad.
I always something like that. I unplug and plug back in and see what happens.
Is that what he's doing? Oh, He's
Is
back.
that fixed?
Yeah, sounds
I
like
think
it.
better now. What happens? You might have to jump out, then jump back in, and it cleans it up.
I think Google was attacking him.
Yeah.
Probably.
It was like the AR guys were like sending like signals like you don't like the ARs.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted Misfit in here, because I need some backup with my AKs.
Hey, I
I'm
love
outnumbered.
AK. I love AK. Love the way they look. I just don't have one. I'm gonna end up buying one. I don't have one right now.
Do you have an AR, Joel?
I do have an AR.
Okay, good. Okay. Phew. Awesome.
Yeah, I have an assault rifle. Shit.
Yeah.
It's scary and black.
It is scary and black. You know what?
Evil black rifle.
And if the friggin' little, what's that thing, Matt? What's that thing on the little?
The forward assist.
Yeah, the forward assist don't work. I'll take it and beat somebody over the head with it.
Yeah, but it's plastic. It might break.
All of it's plastic. Just
The barrel's not.
the upper
I
receipt not, and the lower's not. Just
Yeah,
everything.
mine is. Unless you got a polymer, yeah.
I like to make fun of ARs. It's just so easy to make fun of them, but they're a good gun. I mean,
They are.
They're,
You don't believe a word you're saying.
He's trying.
No, he's
no,
not.
I do. They're a good gun. They've been used for a long time. They shoot an okay round. I just don't like how finicky they are. That's my biggest problem. Is I don't like how finicky they are or can be versus the rifle that is almost never fin. You know, if you find an AK that's finicky, that's the oddball.
Yeah.
You know what I think about the AR? What makes it so finicky though, is because it's kind of like the Ruger 1022. There's so many things you can do with the Ruger 1022, but it still functions. But an AR, there's so many things you can do with it that make it so temperamental. Plus, it's a little bit tighter specs than, say, an AK. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
Mm.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
There's all kinds of rattling going on there.
That's my point.
Yeah.
But it still works every time, though.
Right, and that's why it works, is because it's loose.
Yeah.
And that's why the old 1911s work so well, because they were loose, and the new 1911s are junk.
Right.
Yeah.
You have a Kimber 1911 that's an awesome looking pistol, and you pay $1,800 for it, and it's like you're constantly clearing jams. It won't run because it's too tight. That's why I like my DPMS AR, because it's looser than some of these higher end ARs, and it runs. It'll rattle.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, if mine doesn't run, I only have me to blame.
It'll rattle.
I get a little rattle into mine. Yeah, I mean,
You hear that rattle? That's why it runs. That's why it runs. If you tighten it up, it'll start failing.
yeah. I heard before I bought my DPMS, I did all kinds of research, and I heard all kinds of stuff. People saying, they're crap, they're garbage, and I don't see the problem with mine. I like mine works flawlessly. I mean,
Well, are you putting 5,000 rounds through it a week? No.
yeah, exactly.
So-
I mean, that's not why. If for the weekend warrior that I am, as often as I take it out, once a month maybe, run 100 rounds to it, maybe 200 rounds to it. It's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm not running competitions with it.
But the AK, that's why it runs so good. It's loose. And maybe, and another thing is how it feeds the rounds in to the chamber.
Yeah.
is different than the AR.
Now I've heard the AK you can dump sand right down the right down it and it'll still function versus the AR. I mean it'll mud and sand and it'll function every time.
I'm feeling a little bit better about the chat room now. I got David out there. He's an AK guy. I got Dozer 762's out there. He's an AK guy. I'm starting to feel like it's a little bit more even now.
Well, you got zombies. They're commie gun
Yeah,
owners.
they got the commie guns. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Like, yeah.
I'm not down with that.
I'm not feeling a whole lot of Illinois love here with zombies and dozers. So, damn.
Dan, you got dumped on by Illinois. I'm sorry.
Damn.
That's just
Thanks
a state.
lot.
That's
Thanks a lot, man. Well, Dozer, it's nice to see you. Sort of.
I got something for Dozer as soon as I change it out. I'm sending him one of my old Gadsden flags. I just haven't changed it out yet. I messaged him a few weeks back, but the one's still hanging outside. I just haven't gotten around to changing it.
Cool.
It's an old tattered Gadsden. He won something off of me once. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a box of 7.62s. He goes, "Oh, you can send me one of them Gadsdens if you want." I sent him the ammo, but hell, I send him the flag too as soon as I take it down and put a new one up.
Well, you have to autograph it for him. That'll make it worth more.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
What? Hell. As big as this channel is, it ought to be worth something.
Shit.
Yeah.
Hell, I might. You know what? Now that I think about it, Dozer, I'll even send him a T-shirt to go with it. I'm trying to liquidate my stock anyway. I'm getting ready to put everything on sale, so screw it. I'll send him a T-shirt too for nothing. Because he's a good dude.
He is a good dude, and Matt's moving to Arizona, so he's trying to get rid of shit.
All he's taking with him is his AKs and his ammo.
Oh, DJ Projects and AK guy too.
God.
Getting them all over the place now.
Damn it. Well, it's okay. It's okay. They're not making fun of you. It's okay.
So what's to say about a bunch of AR lovers in this chat?
Oh,
Yeah. They are.
damn.
I mean, if you like doing malfunction drills, that's awesome.
Mine don't malfunction.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the high end bad boys. Resist will speak to this as well. I've seen way too many malfunctions out of mid range, like consumer grade ARs for my taste.
Not saying it won't malfunction, but I do know how to drop a mag and pull the bolt back and reinsert. Okay.
Exactly.
I already told him about our experience in Minnesota, Misfit.
Missouri?
Say, when did we go to Minnesota?
Missouri.
Did you drug me? Did you drug me to a detour to Minnesota I didn't know about?
Remember when I put my gas mask on in the car on our way to Missouri? Yeah, that was for the chloroform that I didn't want to breathe.
Actually, I don't, so you must have done a pretty good job.
All right, so I'm assuming that the Midwest Misfit here is a AK guy.
Yeah, I'm an AK lover.
Real what?
Yeah, I'm an AK lover. That's a fact.
Okay, that's cool. I'm thinking about buying one.
I want to get one too. I'm an AR lover until I get my first AK.
Yeah, they're still selling Wassers on Classic for $4.99, Misfit.
Yeah, I saw that. I wouldn't mind owning an AR one day, but it's not going to be as like a fighting rifle setup. It would have like a nice little piece of glass on top of it. It'd be a target rifle for the range. You know,
Yeah.
varmint rifle, target rifle type setup. Put a nice like little 4-power piece of glass up on top of it, something like that.
Now does PMags make AR mags yet?
Yeah,
AK, I mean.
yeah, they do make AK mags. We shot the shit out of one actually.
Oh, really?
When he says that, he doesn't mean we put a lot of rounds through it.
No.
He means we destroyed it.
Oh, is that right?
Well, they wouldn't feed, right?
It wouldn't feed, so you just shot the shit.
They seem to work all right in most AKs. I mean, they work fine in mine. They worked fine in a few other guys at the range, but they cost twice as much as the Tapco mags that honestly seem to be built a little bit better. They seem to be a bit thicker. They actually have a steel floor plate on them, and they work just as well, so what's the point?
Yeah.
And when I did the dirt test of the two, and that's clean. What Misfit's saying is clean. Those Magpul AK mags ran just fine clean. Now, when I shoved them full of dirt, the Magpul mag wouldn't run, and the Tapco would.
Yeah.
Could that be because the Tapco mags were like thinner, a little bit looser?
No,
Yeah.
the Tapco mag, and I don't have any of the Magpul mags left. One is in pieces in Missouri somewhere, and the other one is in Rhode Island, because I sold it to a guy at the shoot. But the Tapco mags seem to be built better, thicker. You know, the body's thicker. The lugs seem to be more heavy duty. The lips seem to be heavier, and like Misfit said, it's got a steel floor plate instead of a big thick plastic one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I will say that when Magpul brings out the steel reinforced ones, I will be interested. Once they bring out the ones with the steel feed lips, I will be curious to get a few of those and see how they run.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing I did see about like the AKs, like different manufacturers of the AK, there might be some issues with different mags, like seating properly, and you have to like modify them a little bit. Is that something y'all know about?
Yeah, there's just so many countries of origin and so many different makers for AKs that you're going to see. They're built to have wide variation. So, say for instance, like a Tapco mag might fit perfect in my AK, but it might require a little bit of filing to get into another one. You know, it's just rifle to rifle. There's just so many different countries of origins and patterns they're built to.
And then you got the importers that take these single stack AKs and hog them out to fit double stack, and they vary in their grindings a little bit too.
Okay. And like, what's y'all's view on like a stamped receiver or a milled receiver on the AK? I know the original AKs are like stamped, riveted type receivers.
Honestly, the milled receivers are nice. You know, the rigid, they might add a bit to your accuracy, slightly, but for the most part, they're just so expensive that you can't justify it, unless you're getting into the Centurions. But those are weird. Those are like all American built, and when it comes to AKs, American made isn't necessarily a good thing. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not necessarily a good thing either. But for the most part, dollars to donuts, just go with a stamped AK. It's gonna last. It's gonna last longer than you will.
Yep. The gun will definitely outlive you. That's for sure. Hey,
Oh, but I won't lie, those Hungarian milled underfolders that just came on market, those look tempting at 579. I can't lie.
yeah, them underfolders. That's the one you linked to me earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
And Hungarian, I'll tell you what, after my luck with the AMD that I have, that I can't argue with Hungarian.
I will say that AMD is a bit of a different beast, the one that you have, because these Hungarian underfolders, they're parts kit builds, which means they're getting the 63 parts kits and then building them with US barrels and US receivers. Whereas your AMD 65 is truly it's a true Hungarian rifle that was not a parts kit build. That was built in country and then sent over.
Yeah.
Depending on if it was pre-ban, it came in like it was. If it was post-ban, it probably came as a single stack and got hogged out.
It was built in. There's a date on it. In fact, I thought there was. Maybe there's not. I thought there was a. Oh no, I had to look it up. I had to look up the number and figure out when it was made. I think it was made in '72.
Yeah, it probably came in pre-ban then, so you got a nice true unmolested AMD.
Yeah, let me look this up real quick because I think it was '72.
But to those of you that are like looking to get an AK, I would honestly point you more towards the AKs that are built in their countries of origin, like your Wassers, your Yugos. You're not getting U.S. barrels, like which people hear U.S. barrel, they think it's good, but they're not cold hammer forged. They're just not to the same quality as a true commie barrel.
Yeah, the Soviet one's better than like the Chinese ones, or
Actually, the Soviet and the Chinese ones are like right on par with some of the best barrels. Basically, what you want to look for is chrome lining is nice and cold hammer forge.
oh, okay.
Chrome lining is not a necessity though. Like the Yugo barrels, those are big, thick cold hammer forged barrels, but they're not chrome lined. They'll still last forever. Just clean them. If you shoot corrosive through them, just clean the darn things. Yeah, that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, the Yugos are the more lower end, aren't they?
I think the Yugos are some of the best deals on the market right now.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically the OPAPs with the bulge trunnions. I apologize for the background noise, so I'm muting myself. But yeah, the Yugos are great rifles. They're built in Serbia. I guess because Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore, but they're built in Serbia.
Right.
They're great guns. I mean, the only thing that Century has to do to them is bring them in and hog out the mag wells and slip out like 5 or 6 parts for 922R compliance, and they're done. They don't have to build them. They don't have to. It's just the less time that Century has to put their hands on the rifle, the better.
Right. Now, David, is that your channel name? The Midwest Misfit? I'll have to I don't think I'm subbed to you. I'll have to make sure I'm subbed to you.
I don't even do videos, man.
No, you don't?
No, we just hang around. I used to do hangouts in the past and stuff like that, but I know Resist and just I'll hop into chat every once in a while.
Oh, okay.
Just a firearms enthusiast.
Nothing wrong with that. I started doing channels last September, last August, and for the longest time I pretty much sat on the sideline and just watched videos, and so I mean I'm surprised I'm even doing the live chats now, but because I really enjoy it. I enjoy interacting with other people that are into the same things I am, you know. So It's a lot of fun.
Those little milled Hungarians are nice little rifles.
1974.
1974s when yours was built.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you probably got a nice you probably got a nice pre-ban that didn't get molested by some importer. Now, if we can just get rid of that 86 Hughes Amendment, and we can have all sorts of fun switches.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
How hard is-
Go ahead. Sorry.
How hard is it to find magazines for the AK? Like the
Oh God, so easy, so
Yeah.
easy.
They're like $7 a piece, and you can find them all day long.
Actually, right now I found a deal. If you buy 10 Steel Surplus magazines, they're $8 a piece, and the Steel Surplus magazines are the best ones on the market.
Oh well.
So it's $80. You get 10 mags. You're done.
Oh, okay. And the ammo runs a little bit cheaper than the 8 versus the 5.56 223.
Right now, you can find it for about 20 to 23 cents a round usually. Like right now, there's a deal for 1,000 rounds for $199.
No, that's not bad at all. You're not gonna get 223 or a 5.56 for that.
You can find the steel case for not too much more in the 223, the 5.56, but the question is will your rifle run steel case in an AR-15? Because not all of them will.
Yeah, true.
Whereas the AK will literally run any crap you put into it. Literally anything.
Well, the AK was pretty much designed for a steel case, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah, it is intended for a steel case. So much so to, if you get like crappy brass case 7.62 by 39, it extracts so violently you can actually rip the rims off of those things.
oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it actually prefers steel case.
I've got a unicorn here. Some brass 7.62 by 39.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I was at the shoot in Missouri and digging out some of this brass, and I'm surrounded by AK guys who've been AK guys for a long time going, I've never even seen brass 7.62 by 39.
Yep, for deer hunting. It's pretty much the only reason it exists is to hunt deer.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to spend the extra money for the brass stuff if you can just get the steel case stuff and it works perfectly fine.
The only country that I can think of that actually issued brass case 7.62 was Yugoslavia. Actually, now that off the top of my head,
Yeah.
they had some really good brass stuff, and it's hot. It's good hot ammo, but it's hard to find.
This is made in 88.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1988.
So pretty much when you get a spam cam with the Milsurp stuff, it's all steel case.
Yep, for the most part, unless of course you find some old Yugo stuff, then it could be brass. But like I said, that stuff's like a unicorn. You don't hardly ever see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when I had my M&P compact, I ran a handful of boxes of that Tula stuff, that Tula steel case 9mm to it. It ran fine with it, you know. But a lot of people saying, "Oh, don't do that; it'll damage the gun running that steel stuff through it." And
No.
I don't know how true it is. I've seen videos people put on YouTube, you know, saying that the metal in the gun is a lot harder than the steel case, which is believable.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Well,
yeah.
The steel they use in steel case ammunition is extremely soft steel. I mean, and the vast majority of your handguns out there use tool steel extractors, and even if it's not tool steel, you're talking steel that's levels above it as far as Rockwell hardness goes. You're not going to mess up You're not going to mess up your extractor. You're just not.
Yeah.
What's a box of Tula 9mm right now? $12.
Yeah, like $12, $13.
$12, $13, and a box of decent brass case is $20.
15, 16.
15, 16.
Yeah, it's about a $3, $4, $5 difference.
So, let's put it this way. even if the steel case, because it's always extractor issues. That's what people always say, that the steel case will hurt your extractor because of that extractor running over the rim of it and all that. A Glock extractor is like $18 to buy one, to replace it. So even if steel case did hurt the extractor, at $5 less a box, if I've ran 3 boxes, I've already saved. I've done paid for an extractor. So how long do you think it's going to take to actually fuck it up?
And honestly, with as easy as it is to replace the extractor on a Glock, because like on a 5906, that's like a gunsmith job because it'd be pressed and fitted. Some guns are not so easy, but like on a Glock, they're so cheap and it's so easy to swap out. There's really no excuse not to have an extractor sitting around in your house for backup.
Yeah, funny you mention that because I've been looking at this. This does look like it's pretty easy to take out. I mean, I'd have to YouTube it and see how easy it is if I ever had to. But it looks a lot easier to come out than the M&P.
I'm almost positive it's just you depress that pin all the way, and then you get like a little punch in there, and then you just depress that, and you can bring it out. There might be a pin you have to punch out. I'm not 100% sure because I don't mess with Glocks that much, but I think it's a 1 or 2 step process.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, getting the firing pin out is an easy process too. I used to take the firing pin out every now and then on my M&P, and that's pretty easy.
It's not a bad idea on those striker-fired guns to keep that channel clear, because that's the one way you're going to really induce a malfunction is you get a really dirty striker channel on those things.
Oh yeah, I know the owner's manual doesn't recommend it, but it's such an easy thing to take out and clean out.
Yeah, the owner's manuals and guns don't recommend a lot of things that are.
Oh, I know. They only do it to cover them, So
it's kind of like how I swear I've never shot any reloads out of any of my guns. I promise, manufacturers.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Or still.
At least that's what I tell them when I call in for warranty work.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to start muting myself or something because I gotta turn that fan back on.
It wasn't the fan was not the issue. It was your mic. It was It was electrical interference.
Because I'm like boiling right now. I got my 3 studio lights sitting here facing me, and no air movement.
Gosh.
Yeah, I think it was your mic. I couldn't have been the fan.
I can only wish when I can have a studio. When I get that.
Wind.
Yeah, but I can't lie.
Air movement.
That Glock 19 at 379 is very, very tempting. Because I do need a carry gun. I need one.
Yeah, I paid $425 for this. This was used. It's used. It's hardly ever been shot.
Oh yeah, police turn-in guns. They have carry wear on them because they're carried. They have holster wear. They have a crap ton of handling wear on them. But take apart almost any police turn-in gun that you'll buy, and the internals on those things are shiny clean, like hardly ever shot. Like for instance, I have an 870 Police Magnum, which is it's a freaking $600, $700 shotgun if you buy it new. I paid $289 for that thing, police turn-in, and the finish is beat up on the outside from where it's set in the cruiser rack, but you pop that thing open, shiny as could be on the inside. Looks like it was hardly ever used.
I mean, I like brand new guns too, but they had a brand new Glock for almost $200 more. I was like, crap, I'm taking the used one. The brand new one was a Gen 4. I was like, I'll take the Gen 3.
Well, and the thing is, say, okay, so you buy that Glock. Say you do have an issue with it. You send it off to Glock, they will replace every internal piece on that gun for free and ship it right back to you, no questions asked. They'll basically turn that thing into a Gen 4, minus the back straps, obviously, the external stuff. But they'll completely update it for you internally.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one good thing about having firearms as a hobby is most of the companies seem to treat their customers fairly well. There are exceptions to that rule, but most of them.
Oh, exactly.
You're making me hungry there.
Yeah, I was starving. I had to grab something.
Well, you guys been on here for freaking what?
It's 7 o'clock.
4 hours?
Yeah, almost 5 hours. Yeah.
Mhm.
Holy shit.
You guys been on here so long it doesn't even have the time on the YouTube video anymore.
And I was gonna do me some shrimp.
and I thought I was going to be talking to myself all night.
Damn, Joel's
That's
sophisticated there. He's got wine. Wow.
I switched to wine, and I'm gonna saute.
I had 4 beers. I'm drinking soda.
I thought that was only a girly thing, drinking wine. Wow.
Oh, a little bit of. Oh gosh, what is this? Not
It's red.
Merlot.
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 Oh boy. I always had a hard time going from beer to wine or back and forth. I usually, if I want to drink wine, I just stick with wine. That just
sounds like a recipe for heartburn to me.
Yeah, I know. I said I quit drinking and smoking for almost 2 months, and I can only have 4 or 5 beers. I'm not to sit there and put back an 18 pack or 12 pack of beer anymore. It's not something I do anymore. And if I do drink a 6-pack, it's usually once a week.
Well, that's why I switched to the wine. So when I go to my doctor and say no, I only drank 6 beers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's about the wine.
You just can't stop, can you? You just can't stop. Can you? Is there a way in chats to take away someone's typing privileges?
No, that's fine.
That's like killing it on there. The only time a woman should do anything is
Yeah.
when a man tells her.
It's like, this is getting bad.
And I'm not a chauvinist. I'm actually not. It's just funny to me.
Because it's me, that's why.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
only because you're loved, yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
They pick
Oh,
everyone
that's-
and every.
That's what the girlfriend that got beat up by her boyfriend said. Yeah, because I love him.
My
He
buddy,
loves me.
my buddy Salt out in the comments would like to point out that Romania and Bulgaria also produced brass 7.62x39 for military purposes. If you want to talk about an AK nerd, that's the man right there.
That ain't no shit.
And he has taught me many things. I'll tell you right now, though, if you're just looking for a cheap AK, do not be afraid of the Wasser. People love to hate on those things. Anyone you hear hate on a Wasser has no idea what they're talking about. Unless they're talking about an early import from like the early days of Century, they don't know what they're talking about. Don't even listen to them.
That's what I told these guys earlier. I said you can pick up a Wasser for like $500, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with them.
The only ding that's left on the Wasser is the fact that they don't have the dimples in the receiver. But even that has been replaced by the welded-in steel plates they put in the side of the receiver to replace the dimples. Besides that, you're talking about a true European-built AK with a hammer-forged barrel, chrome-lined, mil-spec everything. Just no dimples in the receiver. Nothing wrong with
Let
those.
me ask you this about that, because there was a chat on the other night talking about dimples. And did you have to have dimples in the receiver, and what do they mean, and blah, blah, blah. And they never really explained it.
The dimple on the receiver is basically, those two dimples are basically there to put contact on either side of the magazine inside of the receiver to cut down on mag wobble. And what they've done in the Wassers is because the Wassers are actually built in Romania as single stack rifles. And the only thing single stack about them is that they've got a single stack magwell. Everything else inside of them is built for double stack. So when they come into the country, Century hogs out the magwell and makes them compatible for double stack. And they weld 2 steel plates on either side of the receiver to replace the dimples. So you're still getting those 2 points of contact on either side of the magazine internally on the receiver. You just don't see them like you do with the dimples.
Okay.
So it's actually a misnomer. You're still getting the same function, just you don't see it on the outside, essentially.
But the mag still feeds the same.
Yeah, mag still works just fine. I will say with a Wasser, if you're going to buy a Wasser, try and buy from a good, reputable company, and if possible, inspect it in person. Inspect it good before you take it home. Just check for candid sights and fit and finish. Because once again, with AKs, they build so many of those things, lemons might slip through the cracks every once in a while.
Oh yeah, like anything you buy.
See, the dings on Wasser come from the early days when they were first being imported into Century. They were doing crap jobs on the magwell, just crap job putting them together. They've really stepped up their game on quality control and workmanship. I mean, it's night and day.
That's cool.
Come here, Dins.
I might have to buy one just so my Facebook friend Les, who I was stationed with in Alaska, he's an AK guru guy. And I was an AR guy, and that's back in the mid-'80s. We used to have debates back and forth about this. I might have to buy an AK just like put it up on Facebook. Look, Les, an AK.
That's half the fun of buying stuff, is showing it off when you first get it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yep, that's why people do unboxings.
Like, I didn't even buy anything, but I get that unboxing feeling via your video. Yay!
Oh yeah.
I don't ever do unboxings because I don't win anything. Hey, I did get this though. I will show this. I'm gonna shout out a YouTube channel.
Okay.
Let me get my little thing I got sent out there. 'Cause he's a cool dude. Can you see that?
Van Prepper.
Oh yeah. I'm subscribed to him. He's a good channel.
That dude, when he like put out where he did these, he sent me and another guy. I think it was Joe Prophet. It was on Facebook. Jen might know this. I don't know. He told us like, well, just pin me your address and I'll send you some swag. And that's a cool dude. Van Prepper is awesome. He sent me some stickers. I didn't have to get in his little contest. I might not should have said that, but I did send him stuff on his when he did his like 2 or 3 buck. There you go. You got more than I did, Jen. But
No, these are mine.
oh, yours.
These are mine.
No, when you were shaking them, hold it up. Hold it up. We didn't see it. You were shaking them. Okay.
Nice.
Not. Well, send me
Got my
one.
swag.
Send me one. But anyway,
Back on the wall. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I sent him some stuff on. He was doing some stuff on the giveaway, and I sent him some stuff for some dugout bags. And when I do that, when I send stuff out to people that's doing stuff like that, I don't get in the. I don't want to win it. I just give it. I just help out and give it. And I think that's why he might have sent me the stickers too, because I don't get on this stuff to win stuff. I try to help out.
Yeah, but honestly, back on the Wasser front, don't let idiotic negative reviews deter you. It's my main go-to fighting rifle. I mean, resist solid. That thing went 2,000 rounds deep over the course of a week. No cleaning. Never even dreamed of hiccuping.
Matter of fact, we almost caught the foregrip on fire, and it still ran.
I wasn't hating on it. I just heard something about dimples and no dimples and wasn't sure. 100%.
Oh no, I understand. I'm just putting it out there. It's anyone who tells you that they're not decent rifles. I'm not saying they're top of the line. But anyone who tells you they're not decent working rifles, they don't know what they're talking about anymore. Unless their only experience with them was 10, 15 years ago, then I might give it to them. But anymore, don't be afraid.
That's cool. And that's like with a lot of guns 10, 15 years ago, when people come out with stuff they might have been bad and they're better now. Like Century Arms, for example. It wasn't many years ago what they were bringing in or selling was junk, and now I think their game has stepped up some. So.
Now I'm trying to keep myself from buying one of these VZs that they got on sale at Palmetto. Did you buy one? Did you buy one? I just saw.
I did. Of course, how everybody knows about Palmetto, how speedy they are on their shipping.
They take forever, but I'll say this: they're upfront about it. They are upfront about it. It says on their website it could take up to 14 or 21 days to ship. So it's not like they're hiding the facts. So you just kind of got to go into it expecting that, unfortunately. But I'll give them this: they offer some deals.
What are you buying?
Yeah, I picked one of those up. I got stupid, and
There's nothing stupid about that. Those BZ2, those are great rifles. I mean, good lord, it came with 5 magazines. And a bayonet for $3.99. You can't argue with that. That's
a good deal.
Yeah, my checking account did, but I just told it to shut up and got it anyway.
Wow.
You buy one of those things for $400. You load up the magazines, you throw a couple extra boxes of ammo with it, and you cash that bad boy for $400. That's a perfect little cash setup.
What rifle is that you're all talking about?
A VZ58. It's the Czechoslovakian hybrid between basically a SKS and an AK.
It's even weirder than that. It's got almost a little bit of Glock in there too, because it's striker fired.
That's true.
It looks like an AK. Its piston operates like an SKS, but it's striker fired. It's a weird rifle, but man, do they work.
Who's selling them right now?
PSA. Palmetto State.
That sounds like a good deal.
The only reason I didn't buy one is because the mags are proprietary. All the parts and mags for it are proprietary, only for that gun.
Yeah, like I said though, that's my idea of a cache setup. It comes with the 5 magazines. You just buy that, you load it up, and you stick it away somewhere. You don't spend any more money on it. Just if you ever need it, you got another rifle and another setup ready to roll.
That's cool. You can't beat it for the price of it.
Yeah, that's what I was talked into. $400. Yeah.
Can't beat that.
And it wasn't just YouTube. I actually saw two Facebook posts and 2 forum posts about it, and I just kind of, apparently this is a sign. So I said hell with it, which unfortunately that ate into my CZ money. So
see, there's the actual rifle we're talking about. If you want to look at it. What kind of CZ are you looking at getting?
Well, I'm gonna shoot one first, but I'm looking to get 75.
You looking at just the basic 75B, or are you gonna go BD?
I'm
or
planning on going BD.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah. Options, so.
Yeah, with a double action, single action gun, I don't see the need for a thumb safety. That's what the double action's for. That's the safety on the gun, is the double action.
Damn, that's a sexy rifle.
Mm.
Yeah. So will it be okay if I have something like that, Matt? You know, I know it's not an AK, but it's not an AR either. So
It's a comm block weapon. That's all that matters.
Yep, it's a commie gun, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, it would qualify, I guess.
I think it's pretty darn slick looking myself. So, and the fact, getting 5 magazines with it, that alone is like, damn.
And you get the good AK round too, so yeah, the 7.62x39.
Yeah, I've been buying some ammo, so.
Yeah, especially in like I don't know where you live, but I live in a developed area. Like, I'll take 7.62x39 all day, every day for having to shoot in buildings, possible barrier penetration. Just it's a heftier round.
Oh yeah, it's a 30 caliber, It's.
I mean, you got to think. I don't even really care so much about the caliber. It's the weight. You're talking, 62 grain for your heavier fighting load, and
Yeah.
AR-15 versus 124 grain and 7.62x39. There's just so much more mass behind that round to carry through something.
I've watched videos on both the the 5.56 and the 7.62x39 where it would shooting at a cinder block. It would show what the 5.56 did to a cinder block, and then it would show what the AK round, what the 7.62x39 did to the cinder block, and it just a big difference. It just tore it in half compared to what the.
It comes down to the design of the round.
Yeah.
It's the AR-15 round, especially like the anti-personnel stuff. I always get it mixed up. I believe it's the M193 is the 55 grain like anti-personnel load.
Yeah.
It's designed to go in and pretty much just self-destruct after an inch or two, like just break itself apart and create a wound cavity.
Yeah.
Whereas the AK round, the 7.62, is designed to tumble and to keep carrying and to continue to penetrate, where it does its damage via tumbling. So you're just going to get more carry through something, whereas with the AR-15 you're going to get less penetration, then you're going to get a big wound cavity. It's designed to maim. The idea behind the 223 and why it was brought into the military is you weren't trying to kill the soldier, you were trying to maim him. Because if you kill somebody, you take one guy out. If you maim somebody, you take 3 guys out of the fight, because you take the guy you shot, and then the 2 guys that have to haul him off the battlefield. That's the idea behind the 223 initially.
Yeah. I wonder what the future is going to be for the 300 Blackout. If the military is ever going to eventually adopt that round, that's kind of like the in between round,
It all comes down to price and whether or not.
Yeah, true.
Because that's all the military really cares about is how much does it cost them.
Yeah.
The 300 Blackout to me is not going to be a military round.
Yeah. Yeah, price. Price comes into it, I guess. And that's why I crack up when a lot of these guys, they hold on to that word mil-spec, so much. They think it's my AR-15 is all mil-spec. It's going to be the best thing since sliced bread. And it's like, no, it's built to the lowest bidder, basically, what mil-spec means.
But listen, you have a DPMS, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I have a DPMS. They're mil-spec. That is just a term. It's like
Oh, exactly.
Mil-spec. See, the thing about mil-spec is it does not refer to quality in any. It doesn't. Mil-spec has no bearing on quality at all. Mil-spec just means that it's built to a certain set of measurements, a certain diameter for your buffer tube, so forth and so on. That's all all that means. I mean, that's really all it means. Zero to do with the quality of the parts that are going into the firearm. It just means that they're this certain size. And that's pretty much all.
No, exactly.
If the spec is a shit spec, guess what? It's mil spec means it's a shit gun.
Hey, but Matt, even though the BMS says it's mil spec, it still rattles and runs.
I wasn't saying your gun. I just, in particular, I mean,
But
mil spec. I mean, you take a Phoenix, one of them little Phoenix pistols that are junk,
like the little 25 ACPs or something.
22s or 25s or whatever they are. You know, if you build one to a Phoenix mil spec, guess what? It's still a piece of junk,
Oh,
even though it's
yeah.
mil spec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
And Salt Pork out there said, you still need an AK. Everyone needs an AK. Everyone.
Absolutely. An AK and an AR-15. Those would be the two battle rifles everybody should own. That's why probably my next purchase for a rifle, for a long gun, it would definitely be an AK.
Well, Salt Pork, when Salt Pork runs for president, his platform is going to be everybody needs an AK.
Right.
No, it's not everyone needs an AK. It's everyone gets an AK. Mandatory.
Yeah. How much is a span can of the 7.62x39 usually run?
They do sell it in cans, but usually you find it in 1,000-round cases.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's usually about $200, $200 to $220. So
Okay.
anywhere, like I said, anywhere from 20 to 24 cents a round is usually about what you're going to pay for 7.62x39,
Oh, okay.
as opposed to 35 cents for 5.56.
Right. So.
And 35 cents is if you're finding a deal right now. That's if you're not paying 40 to 50 for some places that are still gouging like mad.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the prices on ammo in general haven't really gone down much at all. I mean, it's definitely going up. But I buy a lot of my ammo at Cabela's. But I get the Herder is the 9mm, $13.99 a box. That's about the cheapest I can find it for the brass case stuff. I mean, I can go to Walmart and I get the steel case stuff for 10 something.
Actually, I don't even own a 9, but I bought a bunch of that 9mm from Cabela's for the shoot because I knew there would be a bunch of guys that had a 9 that I was going to want to shoot. So I've had experience. That's actually decent ammo for that price point. It's not bad. It runs fine.
Oh yeah, I have tons of it. I haven't had any problems with that. I've even ran that. They sell that. I don't know if you've seen like the nylon jacketed. They're the aluminum case stuff. That stuff runs fine too. I've run hundreds of rounds of that stuff and never had a malfunction at all.
I tell you, I bought a bunch of that Ultramax Reloaded stuff off Midway, and it was dirty and it wasn't very accurate, but man, it runs. Just for plinking ammo, I couldn't complain. Beautiful brass. I mean, just lead bullets, but it ran just fine.
Yeah, it's definitely not as accurate. Yeah, I bought a bulk pack of that, about a year ago, and yeah, it's definitely a lot dirtier. It's smokier when you shoot it, but it works.
Yeah, just for plinking ammo at the range, especially for what I needed going for a week of shooting, I needed bulk ammo for cheap. And
Yeah,
I paid.
exactly.
I mean, I'm buying 40, and I think I paid like $11.90 a box for that stuff. And
How
that's
much ammo do you normally go through when you go to one of those shoots?
Oh God.
It's like pistol ammo. How much? Like, I mean,
I'll put it to you this way. I can't give you an exact number, but
Really?
the range that we went to for that shoot, the president at that range has been there since 1984, I want to say.
Wow.
We had 14 people in our group, 14 or 16, Resist, do you remember?
14, I think.
All right, we had 14 people in our group. Within that week, the president of that range says we went through more ammo than he has ever seen. He said they had a group of 50 like zombie survival enthusiasts that had come through the year before.
Oh shit.
and we beat them with a group of 14.
Well, well, they were saying outside the clubhouse there, they had some 5-gallon buckets of empty steel cases that they had picked up and started asking about it. And what do you do with this? Oh, we take it to the scrapyard and get money for it and all that. Well, how many do you take a year? Oh, about 6. Oh, well, you got 3 already, and it's only April. And he was like, no, that's just you guys.
Yeah,
Is that right?
we probably filled up 2 or 3 5-gallon buckets just in steel case alone. I mean,
Wow.
he said it's more 7.62 by 54R than he had ever seen, like he's ever even seen.
Wow.
We went
That's a lot.
through copious amounts of ammunition. I mean, my AK alone probably saw 1,500 rounds at least that week.
Yeah.
I'll bet you more because I know that between my two,
Yeah, I mean,
I bet you I went through about 5,000 rounds total, if
I
not
brought-
6,000 rounds that whole week altogether.
That's a lot of shooting. I mean, when you at night, your shoulder must have been like, you must have been feeling it at night when.
honestly, it's not. It doesn't really. AK don't beat you up.
Yeah. That boy.
I mean, I was doing Mosin shooting too. I've got an M44, and I would shoot that thing all day long. I mean, if you tuck them in, they don't bother me. And I'm a little guy. I'm not a big, thick person either. I mean, just tuck that thing into your shoulder, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
But I mean,
No,
good lord, I mean, I brought just in 7.62 by 39 alone, I brought 1,200 rounds at least. I brought at least 700 rounds of 40. I brought several hundred rounds of 38 special. I brought a couple hundred rounds of 9. I brought a couple hundred rounds of shotgun, and that's just in double-up buck and slug. I brought a couple hundred rounds of bird shot.
Wow.
I mean, and then I had a spam can of 7.62 by 54R, so that's 400 rounds of Mosin ammo.
And you went through that whole spam can?
The spam can is the only thing I wasn't able to make it all the way through.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All the rest of that ammo I just listed off was
Yeah.
gone by Friday.
Yeah.
Was gone. I mean,
I was gonna
the Toyota on the way to Missouri was almost scraping the damn ground.
I was gonna say if you went through that whole thing of Mosin ammo, wow, that's God bless you.
Yeah,
Here's a visual for you. Here's a visual for you. Not only did I have, I have like 1,200 rounds in magazines for AK. I got like some 32 mags for AK total. I didn't take quite all of them, but they all got shot.
Yeah.
This thing was full to the brim. This is the big ammo, plastic ammo can.
Oh, yeah.
This thing was so full that that it touched the lid when you shut it. Right? Okay. Let me get the flashlight out so you can see this.
Oh yeah.
That's what's
so
left.
sad.
That's a lot of ammo.
And I can vouch that thing was like spilling over full when we got there.
Good lord.
That's a lot of shooting.
Just in the mag dump video alone we did, how much ammo got expended in like that 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know I went through a drum. I know Salt went through a drum.
Salt went through a drum and then a magazine of 74. He had the AK-74 up there as well for that.
I bet you there was 600 rounds in that 30 seconds, maybe more.
Damn.
Yeah. I probably took about 60 of those rounds in brass off the face during the Mad Minute, but yeah, it was fun.
What kind of targets were you guys shooting at? Was it plate targets, paper target?
Oh Lord, we had everything out there. They when we got there on Monday, we got up there and we're like, oh, this is a great range. They had stands for us. They had a kill house that we had access to.
Awesome.
They had big steel gongs. They had a steel gong at 100 yards, steel gong at 120. There's one at 300, and then one at 600. But then they come rolling out in like an ATV, and they dropped off what must have been 30 to 40 pieces of pistol steel, like IDPA pistol steel, like tombstones, man silhouettes, anything you can think of, like. And they're like, here you guys go, just set it up however you want to and go to town. Just don't shoot it with your rifle, please.
Right.
And they just gave us the run of that place for the week. I mean, we had literally anything you could dream of, we had access to.
That's awesome.
The Kill House was probably my favorite because I just don't, you don't get access to that kind of stuff very often. And what was really cool about it is they let us have run of the range, and they weren't over our shoulders. They let us police ourselves. They treated us like adults. We didn't have some overbearing range master following us around the whole week, like,
Yeah.
which was nice. It was very nice to have free range and, get to be treated like an adult.
Yeah. I don't have that problem where I go shooting at it. Sometimes I got the whole place to myself at the Rifle and Pistol Club, especially when I go down in the weekend. There's no range masters to continue. Everybody pretty much polices themselves. And it's I don't have to deal with any of that. Thank God. So as long as you're being safe, nobody ever says anything.
I linked. I got 15 videos and a playlist on my channel. It says Shenanigans 2014 shoot. There's a bunch of videos in there of shooting and highlights and some campfire stuff that you might not be interested in, but there's a lot of shooting. There's a lot of shooting videos in there.
Oh, I see it right here. Yep.
Bump fire compilation, everything.
You can even see my ugly mug run the Kill House with a shotgun.
In fact, I think I made a video specific for Misfit. I think it was just, can't remember what it's titled now.
Oh, it's the highlight video of me trying to get the spam can open at like 8 o'clock in the morning, freshly awoke.
That was it.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Opening a spam can's easy, but when you just wake up and it was the day after like a 9-hour drive, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, trying to open a spam can is a bit of a different experience.
Yep.
Well, guys, it's about 12:30 here. I think that's about my time to get off here. So
I think I'm about in the same boat with you there, bub. It's getting
all
late
right.
here.
Thanks for stopping by, Matt. I appreciate it.
it was fun, man. Good conversation.
Definitely,
Nice.
definitely. We'll definitely do this again. Maybe I can get in on one of your chats or something.
Yeah, dude, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out as well, gentlemen and Jennifer, gentleman and lady.
Yeah. Well, it's good to hang out with you for a little bit, Matt.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Thanks for stopping by,
So
David.
Yep, definitely thanks for the invite, guys. Have a good
Hey, no
evening.
problem.
Hey, it was fun. Nice meeting all y'all.
Yep, you as well, guys. Have a good night.
see ya.
Yeah. Yep. And so I'm sure I'll talk to you all again. And
Oh yeah.
I know Jen's gritting her teeth by the thought of that, but
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna keep the internal chat closed from now on when we're in a chat together. That way I don't have to see it.
She'll be on your Monday night chat.
That's true. We've been going on for a while now.
Yeah. Yeah, 5.5 hours.
Since
I think
started-
I'm gonna have to go too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go soon too. But since I started the chat, I think I've gained like 12 subscribers so far.
nice.
So,
Awesome.
yeah, definitely a boost for the channel.
Nice.
Very cool.
All right, man. Well, take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, man. I appreciate you stopping by. Now, when do you normally host your chats? Do you have them on a scheduled day, or do you just do it whenever?
Yeah, it's every Monday at 7 o'clock Eastern.
Every Monday. Okay. If I ever get a Monday off, I'll message you.
I'm thinking about switching them to 8 o'clock because it seems like there's more people around a little later. So I'm thinking about switching them to 8 o'clock Eastern, but for now they're still 7 o'clock Eastern.
Cool.
7 o'clock at night. So.
That works. No,
All right,
I
guys.
appreciate you stopping by, though.
Yep. Joel, Sean, Jennifer.
Yeah, I noticed the pause there.
I only pick on people I like, so.
yeah, let's not go there.
And I told you it's because you're loved.
Yeah. Again, we'll go back to the domestic abuse.
Don't you feel the love?
Yeah, I can really feel it. Like a freaking rash.
You'd probably feel a little bit more love if we were, full.
Yeah. John, can you go ahead and just boot Matt since he won't leave?
All right, guys. We'll see ya.
Yeah, have a good night. Crazy. And we've been going for over 5.5 hours now.
5.5 hours. So apparently this was a success for you.
Exactly. Yeah, I had 5 people on the panel at one point, so definitely.
You had a very long, successful chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you rocked it. So I'm gonna head out too. So
yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. 5.5 hours.
Down.
5.5 hours. I get to let the dog out and get ready to go to bed myself. So I appreciate you guys stopping by, and we'll definitely do this again.
And everybody out watching, definitely give them a thanks.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Everyone who's watching the chat, I appreciate it, and I'll definitely do this again. I'm gonna post a video letting you guys know when I'm gonna do another chat, just like I did tonight. Obviously, that worked out better than just starting up a chat on the spur of the moment. So. But
cool.
Thanks everybody for watching, and thanks Jen, and thanks Joel for stopping by, and Matt and David for joining the chat.
No problem. Invite me again, and I'll jump in.
All right, man. All right, Jen. You have a good night. Okay.
You too.
All right. We'll see you guys.
Joel.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Good night.